Good morning, everyone. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 15th, 2019. We will begin with the appeals calendar, continued hearings. Item number 1, 2017-248A, Long Island Expressway and 74th Street, Queens.
They requested an adjournment. I don't think anyone's here on this, and I believe because it was with the OB's consent, I believe we scheduled it already for February 7th.
There's no February 7th.
So first week of 5th then? Is it already?
It's not already on our calendar, but there is a second sign appeal on for that date, so maybe they were meant to travel in tandem?
Yeah. Oh, the 249.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a submission date? Or should we just put them with the February 5th submission date, which would make their submission date tomorrow?
Right. Yeah. So it was requested by them and worked out with DOB. So hold on just one second. Let me just find that letter.
Maybe there's, yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
there's the date in the letter.
they sent us a request just yesterday. Go.
Or, no, it's already on the February 26th calendar.
Oh, 26th, okay.
It's going to be adjourned to February 26th
okay.
with a submission date of February 6th.
Okay.
Special order calendar, continued hearings. Item number 2, 866-49BZ, 200-01 47th Avenue, Queens.
Okay.
Was the fifth? Yeah, February 6th, submission February 26th, hearing.
Yeah, 226.
Raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Carl Safaro, the applicant, and I understand that you need to see a enclosure for the dumpster.
Right. So, right, because originally you were going to put a fence around everything. There was one point where we talked about having the temporary storage container concealed by fencing, but now it's gone away, right? It's not coming back, correct?
No.
Okay, so then, yeah, so then the trash needs to be in a trash enclosure.
Fine. I was at the designer's office yesterday. He'll have that sometime this week for me, and I'll submit.
Okay, so we'd like you to actually install it.
Oh.
So the trash enclosures are fairly standard things.
Yeah.
There's two approaches. The better one is a little bit more permanent looking with, they use concrete block and then they put gates on it. And the other
That's
is
what we're
that
proposing.
you're doing that.
Spoke to the
Okay.
designer about that yesterday. He's putting it on paper so we can get some pricing.
Okay. So how about we do this, because I want to be able to have you submit quickly and then install quickly. So what if we...
We have a number of adjournments on the 29th.
Great, okay. So we could so if you submit by the end of the week, we could put you on just for us to look at the enclosure design on the 29th, on January 29th, and then schedule you to come back in, say, 2 months to show us it installed, okay? And then that would be the end of the analysis, because everything else was done. Okay? Okay.
So hearing date?
We could, sorry?
She asked the hearing date. The next hearing date is January 29th.
January 29th with a submission on, say,
Friday.
January 18th? Yeah. And we could probably, well, we can decide that on the 29th. I was going to say setting up a time in advance, but...
We might have adjournments. at
Yeah,
that point,
right.
yeah.
So, okay, so let's just do it like that.
Fine. We're
Okay.
planning to use the design that it was originally discussed of the white vinyl fencing, matched fencing that's on the side lot line. I think 6 feet high, with the double gate in the front, swinging out. and they're going to try to put it as far back behind the building as possible. There's some curbing there. So this way it's not visible from the street.
Okay.
So you'll be using fences to enclose the,
Talking about a permanent enclosure. It would be the,
Right.
White vinyl fencing.
okay.
Or wall, but I guess that's a political discussion, wall fence. But what you typically see in
To
the
enclose.
standard design.
Okay.
So
Okay.
fully enclosed, double opening gate in the front,
Okay.
Okay.
allow access easily.
Okay. Great. All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Thank you.
Sufaro, can you please come and sign in here? It was the wrong sheet. You could just sign in here. In the swearing sheet, yes. Thank you. Item number 3, 30-58BZ, 184-17 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Thank you.
I don't know if anyone's here for this. This was administratively adjourned, so we just put it on for when we can.
So when we can, 25 on February 26th, March is kind of, I don't know if you want to put this in March.
Yeah, how about that one where we have the March 5th, because
Okay.
we also have, it's a smaller
Okay,
case.
so next hearing will be March 5th with a submission of February 13th.
Okay, thank you. New cases, item number 4, 645-59BZ, 10824 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. Good morning, everyone. We could not meet with the community board because of just scheduling conflicts in November and December, but we're on tomorrow, so
Okay.
we're going. And in terms of the dumpster, I notified the client that the trash has to be kept inside the dumpster, and we will show a photograph showing them keeping it inside the dumpster. I can't speak on what happened that day when it was taken outside the dumpster, but they do.
No, it's not the trash was outside the dumpster was outside of the enclosure.
I mean, the enclosure, yeah.
Yeah,
I saw the picture, I sent them the
Yeah,
picture.
the whole point of having enclosures,
Enclosure.
that's where you put your dumpster.
Yeah, but maybe they were
Otherwise-
taking out the garbage, I don't know the situation. For the lumens diagram, I spoke with the architect, and he told me that the property to the southeast is an adult healthcare facility, and to the northeast is a Taco Bell. The Fresh Creek Nature Preserve is to the east. However, there are no wetlands directly adjacent to the property, just a landscape seating area that appears to be used by the healthcare center. There's one single fixture area light in the east corner of the station that they can look at adding a shield if it's needed.
Yeah, so I would say, so the fact that there's a little garden or something that the residents of the healthcare center use, the light should not be shining on their enjoyment of their little rear yard. So a shield should be put on that light so that we don't see lumen spread onto that. I think that otherwise it's high lumen count at the property line, which coincides with a wall of a building.
Okay.
So that's not so much of an issue, but where it's able to spill onto that open area, that's where there should be a shield.
Okay. And then I saw the banner she was discussing in the Google photographs, and we'll make sure it's removed and take a photograph.
Okay, so really, other than the community board and taking down the banners and installing the shield, which that may take a little bit of time. I don't know how easy it is to buy a shield. I think you just go to Home Depot when you buy a shield, but I don't actually know.
We can try for as quickly as possible, and hopefully they
Well, it's only that we know we have adjournments next week,
Oh,
but,
sorry, I wasn't
yeah,
listening.
yeah, but it's not, or not exactly next week, so that's 2
Oh, January
weeks.
29th, you wanted.
So January 29th, if it was possible for you to take care of it all by like by the beginning or middle of next week.
If you give me a date, I'll give
Okay, so,
conservative.
January 29th, we could fill that in, right?
Yes.
Okay, with just doing those things, so you would show us the banner removed, the shield installed. I'm not sure if there's a way to test the lumen spread, but if there's a shield installed, in time, is what I would say. If there's a shield installed, and you can just show us
The shield.
the shield, that should be doing the job, right? So, and so we could put it on for the 29th, and and we could be a little flexible on the submission, make the submission say January 23.
Okay.
So
Right.
hearing date,
January 29th,
okay,
submission date, January 23rd.
okay, thank you.
Okay?
And
Yeah.
just, can you also make sure you provide a photo indicating that showing that the dumpsters are inside?
Yeah,
Yeah.
photos there. Yeah.
Item number 5, 58-99BZ, 18-10 Utopia Parkway, Queens. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Bless you.
Again, with the community board, similar idea. We had,
Good morning, your name for the record?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. Sorry, just similar kind of sites.
Scheduling issue with the community.
Yeah, and we had a lot of various community boards at that. They wanted to hear each one at a time, so we're going to make sure before the next hearing.
So when is the next hearing on this one?
I don't
We
have a
haven't put a
date.
date.
Yeah.
Oh.
But we've talked to them multiple times about scheduling. It just, we had a few at that community board, so
When do you foresee that you'll be able to have the meeting with the community board?
this one, we have to install or repair a sidewalk, so I'm assuming we need a little more time anyway for that. So within the next month, we can certainly meet.
Okay. But I'm just curious about this, because this is I think there are 3 like this, where you submitted your application at the end of September,
Yeah.
and community board normally has 60 days. So you got in touch with them right away, and then it was kind of back and forth with the
Yeah, a lot
community
of
board?
back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Just had a lot going on because the holiday season.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you want to go on with the list?
Sorry. So the next is the sidewalk. I notified the client that it has to be either replaced or repaired, and we have to show repair.
I don't see how you repair completely cracked in little tiny pieces sidewalk. So that's called digging it up and installing a new sidewalk.
Okay. And then I heard the comment about operational plan. We can certainly look into adding more parking stalls. The architect told me that he doesn't know, but he's going to look into if there's a possibility of adding additional parking spaces. And then look into adding maybe signs, or, because that's sometimes what we do for an operational plan, or cameras.
Right, so the different solutions we've seen are, except where there's a curb cut, adding a fence. So that sort of discourages this, I don't know, it seems to discourage somewhat the parking on the sidewalk, then adding signs that say cars will be towed off sidewalk at owner's expense, and then providing cameras where at least, the part that's confusing here is we don't know who's doing the parking. We don't know if it's the operation or if it's others, right? So in that other case where they put the signs up that say no parking to be towed at the owner's expense, that apparently was not the operation doing it,
Yeah.
right? But where the operation is doing it, then there needs to be something else, right? So,
And the most of the parking on the sidewalk was along Utopia,
Right.
and that's where you have all the curb cuts. So
Yeah.
you do have the area contained, so I think it's more of just the management being very hands-on, not just using the camera, but also being very hands-on and supervising it.
Well, management has to know and enforce that there's no parking allowed on the sidewalk. It could be management telling its staff, go park on the sidewalk. We don't have room on site, right? So it's totally not allowed. And I wish we had a way to do anything with it, but we just don't.
Difficult.
Um,
And then the last comment, I believe, was about the trash enclosure. Right now, they have an enclosure for just the fuel oil, but we'll look into putting a trash enclosure somewhere on the site.
Right. So I guess this will be sort of a two-stage process, right? Some that you'll be submitting the proposals to us, right? And then initiating them, right? Okay.
I mean, in these cases, we've often done the work and shown you photographs and just scheduled a hearing for like 2 months out. If you want to see it.
Well, so we need, for one, well, we haven't heard from the community board yet, so we don't have their input. That's
Okay.
part of it. We also need you to, for instance, with the lumen spread, we decided it's not really an issue because it's just a freestanding site with Utopia being
Yeah.
heavily lit, which is a good thing, probably. So I guess, yeah. Because in terms of where the trash enclosure might go, right next to the building,
I think it would
right?
have to be that location.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's shown. It
Well,
just
that's
doesn't
the
exist.
that's the
That's the fuel oil,
fuel oil.
but it might be adjacent to it or something like that.
I think
So that
that's-
general location.
Right.
So if we agree in that general location, then you can install, right?
I think in terms of landscaping, it's in good shape from the
Yeah.
photographs provided and the Google 3D view.
Okay. All right. So then we need the operational plan and then photographs that show no parking on the sidewalk, even though, it's the photograph of the day as opposed to, right?
So I guess you'd probably want to look at the operational plan before we do it.
Yes. Yes, okay. All right then. So, and the sidewalk you should replace now, right?
Is this the weather for it?
What?
Is this the weather for it? Winter? I'm just not sure.
No, well, the way that they pour a sidewalk, they look at the day, and if it has a prediction of a week of 40
Frost.
degrees and up, then it's when they can pour concrete. So that's what you're basing it on, right? But in any way, in case, we could do 2 months, and we'll certainly get some days that are not like today,
Right.
right? So how about late March?
So March 15th is, March 19th is light because of March 20th, or you could do March 26th.
So let's do March 19th.
Okay.
That's a submission date of February 27th.
Okay.
But in terms of the pour,
So what you're saying?
the submission is for the operational plan and
Okay.
so on, right? But in terms of the sidewalk,
Yeah.
if freeze days continue, then, you could submit the photographs of the sidewalk installed as late as, and so this is to be noted by our project manager, not to consider it
Incomplete submission.
incomplete, right? The photographs could be provided as late as March 13th, say.
So by 27th, they should submit the operational plan and also the location of the trash enclosure.
Yes.
Okay. And if it's in-
Photographs. They can,
Yeah, if
well,
it's in that area, we can install it. You're
yeah,
good.
you can install the trash enclosure. So it's photos of the enclosure and the operational plan. And then the only thing that could be submitted later, so as late as the 13th of March,
Sidewalk.
would be the sidewalk installed. Normally, we have a few weeks of 50-degree weather in between all that.
Oops.
So, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Well, it's,
all right.
yep.
Great.
Okay.
Item number 6, 159-07BZ, 2402 86th Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Distinction for the record.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC.
Thank you.
The date?
None for me.
No massages.
Just to,
Okay, yeah. You already stated your name for the, right?
Elise Fullader again.
Just in case.
So firstly, I spoke with the general manager, and even though it says in the prior resolution about massage therapy, there is no massage therapy on the site operating it. And they don't intend.
So if I remember, the floor plans do show a room that has some title like that. They're no longer,
They said they're no longer doing that.
They no longer do it? Oh,
said
they
there's
never
no-
did it.
I didn't ask about the past, I asked about the current, and he said there's currently no and they don't intend to have anything.
Yeah, I attended this gym possibly 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't remember there being any area for massage.
okay, private training maybe was the only.
I saw it as part of the resolution, but.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of a different case where there was something called a massage room. But this one doesn't. Yeah, no. All right, so we should amend our resolution
The
to
resolution,
indicate.
we'll
Yeah.
clarify there's no more massage. But I wanted to ask, you asked for a 2-year extension of time to obtain a CO?
Yeah, that'd be good. And the reason we were held up is because of installing a fire alarm system. They said that they originally filed in 2014, and it was just signed off in 2018, and it was difficult getting through.
Right.
And also, I'll note that your time to obtain expired in 2015, but your extension would run from today, since the 2 years would have already expired.
Okay.
Or whenever the board votes. Sorry.
Right.
Not to be presumptuous.
But the other, the question is, so you did get the sign off on the fire alarm already now, is that correct? Is that the only thing holding you up?
Yeah, they said it was signed off. They said, the architect told me there's a few applications open, but they're small things and they're being resolved right now.
Okay.
And FDNY did issue a no objection. There were 2 violations that were issued for operating without certificate of operation and to restore the fire alarm system.
Right.
Yeah, and you asked fire department to verify that they were okay with.
No, not on this one, because, yeah, I didn't ask for verification on this one, that it's okay, because, but we can have fire department have just a conversation. You want to?
Good morning, John Daly, Fire Department. At the time of the inspection, the fire inspector noticed that the panel was not operational. I mean, yes, the system is signed off by the fire department, but their maintenance side wasn't very well maintained, and so we issued the appropriate orders. So we will follow up on that, and I don't believe it should hold up your decision on this application.
Great.
Okay.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great.
Okay. All right, so I don't think that there's anything else, and I just had wanted clarification for what was holding up the C of O, and it sounds like not a lot at this point. Okay. Okay, good. Are there any speakers on this? Ask for speaker. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perimeter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Motion is granted.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 7, 93-08BZ, 113-16 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Because they added a sub-center, and that was literally
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, I know there were some questions perhaps about a little more detail as to the delay and also what the current status is. I wasn't able to submit these officially, but I did bring some materials that were provided by the operator that I can pass up. I have some copies. There's 4 different things. First, these, 5 different things, plenty of things. The first is, these are a series of photographs that were taken showing the status. As you see, they'll go in time. I think they roughly were September, October, and then current. If you look at the last photo, you'll actually see it's been completed, and they actually have the floor plate over the cellar right now. Thank you. So that's one item to pass up. There were some questions about the environmental. I have here copies of both the notice to proceed from OER, a couple of copies, sorry, and the DEC certificate of completion for remediation. And I also have here a site observation report from Langen Engineering about waterproofing, which is one of the issues, and that was actually issued January 3rd, showing that it's meeting all of the requirements of the SOE plans. I also have, if you want to see, the supportive excavation plans that were approved May 2018.
Can you be sure to submit all of this material into the record?
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you.
I need Tracy Benke to look at these, but there's a notice to proceed dated March 23rd, 2015, that is, basically says, no remedial work shall be performed at the site until a final decision document is issued by DEC. If the applicant opts out of the DEC BCP, whatever that is. BC.
Brownfield cleanup program.
Oh, there we go. The remedial action outlined in the work plan must be reviewed, approved by OER, and implemented in order to satisfy the hazardous materials E-designation requirement. So we also need to see whether there was a final decision document or approved OER determination. We don't have that.
I can see if they have anything more than that. I think they said that's the most current communication, I think, from OER.
Because this doesn't actually, it's a notice to proceed, but it tells you that you need to do remedial work.
Right, but we also passed up the DEC saying that the remedial work was taken care of.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, what is this document?
The data is from the engineering, because one of the things that we noted, just to give some background on this site overall, 2013 was the last action of the board on this. Since that time, there was a sale of the property in 2014 to the new owners. And the new owners, when they were trying to proceed with this, the reason it's been delayed were, we noted in there a few things. First, it took a long time to work out an access agreement with the adjoining buildings. That was completed in 2016. There was actually a fire at the site prior to them taking title to it. In finalizing the demolition plans, it took a long time at Department of Buildings because, as they described to me, when they were submitting their demolition plans to Department of Buildings was rejecting those plans because they showed the existing condition of the buildings, which were post-fire, but Department of Buildings had records that the actual buildings were still there, so it took some work with Department of Buildings to resolve what the starting position was as far as the demolition plans. Then there was also a redesign of the SOE plans because there was concern about drain water, or I think what's the term they used, about waterproofing and trying to get the term that was given to me by the building engineer. Dewatering, that there was a question about that. We submitted this report from Langen from January 3rd that's in reference to the completed work that's been done at the site with the foundation, where the engineering firm said that they found that this was satisfactory as far as taking care of any of the waterproofing issues corresponding to the redesign of the SOE plans. So I just wanted to submit that just to show. But in short, there were unexpected delays once the current property owner took title and tried to move forward. But since that time, construction has moved forward. You can see that the foundation work has been completed. They have the first floor, the ground floor set up. But at this point, in order to go any further, they would need the extension time. to actually construct the building.
Okay, so then to kind of close the loop here, there's a December 26, 2018, minutes ago, DEC letter that starts off, congratulations on having satisfactorily completed the remedial program at the LGA hotel site. So that sounds.
It might be, need a notice of satisfaction.
Yeah, right. Okay, so it's for Tracy to.
So I will check the notice of satisfaction from OER.
I can check.
All right, I will ask them if they have that. I don't know, I believe since that was 2018, I don't know if it's just still in process or what it is, but I can find out what the status of that is, the notice of satisfaction. But in short, they have been moving forward once those issues were taken care of, and they've been obtaining all the approvals, doing everything that's been required of them. As you can see at this point, the next step is building the walls.
Go ahead, sorry.
Can you get us a copy of the timetable for the entire project so we can make sure that?
I can tell you right now that I asked them yesterday, I said, to obtain your final certificate of occupancy, give me a long-term estimate, and they told me 24 months. But I can get more detail as far as that.
Yeah, we'd like a construction timetable. This exists already, that they can't work on a construction project without a schedule. So all they have to do is give it to you. They don't
Okay,
have
so
to create it.
timetable and notice of satisfaction.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we can submit these. Do you want all 5 of those items submitted?
Yes.
All, everything, you just handed the board, yes, please.
Exactly.
All right, so we'll
Because we need
submit.
to refer to it as we're talking,
Yeah, we
so it
can't
has to be in the
It
record.
has to be in our record.
That's fine, no problem.
Right, okay, but I think what's really good, because sometimes we have these cases where someone says, what remediation? Those are quite unfortunate. At least all the work, it appears that all the work that was supposed to be done was done. And in this case, the variance depended on the contamination. So happily, the contamination was removed properly. So, okay.
As far as our end, I mean, we could get the timetable quickly, and we could submit all these papers, obviously, quickly. The notice of satisfaction, if we have it, we could submit it quickly. If we don't have it, we could at least give you a response as to when we're expecting to receive it.
Right,
So from our end, we could submit very quickly.
Right. Okay, so I'd be, how many adjournments do we have for the 29th?
5?
Oh, okay, so since we know the timetable exists, it's just the contractor has to hand it to you. That's really that. And the notice of satisfaction, if it's in the process, you already got the congratulatory letter, so obviously you'll get the notice of satisfaction, so I'm comfortable that you've done what we expected to be done, right? Tracy? Yeah. So let's just put this on. You submit as soon as you can, ideally by Friday. That would be the 18th of January, and you come back on the 29th. And I think, yeah. And then we can do a closed vote, because that's an open
Okay.
item is the timetable.
So we'll submit those 3 things by the 18th?
Right.
Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 245-15BZ, 350 West 50th Street, Manhattan. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, DC. Didn't seem like there were any comments.
No comments. And I'm just with a head agreement from fire department that it's okay to proceed with this application, even though there were violations. There were violations for operating without a certificate of operation, to restore the fire alarm system and provide a letter of approval for the fire alarm system. I just want fire department to kind of sign off.
John Daly, Fire Department. The department has no objection to the board rendering decision on this. We will follow up on these violation orders.
Great. Thank you very much.
Nothing for fire department. For Ms. Valder, your application requested a 2-year extension of time to obtain a CO?
That's what I generally
So it would be, okay, okay. So it would be from the date of any vote? Just wanted to clarify.
Extension. All right, are there any speakers on this? All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant 2 years extension from today's date.
Yes.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Item number 9, 2016-4141BZ, 27 Barclay Street, Manhattan.
This one, is anyone here on this? This is postponed for failure to give notice, so at our leisure, I think.
So it's a 7336 amendment.
Yeah.
How do you feel about March 5th?
That's good, yeah.
Okay, so next postponed hearing, March 5th, submission date February 13th.
So notice has to be given out by the end.
20 days prior to March 5th.
Okay.
Appeals calendar, item number 10, 2016-4142A through 2016-4146A, 70 through 78 Cunard Avenue, Staten Island.
He doesn't need to be sworn in because it's a withdrawal.
Yeah, Tom Davis for the applicant, we would like to withdraw.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to withdraw this case.
I'll just note, this application was closed, so to say whether or not it's withdrawn with prejudice.
Oh. Always with prejudice, isn't that the assumption?
It's not.
No, it's not? It's not the assumption?
It's not the assumption.
Without prejudice, is that the attitude? All right. I don't really know what the difference is.
But the difference is that they can bring it back up if it's without prejudice. If it's with prejudice, they can't return.
They can't
They
ever.
can't return.
Not for the same relief.
Not
Not
for the
the
exact same relief. All right, let's
And
be
Since there
fair.
are so many outstanding issues with city planning,
Well, if we were going to deny it,
can we have this discussion since it's closed?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's closed to any outside, yes.
if we were going to deny it, that would be akin to a withdrawal with prejudice.
That's, yeah.
And I think that's where we were headed.
Yes.
So, although, if my memory serves me correctly, it was, I think we were going to deny and say, handle this elsewhere. This is not something that this is not appropriate for this.
I could just clarify. Our rules say if the request to withdraw is made before the hearing has been closed, the board may permit withdrawal without prejudice upon request. If the request to withdraw is made after the hearing is closed, the board may permit withdrawal without prejudice for good cause only. If it determines that proper enforcement of public policy would thereby be served, the board may refuse to withdraw, or it may condition withdrawal with prejudice on the refiling of a future application for the same relief.
Can we make an argument for good cause why it should not have prejudice?
So that's what it is. It
Yeah,
needs to have good cause.
It'd have to be for good cause only.
I think city planning has weighed in strongly on this and wants to review this, and there are city planning approval processes that would be required. So, and that's a policy process also from city planning's end that would need to be looked at. I would factor those in as a good cause for withdrawal without prejudice or whatever the argument. That would be my way of looking at it.
I don't think I can make an argument of good cause at this time because nothing's been presented that supports a good cause withdrawal, especially in light of city planning's letter.
Is that not good cause?
Well, that would be,
I mean, city planning has to approve the authorization.
No. Isn't city planning's letter the good cause?
That's how I'm seeing it.
good cause, from my understanding is it'd be good cause to, if an application's withdrawn, good cause would be to not have the withdrawal be with prejudice, is that there is a good faith belief that the case in itself has merit. And perhaps, at this point, I sincerely don't see that.
So I just want to add that city planning's direction was that the application as presented is a no-go for city planning. so that they would want to see access from another route. So if anything came back here, which I don't encourage because I really wish that city planning would take care of their own projects in their own department, but if anything were to come back here, the access would be completely different, so we'd be looking at a different project. So maybe what the issue is it's not, it might be arguably with prejudice as to the identical access place.
Right.
But without prejudice if the access comes from a different route. Because for one, it will come from a different route. City planning is pretty clear about that. And for two, I think the reason for rejecting it by the board was that the access as presented was not reasonable.
I think that makes sense.
So I don't know if it's possible to have that kind of a caveat that says it's with prejudice as to coming back with the identical project, but without prejudice if the project is not.
The resolution can certainly clarify that the application was to provide access via this route, and if the board's vote is to withdraw with prejudice as to that route, that will be clear in the resolution.
Yeah, that's the way I would prefer to go because we reviewed the route and said this is a bad idea. Right? And city planning said it's a bad idea.
Well, yeah, city planning said it's a bad idea for a myriad of reasons.
Their direction was come from completely the other way.
And Chair, I'll follow your lead on this if you believe it's best to withdraw with prejudice to the application with regard to its route, and not to the entirety of a GCL 36 application.
Yeah, right, because at this point, the board still has GCL 36 as one of its jobs, right?
No,
and if city planning chooses to ignore the opportunity to do a mapping on this, what are we supposed to do, right?
Right.
Can we reopen so I can say something?
No, it's okay because we're just gonna. You withdraw. No. He would like to say something. Is it all right?
Yeah, we can open. Sure.
Let's reopen.
The request is already in. Sure.
Request to reopen, or let's
Chair
motion.
Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. Tom Dale for the applicant. We would like to withdraw. We do not intend to go with this particular proposal that's shown. We want to approach city planning and the fire department first to get all of their issues addressed, leaving open the option to come to the board if it's necessary. That said, even though we're not going for this specific plan that's proposed, we do not know what city planning is going to say. And if city planning suggests an alternate route that comes from Cedar as opposed to Wandell, that's maybe not this specific route, we would not want any prejudicial decision of the board to be so blanket that it says all Cedar Terrace and then have city planning tell us come from a different part of Cedar Terrace. So that's our only concern, is that we're not going forward with this proposal, but we would, we respect the board's decision, prejudice, not prejudice, but we just don't want it to be so wide-ranging that we're required to go file an appeal and. But
I think that the conversation here is you presented a very particular route up connecting to, I forget the name of the little.
Cedar.
Cedar is the very skinny one?
Cedar is to the south and Wandell is to the north. Yeah, so Cedar's the route that's currently proposed through Lot 237.
Onto Cunard. So it's not, I would say that it was this very specific access that you showed that the board is reacting to,
But Chair,
right?
if I may.
Wait, hold just one second. Where Cedar is only 20 feet wide, right?
Understood.
And then, yeah, where Cedar's only 20 foot wide. And I think that was part of what gave community board, borough president, the board, city planning, extreme pause, right?
Chair.
Understood.
If I may, one of the reasons why I think withdrawing with prejudice might make the most amount of sense is because if this were to return after all the work the applicant's going to do with city planning, it's going to be very difficult to make a hardship application that they need us, they need a GCL 36 when they're at an agency that has a route and they are doing the work with that agency and they have a vehicle to achieve the goal through that agency, to then come back here and say, we have a hardship that we need the direct intervention of the board, I think that would be very difficult. for them to prove. So honestly, I think this is, I don't see how they would satisfy a hardship in the future. In light
I
of
don't
that.
want to make a decision in advance about the hardship. That's the problem. So, because we haven't heard the argument. So then we're deciding the argument about hardship. We could say, you could argue, well, it's only 5 houses, or however many houses, I forget, 4. It's only 4 houses, maybe that hits the hardship plane. On the other hand, why shouldn't city planning be doing this?
And you're before city planning at the time. To say that you need our special intervention seems...
No, but city planning has to be willing to do the mapping action. That's the other part.
Have they put an application for a mapping action?
We hope that they will do that.
That's our hope, but it's premature. We haven't reached that point. I would also say we, as I recall, we briefly addressed the hardship issue, but our office didn't present full information regarding the hardship issue. And if it were going to be denied for hardship, I mean, even though we don't want to proceed, we would be reluctant to have this denied with prejudice based on the fact we didn't present hardship.
Right.
I'm saying, like, because
I was
feel like
talking,
we've
I was talking
broached
about
that
I was talking about after, if you were to return after dealing with city planning.
I'm not sure that we should go the route of trying to figure out what the future may hold. But
I'm having a hard time finding good calls.
Oh, no, but I think that we've moved past that. I think that the discussion now is prejudice as to this particular application with this particular route of access to these particular homes.
And I respect...
That's very specific,
I respect the applicant's position that his concern with a decision like that, a resolution like that, how that could affect him moving forward with city planning. Now, granted, he can say to city planning or whomever at that time, he can say, no, this was a very tailored, it's not supposed to be so, it's not all of Cedar Road, the resolution reads like this, but I think the concern you
No, that's not what we're saying. We're just saying the specific, the drawing can't look the same. That's all.
You can't give us the same site plan with the same route of access.
Can I just say something? I'm sorry. I just want to say I've been listening to this argument, and my concern is it's back to the drawing board with city planning and fire department. And they may review this plan. They did not have the time to review this entirely. They may review it, they may look at alternate plans, they may look at myriads of options. Right. We cannot project what those are, we cannot recommend what those are. They need to work this out. At the end of the day, if the same proposal comes through because city planning, I'm just throwing that out hypothetically, city planning thinks that is the best option because from all other policy point of view, this is the minimal impact to the neighborhood. I'm just throwing this. I don't want to rule out any of those options, and especially city planning doesn't want to weigh in on the mapping action of it. Are we then we are creating a hardship, a situation of a variance, and I don't think we want to get to that. Keep this open without prejudice, give city planning and fire department all the time to work with the applicant to come up with a solution that addresses all the concerns. They have heard our concerns. They're very mindful of it, and this is a discussion that, we haven't put GCL away. GCL is still a tool, and if that is going to be applied in some form or the other as city planning deems it would be worthwhile, at this point, I'm not comfortable at all voting with prejudice at all.
But we don't have an argument for good cause.
The argument
for good cause is that
I think you've answered my question.
Yeah, that's
we do not have an argument. Therefore, I do not want to vote with prejudice.
No, you don't have an argument for not good cause.
Yeah, so we need good cause to vote without prejudice.
And I think we do.
You're saying the good cause is that we don't know what's going to happen. CPC hasn't reviewed this. We should keep the options open.
But I want to say CPC's letter was extremely strong, so it's not true that they haven't reviewed this. They were very strong that this is a bad approach as presented. Fire department was very concerned that this is a bad approach as presented. Borough president, community board, everybody was very concerned about this approach, right? City planning said, take your approach from Wandell or Wyandotte, right? So, and that's not been explored by the applicant. There is a development going on right sort of in that general neighborhood. It is possible to build a road that way. And so that was not looked at by the applicant. They actually own the land. right?
If I could
So,
speak to that,
yeah.
though, historically, that was actually the initial proposal by this property owner was to do that originally. And the only reason this was filed with the Cedar Terrace option and the purchase of Lot 237 is because the initial discussions with City Planning and Fire Department said, no, don't come from Wandell, come from Cedar. So all this money and time was invested to come up with the Cedar option. And now City Planning and the Fire Department are saying, come back from Wandell. We're happy. Like, if you want Wandell, we'll work with that. We'll work with Cedar Terrace. Our intent is to work with, not against. But there is a history here of those two agencies telling us, don't do Wandell, do Cedar, which is the whole reason that this started.
I think that
now, our concern with Cedar is, what if the city widens Cedar Terrace to 30 feet? It's possible. It's a city street. If something like that happens, and then we're proposing Cedar, our concern is that we come back after going to city planning, and they say, something's changed
But
here
then
as far as
Cedar's
what's
no
shown.
longer 20 feet wide, and your
It's a
application's
different
not the same.
application.
And there's a substantial
So
change of circumstances and new evidence
Right?
and new things
Yes.
that would,
Totally
when
different.
something like that happens, that even if we withdraw with total prejudice, when there's a change of circumstances
Right.
and a substantial change, that is a different.
That's a different application.
It's not so much a different application, but it's rules, it's a different
That's fine.
application.
So, because I have to say that I personally would have voted, independent of city planning's view on this, with a 20-foot access on Cedar, I would have voted against this application,
Understood.
right? So for me, total prejudice. I don't want to look at this again. It was a bad idea to come on a 20-foot road for 5 houses, to climb up that hill, et cetera, right? So if it's decided to purchase some land and widen, I mean, your developer could do the same, purchase some land, widen Cedar Terrace so it gives the fire department reasonable access and a proper turning radius for its trucks, et cetera. That's a whole other discussion, but it's a totally different application.
It may be sufficient for a different,
Yes.
Understood.
So
If the board were to vote with prejudice to these specific plans, then I could understand that. Our concern is if the language was access from Cedar Terrace.
No.
So
Okay.
I-
If it said this
plan.
this specific
This
plans.
Identical project.
I think,
We
I don't.
can use several different words for identical in our
I don't think we
resolution.
have, I really don't think we have to in the resolution. I think that if we withdraw with prejudice, if they come in with a new application and they satisfy the burden of being substantially different, like, and there's this change of circumstances, which and I really hope you don't come back, but if they do come back and they do have a substantial change of circumstances in everything else that's happening, that would overdo the prejudice.
No, but just to make it easy for this board, a future board, different council, all that, we don't know when it's coming back, right? So to make it very easy for the board to remember what it decided, to know in the future what the last board decided, whatever, to be very clear, we're just talking about the resubmission of an identical set of conditions, right? Identical drawings, and not with identical dimensions and so on, okay? I think that's the cleanest way to do it. So I would like to make a motion.
We have to close.
Close. All right, now we have to close. Motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to withdraw on these terms that we've talked about with prejudice as to the very specific project that we reviewed today, but not as to any other potential changes to the design, layout, dimensions, et cetera.
Okay. Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
No.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
It's withdrawn with prejudice.
Withdrawn with
prejudice, with caveat.
So I have to call item number 9 again. I was just informed that a hearing date had already been set for that case. That's different from what was just said.
Okay, go ahead and call it.
Item number 9, 2016-4141BZ, 27 Barclay Street, Manhattan.
What was the date that it was scheduled for?
It was scheduled for February 26th. So I guess the submission date. February 26th.
Oh, yes,
and
it's there.
already on.
It's already on the calendar. That's my mistake. So it's, this item, the next hearing is February 26th. The submission date is February 6th.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A notice to
Continued
be-
hearing. Oh.
I'm just
Notice
saying-
has to be 20 days prior to February 26th.
Um, Continued.
Can I just instruct for the staff just to provide re-notification?
Re-notification.
Send a new proof of notice of hearing.
So there's no confusion.
Continued hearings, item number 11, 2016-4473A, 72-74 East 3rd Street, Manhattan. I don't see your swearing sheets, actually. Oh, yes, that's true, you don't have to swear. There's somebody that knows, right, correctly?
Sure. They might.
Morning, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Marvin Mitzner for the applicant.
Good morning. I just wanted to, before you start, I mentioned yesterday that we had received emails that were sent directly to the commissioners and not through Submit. Those emails have now been sent to Submit and are now formally in the record, and because we had to go look at what they were. There were just two, as far as we know. One of them was long with a long string, but it was just two that were sent directly to the commissioners that are now in SharePoint. Okay, now in the record.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Since the last hearing, we've had two consultants, an architect and a fire consultant, inspect the building. They gained access to 12 out of the 19 units.
Oh, it's 12, not 13?
That's correct. Originally, the architect's letter said 13.
Mhm.
There was a miscalculation. He's since submitted a revised letter to the board for the record that indicates 12 units. Based upon that inspection, we've determined that the safest course of action is to change all the self-closing mechanisms on the fire door. The architect has amended his plans to show that. Additionally, we learned that two of the units did not have smoke detectors hardwired. The architect has amended his plans to show that installation. And also, based upon what we heard at the executive session yesterday, with respect to those units that we did not gain access to, we will assume that the smoke detectors are not hardwired, and the architect will indicate that those will be changed also, as well as the self-closing mechanism on the fire doors.
Okay, how do we know the fire doors, though, are rated doors?
They were inspected. If you look at the letter from the fire consultant, he says right away the apartment doors inspected in the building are 1.5 fire rated.
But I thought, normally you're supposed to open the door, and on the side of the door, it tells you what the rating is on the door, because you can buy a metal door and it doesn't have any rating.
These metal doors were all installed at the same time, and I think the architect can,
Yeah.
speak to that.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that they were all installed, that they're all fire-rated doors, things change.
They
The
were-
door
they were-
breaks, they replace the door with what they buy at the local hardware store.
The doors were visually inspected, and they did not indicate any change in any doors. They're still the same as the original doors. There's no documentation at the condo board that indicates those doors were changed, which would have to be approved. Those are the same doors that have been around for 20 years, which is why we discovered that the self-closing mechanism had weakened, and which is why we're changing all the self-closing mechanisms on all the doors.
Well, I'm going to let fire department respond to that, because
Okay.
I'm pretty uncomfortable with not knowing those are fire-rated doors. Go ahead.
John Daly with Fire Department. I had spoke with the Chief of Fire Prevention along with the Chief of Operations of the board's concerns with this application. While I showed them the report prepared by the architect and the consultant, who they are aware of, they worked together in the past, that they have only notified Engine 28, who is responsible for this building, that once a permit is granted, that they would be doing a 30-day building inspection. And I had to join them, as ordered. So the apartments that the architect did not gain access to, I will be able to try to gain access, either myself or the battalion chief from Battalion 4, Engine 28. We would look at those apartments, see the conditions of the doors, And also, and if the tenants will allow us into their apartment, check to see if we have smoke detectors and that they're hardwired. So we already have a plan in place, and if the board does grant a decision on this application, I would notify all concerned parties, and we'll set up inspection procedures every 30 days to visit the site.
Wow, okay. Thank you very much.
Question, I have a question for our department. If the board were to condition any approval on all of the doors being 1.5 hour fire rated, would FDNY be able to inspect for compliance with that?
Yes, ma'am. What we can do is, if at our first inspection, I have to go meet with the Engine 28, and I notice that the doors aren't, they're metal doors, but not rated doors, as the chair had said, that I will issue a violation order myself, as I'm authorized, and we'll do a periodic inspection to be sure those doors are changed out, along with the smoke detectors and any other conditions that we discover. Because I know a lot of these multiple dwelling hallways are used as storage, so I'd love to issue those violations. So, but we will, it has been placed on what we call a BIS schedule. Once the permit is granted, it'll go 30 days. Every 30 days, we will be inspecting the building.
Okay, all right. So, but one more question on that. So, one of the things about the inspection reports that were prepared by the architect and engineer, it discussed the enclosure of the fire stair, and I want to make sure that you're okay with that enclosure being adequate to allow for the penthouse.
Yes, it is. I read that report, and it is acceptable to the
Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mike Jacobs. I'm the architect who did the survey. And to the question of the doors that are rated, and I guess the assurance that this is going to happen during a construction process with an approved permit, I can tell you it is part of my professional responsibility to make sure those are installed, in addition to the fire department, of course, which comes through and does their, and the building inspectors, which come through.
Right. So, you know, some of this is we just need to make sure that the drawings give clear instruction. So what I would want to say is that the drawings have to indicate that all doors are to be 1.5 hour rated, and if based on a fire department inspection, it is determined that a door is not 1.5 hour rated, it will be replaced with a self-closer.
I would imagine also that an approval for a project like this would require that all the rated assemblies are installed properly, which includes both the partitions that you're referring to in the stair corridor as well as the doors.
Right, okay. But if you could add a note to your drawings to the effect that, because we're concerned about those missing 7 units, that if under the fire department's direction, any doors are determined not to have adequate fire rating, they shall be replaced, right, with fireproof self-closing 1.5 hour doors, okay? Is that good? Okay.
And also
and the same goes for if it's determined that any of the apartments do not have functioning hardwired smoke detectors, at the direction of the fire department, those shall be replaced with hardwired functioning smoke detectors, okay?
That's acceptable.
Okay. So that, add a note to the drawing, that'll be a condition in our resolution, okay?
Do you want to put a time period on that, within a certain period of time, or?
No, that's the law. Forevermore, it's the law.
I was saying upon fire inspection.
It's fire department, so this is during, so it's not going to be legal to occupy this penthouse until all of the fire improvement, all the fire safety improvements have been made in the building. You don't get a C of O, right?
I just asked the architect to take responsibility on the TR1 for fire stopping, and he is. So
okay. Okay. All right. Sorry. What else did we need to say?
Walls.
Think of access, should either, no, okay. So I think maybe I don't think there are any other.
Did we discuss
issues.
about the walls?
We're going to listen to the public, but,
The walls and the plaster on the walls, did we?
so the fire department, Chief Daly said that the walls enclosure was adequate.
Okay.
So that was the thing I was concerned about. We didn't really know what the construction was, so they did a probe, and that's needed. Okay, did you want to add anything?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, so are there any speakers on this? Yes, please come.
Please sign in. So, it's either in favor of or opposed.
Sure. So,
Yes.
good afternoon. I have
Tell us your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Paul Harvey. I apologize. I'm the gentleman who's sent you letters through many of these hearings. I have a few documents to support what I'm going to say. I promise to keep this within 5 minutes, but I have a statement I'd like. If I'm permitted, I'd like to share this with you. It has a picture.
Hey, 3 minutes.
You can start now.
I can start.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, first of all, thank you very much. I thought you should have a picture after all this work of what this building looks like. You'll see that there's a 1940s picture, a 1960s picture, and what it looks today. The penthouse proposal is going on the left-hand side of this project. I won't go through all the details. You know, it's a 6th-floor walk-up. It used to be owned by the Hells Angels. They sold this building to refurbish their building across the street, their pub, and they're pretty good neighbors. It gets pretty exciting when
Totally.
when they have 100 motorcycles going down the street, but there's usually 10. So there's the point of this is there's kind of an interesting ecosystem. The owners of these buildings, there's some people who purchased these apartments 20 years ago that are at a much different price point of what they're being sold today. What's important is that the ecosystem that is in this building coexists appropriately, and that's one of the things that's important. This building has a beautiful garden, and there's a cemetery, one of the oldest cemeteries in New York, that abuts the backside, which is, I'll come back to some of the fire safety issues. I have 2 requests of the BSA. I would like your authorization withheld until the commission receives a confirmatory letter from our condo board that they're satisfied with the information that has been presented to you over these meetings. Interestingly, yesterday, we finally got an announcement of our unit holders meeting, which was surprising to me, having requested this for months, which I was quite pleased that it finally got scheduled. It's scheduled for February 13th. The board has had different positions related to this application. As you know, it is not being made on behalf of the building. It's being made by the Cohens on behalf of the building. Our management companies have said, made these quotes that you'll see. I think the most important related to my request is the second one, that the board bears no liability or responsibility for what the Cohens represent to the BSA, and to be clear, the board did not provide any permission to file said affidavits with the BSA on behalf of the condo. And for this reason, I request that you, with all the information that's been submitted, that you confirm that the board has given you this. This is a building-wide application. It's not just for a single unit. As you know, and you took a position that our president gave authorizations for this process. Our position is that the board needed to authorize that, and we've not gotten clarity over the entire year whether that's the case. So there is a case to challenge the whole validity of this.
Whether what's the case? Whether the case of the
So
president?
you received a letter from our president
Right.
authorizing this process.
Right.
According to the bylaws of our building, it should have been approved by the entire board. The board has refused to take a position on whether they've drip-fed information on this point. So the point being, the president, Jonathan Stoyer, who's been in the building for 20 years, authorized this hearing. We're not clear that the board has voted on this, and they've said these. I have dutifully listened to every single one of these hearings, which I'll comment on in a second, and I've made comments related to all of them. Their position is consistently that they don't have to take a position. And so for this reason, I'm concerned that they've not, as a board, taken a position on this.
Talking about your co-op board.
Co-op board.
Are you suggesting I'm sorry, are you suggesting we don't have jurisdiction, or?
No, that's not it.
Okay.
This is our problem. I accept your jurisdiction. I'm telling you, my problem, in a normal, my understanding the way your process works, there would be the debate among the condo. The board would approve whatever the proposal, and then the president would submit a letter to you permitting this process to begin, which started 1 year ago. My assertion to you is that the president made this, provided this signature, and did not discuss it with the board.
So you're saying he operated outside of his jurisdiction?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? So the thing is this, and we've discussed this before, we can't get involved in the sort of internecine warfare, right?
Understood.
And the only thing we do here, is, especially in these kinds of applications, is we work with the fire department to come up with what would be viewed by the fire department as a safer building that can accommodate the addition of a penthouse. That's all.
Completely accept that.
Your board, the people in your building can vote never to allow this to go forward and into the buildings department, because really we set the parameters for the fire protection, and then the property owner, the penthouse owner, makes an application to the Department of Buildings, and then that's their domain. Your board could decide never to agree to that application. It really has nothing to do with us.
The only question I have with regard to that is, if there wasn't proper authority to make the application pursuant to our rules, that an applicant has to be an owner or to receive that standing to make that application.
Right.
If that's the argument, now that we've already presumed that we believe that they're standing, they'd have to show something that says that this was done.
But the problem is this: we have an authorization from the president of the board,
Which should suffice.
which is normally what we get. One person signs the authorization form and indicates that they're the president of the board. We don't look behind what the condo bylaws are. We never do. It's not our problem. Not our domain.
Understood, Commissioner Perlmutter, but if I could just continue, all I'm asking is for a little bit of time. We finally have got this unit holders meeting, which there's been zero communication back and forth between the board and the unit holders in any detail with this. I won't go through all the details. That is our problem. I'm asking you just to, at a minimum, confirm that the board, based on what I've provided, supports what has been presented here, or I have another. I'm going to talk about completing all the issues related to the consultants in a minute. So what I'm begging you for is some time.
I don't understand what the purpose of the time is.
Because the board won't engage with us on this topic. I accept this is my problem.
The topic
of this penthouse project.
The board won't engage
They
with...
won't take into our concerns about this project, which there are several, and I will enumerate those without going to a lot of details, but they will not take our concerns for the last year. I had been begging for the last 3 months for a unit holders meeting, and surprise, surprise, when I had mentioned that in my letter to you, all of a sudden we got a unit holder meeting, which I believe has been distributed to the applicant. We got an announcement of a unit holder meeting the day before Valentine's Day.
How would our delay be?
Because it would allow us to discuss this with our board and our unit holders on February 13th.
And if we were to decide today, wouldn't you still have that shareholder meeting on February 13th?
Well, if I could just continue, make my complete argument, and then I will take your position on this.
Okay.
I just finish quickly. And what we fear, there are other unit holders here with me, is this process has been used to develop a least common denominator approach to our concerns on this, to try to push this project through. So that is request number one, that we have the timing delay issue. Point number two, I request that you enforce 100% unit holder compliance with the doors and the fire alarm reviews. I will give you my perspective on this in a second. And I think all the units should be reviewed by the architecture and fire consultants. And again, this gives us some time to resolve the governance issues that we experience. The next page is not your problem. It is our problem, which is a list of the governance issues that we have related even to the minutes of the last unit holder meeting. And the problem is that we have from a governance perspective, we have a mixture of management and oversight that's being mixed on this project. And we, as a building, we've got to get this resolved, but it's a problem. And even the applicant who was originally making comments related to this, Mr. Tanlich, he was on the board. It was the reason that he got elected to the board. He was, his replacement wasn't even disclosed to the other unit holders until December 15th. So we have issues, okay? Now, as it relates to our issues that I think are relevant to this discussion, as you know, we have a unit holders agreement at the top that has 960 square feet of buildable space in our building. As part of that, that's an agreement with 5 unit holders. The Cohens have 257 square feet of that amount. Their proposal to you is for comments on a 674 square foot proposal. So this is way beyond what they have already, and I ask you to look again at the pictures at the issues that we have to resolve. That is our problem, but I put forward that issue. I accept the bravery of the fire department of New York and your acceptance of the stairs to get over the proposed unit.
Mr. Harvey, if you could direct your comments to the board.
I apologize. I apologize, Gloria. I accept their bravery in this. But the way the building is built, there are units on the other side of this building that the fire department would have to get to. That is our problem. It may be acceptable for the fire that we wish to debate in our building and have discussions on, and for that reason, that is our problem. But that is, so although it may be acceptable from the fire department perspective, it may be not acceptable to the unit holders on the back side of the building that would be dependent on the firemen going over the penthouse to get to the back side of the building, because the back side abuts a cemetery and there's no way that a fire truck can get to that back. So the back units have to go through the front. The front is the only access to get to the backside units. People may have different opinions of this. All I'm asking is that it's appropriately debated in an appropriate form that we have in our building. So in terms of inspections, I was one of the people who said that there was no access to the building. First of all, I'd like to give the chronology of that in terms of 4C. On November 12th, our president emailed me confirming that he was watching these videos, so he is following.
Mr. Harvey, I'm sorry, we have a long hearing schedule, and really the things that have to do with within the building politics is really not our domain. Please focus on
Understood. I apologize.
what's relevant to us.
And I did promise you for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, I have offered access. I have tried to reconfirm access. And in my view, there's been no attempt to, and to be given a notice on Friday for a Monday inspection, I think is unacceptable, okay, over a holiday weekend. So I'm concluding now. So first of all, I thank the BSA for its transparency. We would not be able to follow this. I thank L'Oreal for keeping us up to date. We need to change the same principles in our building, which we do not have right now. I apologize for the lengthy emails. I will tell you, your work has made us do our job better. There has been, we've been allowed to comment on whether the inspections of one unit extends to all the units, whether the door stickers have been removed and cleaned up and put on, the hardwiring the alarms, and even clarification of Mr. Tandlich, whether he was the only person concerned about that, which were representations made in this group, which were just not correct. And the issue of building education that was made in this meeting, asserting that it was done, that had not been completed until it was disclosed, and we asked for it subsequent to the event. So for all these reasons, I'm concluding right now. I wish, I've made my statement. I wish you to support the two proposals we put forward, and I'd like us to be able to discuss this with our other unit holders.
Okay, thank you. Are there other speakers on this? Anybody else from the building who'd like to speak? Okay.
Well, Mr. Harvey, his main interest is in delaying this application, and he's been trying to do that for quite some time. This board has already heard what Mr. Harvey argued many, many times before. We've had a letter in from the council to the condo board, Mr. Zanetti, clearly stating about the authorization from the condo board, as well as indicating the condo board will not consider anything until we get the approval of BSA. So to suggest that if you have a shareholders meeting, the board is going to weigh in on this is just not correct. They will not consider our application until after we conclude this process.
Okay.
I'd like to hear from the fire department. I have a question for them.
You have a question? Chief Daly?
Chief Daly? You've heard the representations of the testimony from moments ago. Do you agree with any of the fire concerns that were stated? The access?
Well, after listening to his testimony, I'm already in my head making a plan to visit the building.
So you're going to address the issue that was presented?
I'm sorry?
You will address the
yes.
Issue presented about. So because this building backs up against the Marble Cemetery, I don't know whether fire department accesses through a cemetery when they need to?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's true. And I was just looking at the plans again. Of course, the egress for the rear apartments, anyone in the rear yard, is to go to an exit passageway back into the building and out to the street. Of course, yes, we will be running through the cemetery, but we're not going to bring a truck or a ladder.
Right, understood.
There.
Okay.
Right, okay. But in terms of, just to understand that one more, so I don't know because I don't know if we have the cellar level to see whether they have a fire corridor that goes through the building to the front. A lot of these tenement buildings do, but I don't know what has changed in the building, right? But in the event that they descend the fire escape at the rear, I also don't know whether there's some kind of breakaway panel or something that allows them to egress through the cemetery.
No.
There is not, okay.
They're not. As per the code, building code, you're not allowed to exit through someone else's room or property. So there should be an exit passageway going back into the building from the rear yard.
Okay. So conceptually, I'm just trying to understand this. They're concerned that you're willing, as fire department, to come onto the roof from the street, climb over with your packs and down on the penthouse, and then reach the rear on the roof.
No, we will have fire operations up on the roof, and they will stay on the roof. But to access to the rear, we're going to go through the cellar or go through the exit passageway to the rear yard and then go up to the fire escape, where that's the proper operating procedures.
Okay. So it's only if you're working on the roof that you have this access.
That is correct, right.
I see.
So if the fire was on the second floor at the rear or the third floor, we are going to exit, get to the rear yard either through the first floor or to an exit passageway and work our way up, not up and over.
Understood. Okay.
Shortest distance.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. Anything else from commissioners? All right, so what I wanted, so the only thing that I wanted changed was adding the notes to the drawings that indicate direction from the fire department to change the doors and the hardwired smoke detectors. So for me, I actually don't see a reason to hold this up for long. I frankly don't understand the reason for waiting for the co-op board to have more conversations about this, because our directions have to do with fire safety. So we're not getting involved in the design of the interior of the building. If the co-op board ends up saying, oh, we wish we had a nicer mailroom, or better, the tiles or should be green, we're not involved in that. So I'm not sure
if it was a standing question or a jurisdiction question, that's something that wouldn't be litigated here. If they filed a false application, that's something that there's another remedy for that in civil court, or an injunction that would be placed on them for to not proceed. So, you know, that the only reason I can gather from the testimony is that there would be a certain edge that the tenant perceived to have if we delay ruling on this today. And that, I guess the edge is that they believe he'll be heard more or something, but that's not our job.
No.
And while I am sympathetic to the concerns, they're not something that's before us, so nor are we the appropriate forum for it.
Also, just a note, we can't vote today because we need plans.
Right, we can't vote today.
Right.
So we could just say, we put it on for whatever that date is, February, our next hearing available, though, is February 12th or 26th.
Well, could we close the hearing pending receipt of those notes? It's a simple notes.
We could close the hearing, but you know we can also open a hearing.
Yes, you can, but our interest is to get a decision from this board as soon as possible.
Right.
We waited quite a long time for this.
Right. So, but, I mean, but the fact is that either the notes go on and we have a hearing on the 29th of January, or we put it on in sort of deference to this request for the, I don't remember which day.
23rd?
The
26th.
26th of February. So it's a month difference. I know. Does anyone have a preference? I think we could just put it on for the 26th of February and leave it at that and close the hearing.
And that would give the tenant the opportunity
So
to
it's
have
sort of a little bit of a compromise. And
There's nothing that will take place. There is a letter, let me reiterate, there's a letter in the record.
No, I'm not arguing. You heard. We don't see what advantages there are to having the board discuss this application, their board discuss the application. However, the notes need to be added to the drawings, and we might as well just
We can have revised plans to the board tomorrow.
Right, but your protest makes me a little concerned that there's some fear that something will happen, so.
No, it's just that it's taken so long that we'd like to just get this concluded, that's all.
Right.
There's nothing else but that.
So with that, I'd like to just put it on for February 26th and submission date by.
February 6th?
6th.
And we can close the hearing.
And we can close the hearing, okay? So.
And so it'd be for decision, February 26th.
The decision, that's fine.
Decision, but we have to do a motion.
Yes, so a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Item number 12, 2017-318A, 155 Johnson Street, Staten Island.
They requested, oh, sorry.
Good morning, Todd Dale for the applicant. We did request an adjournment. We can be very flexible with the board's calendar because resolving some of the DEP questions is taking longer than anticipated. We would expect we could submit, probably need at least 7 weeks or so.
To submit?
To submit, so.
And FDNY.
We can be flexible.
And FDNY has not completed its review, has it?
Oh.
I think based on my last note, it says FDNY needs 6 weeks to review and comment, and I don't think we received anything from FDNY.
No.
That's right.
So that can run concurrently with the,
Right. How about April? Is April too far away?
no, early April? Like
Early April, yeah. April 9.
April 9th hearing?
And that's a March 20th submission?
Perfect, thank you.
Great.
Zoning calendar, decision items, item number 13, 2016-4128BZ, 511 Canal Street, Manhattan.
Go there, yeah.
Yes. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
This was closed.
Yeah, this is the decision.
Oh, it's closed.
Jennifer Dixon, Herrick Feinstein for the applicant.
There weren't any open issues. Fire department gave us their letter of no objection.
Don't worry, keep talking.
So I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Thank you.
Item number 14, 2016-4238BZ, 388 Broadway, Manhattan.
Hey, completely forget that I have.
Is
Is there anyone
anybody
here for this application?
2016-4238BZ, 388
may not have
Broadway,
come.
Manhattan. Is there anyone here?
Appears not.
No, okay, but so we do have everything in order, so we can just make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application is granted. Continued hearings, item number 15, 2017-43BZ, 140 Hendricks Avenue, Staten Island. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Sign. Thank you.
Good morning, Stephen Simicic for the applicant. I attended a review session yesterday, and it seems that the revisions to both study maps have done their job of satisfying our argument regarding the prongs on this application, if there's no further questions.
Correct. Are there any speakers on this? Okay. Any other comments from the board? No, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant, no conditions, right? Nothing, no issues, okay.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you,
Motion is
Chair.
granted.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 16, 2017-268BZ, 33-73 154th Street, Queens. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant, World Chan Buddhist Association. Chair, we had a representative at the board's executive session. As everyone signs in, I just would just briefly discuss our hopes for today. We note that the FDNY issued a no objection letter, which we received a copy of this morning and reviewed. The architect can address this, but there doesn't seem to be anything problematic about adding the provisions that were requested by FDNY. And so I note that the board's comments essentially for the remainder of the application fall in one of several categories, and the first one being architectural as they relate to the program needs of the temple, and the second being operational as far as what the intended use of the building would be. Again, I understand, I believe the chair wasn't at the last hearing. So this is for World Shan Buddhist Association. This is a congregation which has been in existence in this area since, for roughly 15 years. They acquired the space in question, I believe it was in 2005, and there was formerly a residential building on this lot that was used by members of the congregation for a number of years until it was demolished in advance of building a temple for the congregation. So I think one of the points that was made at the last hearing, which is important to note, is that there were operations of, I'd say, up to 50 individuals at this location for close to 7 years without any major incident. Indeed, individuals who were speaking at the last hearing didn't really even know that they were operating here. It is by the nature of the practice, it is a very quiet and reflective type of worship. There is focus on meditation, on circumambulation of statues. There's noise attenuation, which is meant to prevent noise from coming in, as typically noise is prevented from leaving the building. So it is a relatively light use with regards to the occupancy of the premises. The intended use would be for 70 individuals. The spaces have been plotted out to allow for that. And so I know that there were questions with regards to the use of the caretaker space, and the boards wanted a more thorough discussion of that. So I think what I would do is have both the project architect as well as one of the masters through a translator kind of talk this out a little bit with the board. Our hope really would be that we would come to some understanding with the board today about a direction moving forward. I know that the congregation is anxious to resolve outstanding issues and to move towards an eventual home for their congregation. So I think probably what I would do would be to have the project architect approach as well as one of the masters, and they can kind of discuss some of the program decisions that were made.
Good morning. I'm Ning Lu. I'm the architect of the temple project. So we reviewed briefly the comments from the honorable chair and the BSA members. And a few things we want to go through. The first one, the FDNY no objection letter. It mentioned about the range hood kitchen suppression system and also the range inspection. So these conditions are fully acceptable. That's pretty common to all the commercial applications. And that will be done separately by a separate application. And the other item required for the trash containment, so we are going to move that into the building, into the cellar, where near the kitchen, where those will be stored and will only be taken out during the trash days, recycle days when the trucks are on. And the next items that brought up was the caretaker's apartment, which the owner, the master would like to express his thinking. So overall, basically, this space, they use it, there's no offices in the whole temple. And they use this living room, so-called living room, for multiple purposes. They use it for office, their office, for their space to study. There are two masters. And then they also occasionally meet a congregant who has issues and want to talk about certain studying programs or some kind of thinkings, because that's how the temple operates. So, Master, you have some thoughts on the space, why you would, how you are going to use that. So I'm going to let him talk a little, and maybe his translator could speak more. 就是
But you have to stand up here and speak.
Imagine you need the interpreter.
Yeah, and you also, yeah. So please state your name.
Speak English, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I speak Chinese, is okay?
Yeah, as long as
translator.
someone's
Yes.
translating. Just tell us your name first, please.
My name is Mei Yu. Yeah. 我的名字叫弥玉法师，我是这个寺院的住持。你翻译。
Please come to the mic, stand close to
My
it.
name is Laura. I'm the volunteer of the temple. How are you, everybody? Nice to meet you again. And the master, I volunteer to the temple, and then I always translate for him. But my English is not that good, but still, maybe hope I can understand. And he said, my name is Master Ming Yu, and he's the master of the temple operation, the whole temple, everything. So he taking care of all the temples, all the procedures.
Okay, so what we would like to understand is how is the area that we call the caretakers unit, how is it going to be used, as you said?
就是说这个 caretakers apartment 3楼的这个公寓，3楼的这个住所，你是会将会用它。
我们这个3楼哈，就是我们一个出家人，因为我们出家人的一个是住进的一个禅房，就要10 room， 就是用途呢会比较多一些。因为第一就是我们要放很多经书，第二就是我们就是经行的时候呢，会要用到坐禅的时候要这个绕佛，所以比普通的住房要稍微大一些。
Can you stop and so we can get translation? Like, so let's do every 2 sentences translate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, he said we as the religious monks, we use a caretaker's apartment a little differently from a regular family or persons. So we store a lot of literatures in our own personal space too, rather than just the temple have literature, right? So have books and things, and also we have it's called the meditation and walk around the Buddha. So
no, but only in the caretaker's apartment.
So he said in his own apartment, 就是在你的自己的住所，你也要做这个东西，每天都要做。So every morning when we wake up, we need to kind of do certain meditation things as a person, like personal journaling. We still need to do that, and then we will walk around the Buddha, right? And then do meditations and then talk about things. And 你也做那个学习的是吧？
对，就是我们每天早上很早 ，too early because every day too early. 4 o'clock we. Woke up, then we meditation, then we walk around the room because that's every day. That's my.
When you say we, who do you mean?
There are two masters.
The 2 masters.
So that's why there are 2 bedrooms. It's for 2 masters.
Right. Okay. And do also people come to visit the master in that unit, in that an apartment? If a member of the congregation wants to meet with the master, is that where the meeting is?
So 有没有信徒会说会到你的这个住所里来谈私事，就是比方说谈一些事情或者交流
No, that's my
private.
Right. So nobody come up.
Okay. So go ahead.
No, please, after you.
So if a member of the congregation wants to meet with the master in private, where does that happen?
会有信徒想要不要在公众场所，但是就是想面见。有时候信徒如果有问题的话，或者有理解东西要面见的话，如果是1对1，你通常在1楼见，1楼你没有坐的地方。So okay, so he said he could meet them in front of the Buddha, like it's the on the main hall.
And are any classes or anything like that given to children or anything like that? Any classes?
有没有任何的课程是给孩子没有的？我们暂时是还没有。Right now, they haven't had any, and it's mostly focused on the adults, right? 成人是 right? The adults for meditation.
So are any classes given to the adults, or is it only the meditation on Sundays?
就是说有没有上课给成人有没有上课是那个说的祷告。然后呢，就是我们会开始就是这个祷告的时候会讲开始。开始就是那个。Okay, so it's only meditation, but during the meditation, the master will speak.
So he's leading a meditation in a group.
Yeah, 就是你是就是相当于做领导。
And is he also guiding the participants in that meditation?
你也引导他们怎么做。
And teaching them how to meditate appropriately and stay focused.
Yeah, 然后告诉他们怎么样做，怎么样能够集中精力。
Yes. So, and this only happens on Sunday?
So meditation is Sunday.
But during the rest of the week, does anything happen in the building?
就是在周中啊，有没有其他事？周中是他们各自的，周中是什么个节？我们就是有一些特殊的日子，比如说佛诞，还是一些特别的这种节日，就会临时的安排。So for all the religious holidays, they have a certain calendar. So for those special days, they will have special arrangements.
Okay. So how many special days would you say are in a year?
So 1 to 2 times a month.
1 to 2 times per month.
另外就是周中的话，就是开放随便什么人进来，他要做个祷告。
So,
他们平时是就是不对外开放，就对这个 member。Okay. So during the week, he said, if the member wants to come in and then basically meditate themselves, practice meditating, that's fine, but it's not open to public. It's only open to members.
Only open to members. Yeah. Okay. So, but someone can come in on their own and meditate. Okay.
And that meditation will happen in the cellar or on the first floor, but not in the caretaker's unit.
就是这个它会是在
So
mostly on the first floor.
Is there any program so from what I understand, there's about 68 days a year that there's going to be a led meditation.
So he wants to just clarify. The main hall, he said for pray. So basically you pray. And the meditation usually happens in the cellar. There's a meditation hall that's for meditation.
So is it fair to say that when he's saying, are there prayer services or praying only 68 days out of the year?
一年中间1到2次，一年是不是只有加上7天的话，是不是只有68天是主要的在一起？他这个我们有些额外的，比如说我们如果说有些故事，我们需要帮他举行，就是ceremony超度的，我们也给他做，这个是没办法。So there are, in addition to that, they said there is, if somebody died, and then they have to have a certain praying ceremony for the person who passed away. Like these are unexpected, like he cannot estimate how many incidents could be. Yeah.
Okay.
And also for marriages, is there something for marriages where the member consults with the master? 会不会来找你问？我记得是没有结婚。
So yeah. So that's something that most of the people here are not familiar with. Is Buddhism. Buddhists, they are not supposed to get married. So they are supposed to be, like, they have a lot of what is it called, things that they have to follow. One of them is the sexual desire has to be forbidden. So people, like the congregants for the temple, usually are not thinking about marriage.
How often would you say that a member seeks the counsel of the master?
有你的那个人员多少频繁的会，有时候他们心里痛楚，他们需要你的指导指点的时候，就大概会有多频繁。
这个就他们来的有的时候就20-30个，他有些问题不一定每个来的说，不一定每个人来的都有问题，他就每个人有的时候他就倒了，问题的不一定就是平均大多是有几个人。
So he said that for 20 person he's leading the praying service or whatever. So usually there's about 2 people who may have questions and want to talk to him.
And does that happen throughout the week?
那个是光是在礼拜天，还是整个星期天？
就是我们有时候个人谈些有些问题，那我们也会给他讲，给他时间。
So it's really depends. He said that occasionally some people will reach out to him during the week also, and then ask questions, and then he will make sure if they reach out to him, then he will make time for them.
During the week, to meet them during the week in the main hall or in the meditation room?
The main hall.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand this temple in the context of the temples that I know. And so what I'm trying to understand, when you say members, are they all monks or are they people who have other jobs and come during one day of the week to meditate? If you speak, you have to come to the mic.
It's only 2 masters in the temple, and then all Congress is the members.
No, that's not my question. So
are members monks?
Yeah, the reason that I'm asking is the temples that I know, the people who don't get married are the monks. And the other people are people who come and worshipers who come and get advice from the monks. But so I'm trying to understand, is this different?
他就是问的就是说，你的成员是不是和尚？不是。那么你的成员他们是不是就因为和尚是不结婚那个，成员是不是都是要严格遵守的？还是成员只是来祷告的？
这个成员方面呢，不要先后悔这种事，先不要来祷告，有些就是不理性。
有些就是相信不的，但他们结不结婚呢？他们OK。Okay, so he said the monks is only 2.
Okay.
2 monks, 2 masters, and then all the congregants are members, and they may get married or whatever it is, but they said they don't bring these things to him, right?
Okay.
So the marriage ceremonies are not held.
Yeah,
so the marriage ceremonies are not held in the monasteries.
No, that would never doesn't happen. No.
Okay.
You get advice.
Yeah. So no. So he said that no wedding would be in the. Okay, so he said at one point one of the congregant he said that actually reached out to him, asked him to prove that they are married, like the 2 men and the woman, to just prove, and then but he said he's never done any ceremony in his monk.
Right, understood. Okay.
Can you ask him how many temples he's been in? How many different temples? Yes.
他说你参加过多少次
advice
佛堂？对，就是你自己。It's himself.
In his life, yeah.
In his life， 在你的生命中间，你参加了多少？
In America. And in China? Okay. And,
在中国 So China is in Canton. So here.
So my question is because, and the size of the statues, do they vary from temple to temple?
就是每一个佛堂的佛像，它说是不是大小都不一样
Different sizes. And what would you say is the smallest size of Buddha that you've seen in one of those temples?
就在一个佛堂里面，
Main Buddha, okay.
在一个主要的佛堂里面，你通常看的佛像的大小哈，它是最小的。
最小的也就最小的这么高的也有，最大的就
I don't know how to say this, but
大电视的比那个
The principal.
that high?
That height, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, it varies in size. Just on the side note, I grew up in China, so I went to many different Buddhist temples, and I did actually the Buddhist temple measurement is one of my projects in my architecture school. And then at that time we measured the whole mountain, like the mountain. There are many temples around, so we basically had the whole 60 classmates, right? So we go and we measure it. So majority of temple we see are over 3 to 4 stories high, and then so it's like the temple is high, and then the Buddha statue is very big because it's really to create a sense of awe, right? So but then in the smaller spaces where they are where the monk lives, they usually have all these small ones near their living spaces.
Do you have like a medium height for like main hall Buddhas or?
Median height in China?
Yeah.
In China, 在中国的就是平均的佛像的高度，大概就佛堂里。
我们寺呢，大寺呢，平均呢，就是从大寺大殿就是至少没有20尺以上。
Yeah, so most of the large temples, the Buddha, the statue is more than 20. 20 尺还是20米
They're big.
20 feet.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
Yeah.
They are
20
They're
feet.
really
Yeah.
big.
Yes.
I guess, if I'm understanding what Commissioner Shibata is trying to say, is there any religious principle that dictates what is the minimum size of the statue that has to be for the size of the room? A little bit of there is no such. Is there any requirement? I'm just asking that.
他就说有
Feng shui. I'm not sure if that's the appropriate term, but something to that effect. Is there any requirement? What has to be the minimum size of the statue for the size of the room?
I
it's
don't
just-
really
it's just-
want
Is that what
to
you're
go
getting at?
here.
I know. I think
So-
the
yeah.
idea is the bigger the better for the all
Right.
purposes.
Yes,
You
and
know.
I also want to say that, you know, in all religious institutions, houses of worship, there's an object, or in many, there is some object that is the focus where everyone knows to face for prayer, right? And in actually almost every religion I can think of, there's an object to face for prayer, and it needs to be something of substance, because how else for that purpose of awe? And for us as a sectarian board to be, or non-sectarian board, to be looking at whether your Buddha should be 4 feet or 8 feet or 12 feet, it's making me very uncomfortable. That would be like
I was
saying,
just trying to-
how high is the mihrab? How high is the Torah altar? How
No,
high
I was
is
just-
how high is Jesus? I don't want
On the
to do
last
this.
date, we had some questions about the height and
Yes.
the wall relation. I just wanted to get a feel or understanding
Right.
Yeah.
of
Right.
the purpose behind it, and
Yes.
I was satisfied with the idea of it's there for all.
Because I also do want to say that in all the houses of worship, we look at all of them. They're always a 2-story space. There's always sort of a gallery that looks into the 2-story space. Sometimes the gallery is closed, and sometimes it's open. In this case, it's closed because it has the library. In other cases, it's open to allow congregants to look into the space along with the worshipers on the ground floor. So I don't know why we would be digging into this religious pursuit's right to do exactly the same as everyone else.
I was just
right?
educating myself.
Yeah, yeah, it makes me super nervous. Thank you. Yeah. So, but I do appreciate, I think one of the reasons for the questions are to understand how the building will be used during the week, right? Because you've got two separate gathering spaces, and maybe that's an important element to explain to us. Two separate gathering spaces where you come in for one to meditate. One is for worship, and then the I can't pronounce this word, circumambulation room is in the cellar, which is a separate room, and they can't double function, right? It's not like you can do, right, that's the question.
他们就说的你的美国厅是在谈堂是在地下室，那么就这两个不会同时用嘛，因为它是厅就是这样。So no, they are not used at the same time.
Right, okay. And then another question, and this is really for Ms. Liu because you designed the space. So the meditation space is pulled away in the cellar, is pulled away from the walls to create this kind of other negative space behind it, right? And you label it as storage, but my experience in temples is that you access that space and there are actually other small statues there. So that's my question. Is that something that's storage really, or will people have access to that as sort of an extension on prayer space?
So as a purpose, when we designed it, we did not anticipate the back to be the prayer space. The reason being that the whole building doesn't really have much of storage space, and then there will be chairs and dining room area and like things needs to be stored away. And originally I actually planned this to be the book storage, but then the master brought up that the books may get damped, right? So it's these are very precious books, and then he has asked me to move it to the second floor. That's why we made a change. But I still believe they will need storage space. Yeah, for events and all these pads. They're not going to lay everything out at all time.
Right. Okay. Okay. And then what was the other question? The other question was about sources of music. So again, no gongs and no bells.
就说你音乐你会不会这么敲咚？是什么样的音乐？
那个音乐很小的，那个音乐很小，那个我们唱的就是以经木鱼，佛教的这些法器，那个声音不是很大，就挂起来不会外面不会影响到邻居。
Okay, so he said that the music is not loud, so because it's for meditation, so it's a regular their Buddhism music, and then once the doors closed, windows closed, outside should not be able to hear.
Right, but there is some kind of a gong or a bell.
有没有这种 gong？
Right.
个 bell 是那个钟，有没有这种敲钟打鼓那个？
Little, yeah, little. I know. Okay. Yes, I just want to correct.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to correct the record because at the last hearing there was a statement that there were no instruments, which struck me as being strange because Buddhism uses very small. Right. Small.
对，
Yeah.
木鱼是木鱼，就是那个
Yeah, yeah.
这个敲不敲的？这个不敲的。So it's not like in China they do the
big ones, but it's a little
here
one.
it's very little.
Yeah. Okay. And
I had a question, keeping in mind the proposed height of the statue. Can you help me understand why this floor-to-ceiling height as proposed is the minimum needed? Can it not be reduced? Because as part of the statement, it said that in order to accommodate the proposed height of the Buddha statue, you need a minimum clearance of 18 feet 4 inches. The height seems to be more than that. Can that be brought down?
So that's again, it's religious space, and what we don't want to see a Buddha has a head almost touching the ceiling. It just doesn't look right. And then, also, I recently went to Barcelona. I mean, talking about house of worship. In Barcelona, the churches, I personally measured, they're 125 feet just for one space. And the Buddha, not Buddha, in that case, it's a Jesus. It's only the life size of a person. But the space is very important for to achieve a spiritual feel rather than it's not a living room. So the space we are proposing basically only 18 feet.
Consistent with other.
Yeah, right? It's consistent with other house of
worship. The
worship.
statue that you're proposing is the
it's
height
basically
is
only
12 feet, 12 feet 3 inches, and the ceiling height that would be needed to accommodate that is 18 feet 4. So there is plenty clearance from the head of the Buddha to the roof. There seems to be more space than that, as shown in the plan. So my question is, can that be brought down to 18 feet 4?
So
gives you the enough clearance that you are wanting.
So just to look at this room, right? This room, I'm looking at it. The clearance is about 14 feet. So I'm only asking a space that is about 4 feet higher than this. So I felt it's a minimum height for a house of worship as a main hall, and when you walk in. And on top of that, the Buddha usually Buddha cannot be on the ground. It has to be raised at least 4 feet. And by doing that, basically, I'm looking at it's exactly like this space. The Buddha has to start from at least here, right?
Oh, so the 12 feet did not factor in the dais.
So 12 feet, you mean?
That's what's in I'm going by what's in the statement. The statement said the statue of the Buddha is 12 feet 3 inches high. I assume that included the base.
I see. So I will need to have lightings and all the other things on top to make the environment look feel how to say that, feel solemn and quiet and a sense of lifting people up. So that's it's just this height. In my opinion, as a professional architect who has been studying and practicing for over 20 years, I really think it's not a high space. And also the whole length of the main hall. The other thing is the length of the main hall is only, let me see, it's 50 feet. So my living room is 30 feet. So this is only 50 feet. So if my length cannot be that long, that large, I can only rely on a decent ceiling height to make it not look like my living room. I want it to look like a worship space. That's really what it is. And we talked about it a lot, about how we can under all the limitations, make it possible to make the members of the congregation to really feel the religious or spiritual feeling of a space.
I also want to add that this is a 22-foot height to the roof, whereas if this were in sort of the old days of the zoning resolution or in another residence district, you would have the right to put in a 23-foot high double height space. So, and it's simply that in this R2 that's not permitted. The other thing is there is the book storage level, which is not just storage, it's where you look at these books, right? It's really a library. And that needs to fit within the height, so you are inserting 2 floors into 22 feet to the roof. So, you know, I don't think it's an unreasonable, and again, I keep going for the reality that many of our houses of worship come to obstruct the rear yard by more than 23 feet. They come for 26, things like that. And so they're getting a waiver in districts where there is not a requirement, where you're permitted to have an obstruction to 23 feet. So I just don't, I want to be careful about sort of double standards, right?
我们现在空间这个我也已经都有。Yeah, the master just want to stress that they have the hand ceilings and then have all the mechanical systems and everything has to accommodate to work. So it's, the ceiling, he said, is not high. It's not that high.
I have one more question. Is there any minimum dimension that is needed for or area one needs for circumambulation?
For what?
Is there a minimum space, dimension, radius that is needed, or an area that one needs to be covered for circumambulation?
So,
to walk around the.
有没有就是最小的空间？有没有说是最小的空间的这样的有多大？要这样说。So he said no, and I think it's also it really depends on how many people, because if you have 20 people, you are walking around in circles, it's not possible. You walk in this, I mean, it's just not possible. Yeah.
My question was more specific to the caretaker's unit as to what is the minimum dimension you would need in the caretaker's unit for that circumambulation space.
Sure. So 就是在你住所里，就是你佛堂人，你像大概需要多大？最小的。
有一个，他因为我们这个东西太多了，我们收入去放那个书嘛，然后我们自己有个柜子嘛，我们希望有一个空间可以这样绕佛，行走那一点，就是能大一点，我希望就大一点。
So he said they have a lot of things like bookshelves, and because the space is also, they have tables, dining table, work desks, and all these things. He just want to have a space that's empty without furniture, and just have a Buddha so he could circle around. So he's not sure about the size, but as long as he can do that, he said he's fine. But they have a lot of things. That's what he said.
So I think that one of the comments really was about, when we go back to the zoning relief, was that the top floor, which includes the apartment, is is obstructing the rear yard. And so the question is, why can't it just be pulled back 5 feet so you don't get any waivers for the apartment, and so except for floor area, right? And that would reduce the length. So instead of being 30 feet for the living space, it's 25 feet. But that seems like it would still work. And so that's the question. And then the other part of the zoning is, I think on your drawings, you're using the wrong section of the zoning resolution.
Yeah, thank you.
It should be 24, not 23.
The 24 for the...
Yeah, right. So in which case, I think some of your waivers are not needed.
So I think the one you brought up is a side setback, right?
Yes.
So I did double check that for community facility use. If we consider community facility use, it is because the building is less than 35 feet. So that waiver, you're right, is not needed. I discussed with Mr. Lobielto. So thank you for pointing that out, and we'll correct that.
And also the front yard waiver, you're setting back already 15 feet at least from your front lot line, and then as far as I can tell, you're behind the sky exposure plane for the whole building. So I don't think you need a front yard waiver either.
Yeah, that one we discussed too. So yeah, we can remove it.
Yeah, so I think, because we're looking at, for one, making sure we're not waiving something that doesn't need to be waived, and we're also looking at minimum variances, because that's our standard. And so it's looking like the only waivers you need are on the shorter, the narrower side yard. That you're reducing now to 5 feet, which was 8. Right? And then floor area. That's what it seems like is left. And then my other question was about the parking in the side. So as you know, the neighbors are very concerned about parking. And when you submitted the
map that indicates how far the congregants are from the temple. They're more than 3/4 of a mile, which tends to be where we look at limits on walking. So one question is, in some of the religions we look at, there is actually a doctrinal requirement that you walk to prayer. That usually helps us understand who's going to drive and who's not going to drive. You already have 50 people who come or came to this site, right? So maybe you could talk about, or the master could talk about the use of cars to come to this site and where they went. And then the other question is, so you've opened up the side yard to 11 feet to allow for one car. What about if it allowed for a few more cars in there?
So I will first answer the question regarding the car briefly for the side yard. We relocated the recycle bins to downstairs in the cellar. So yes, we can keep the side yard clear. So if there is a need, but that the master would like to, I think it's possible that the car can drive in. But the master wants to make sure that the security is well thought of, because he doesn't want some strange vehicle to come in the middle of the night. So we would have a fence in front, but then we could keep the whole side yard clear just in case. From the building department's point of view, they only acknowledge one car on the side yard, because once there's a car, the other car cannot back out.
Right.
So the legal description will still be one car, but yes, it's possible to park more.
Okay, that's fine. So if you could show more spaces, and Department of Buildings does whatever it wants to do, but show more spaces so we can say that we've allocated space for tandem parking, or whatever the number is that works, 4 or 5 cars. I just don't know what it's there.
Yeah, and the parking, do you need the master to talk more about how the members park?
Yes, and his experience on that site, how members came to the site.
Sure. 你说你因为有你的通常是怎么停？
他们都是一般是坐在附近的走路的，然后他们就是打巴士来，租车来打车，然后呢有些时候家里送来，这个停车的非常少。
就是之前都是。
对，都是这样。
So based on his past experience, his members usually either walk or take a bus, and some members may come by car, but they usually dropped off by their home members, and then it had been a very little need on parking based on his experience.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Were you ever aware that the neighbors had difficulty finding parking, or have they ever complained about parking or cars blocking driveways? No one's ever come to knocked on the door and complained about parking?
So he said never, because in the past there's only 1 or 2 cars parked outside sometimes, but so he never received any complaints.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so my last question is, of course, you were talking about we need to push back 5 feet. I just want to make sure that the master is comfortable about that.
Okay.
就是那个3楼起居室，他们还是要求，就是你能够推进扶持，你是一定不可以的，就是空间。
我是希望快一点，但是他们还要是 OK。
So I just have a just quick question. So he said if he has to, otherwise it cannot be approved, then he said he will deal with smaller space. My other question is, what if I have my windows on the ceiling have skylight for their 2 bedrooms? Then I don't need the 30 feet rear yard for legal light.
No, so it's not about the legal light. You can have windows. You can also have skylights. Your choice. It's about creating the 30-foot rear yard for your neighbor to the sides and rear. That's what it is, to maintain because you're already obstructing the rear yard by the 22-foot-high structure. And so as soon as possible to pull back to create a real 30-foot rear yard. Sometimes, I don't know in this case without quickly looking on satellite, but sometimes you'll see garages and things like that in the backyards of other people's houses. So they already have a structure that goes to somewhere around 18 feet. I don't know if that's the case here. Yeah.
Chair, I would just because this is the one thing the master asked me to advocate for in addition to the application, but I think from a religious standpoint, we've demonstrated that the use of the caretaker's apartment is used for more than just living space. It's, there is religious practice that takes place there as well as the use as a library for the masters. To the extent that there is, that the chair and the board would allow this, it would be very important to him. But of course, at the end of the day, we're hopeful we can proceed with the application.
But I'm looking at now the site plan that does show garages in the backyards of people's houses. So we know that they're also obstructing their rear yards, right? So, however, it looks like they have, maybe not that side there, yeah, they have complying rear yards except for their garages. That's why I feel that that the space with the 5-foot setback seems to be adequate for the proposed. What is everyone?
I think this has been my primary concern with this proposal. So I strongly would recommend that be considered, especially, programmatically. I think it's not a requirement from a neighborhood character point of view, I think it would be.
The other thing I'd add is there's actually one of the adjacent neighbors that, as a matter of record, upon visiting the site, there's an illegal auto body repair that's taking place on one side, despite the fact this is an R2 neighborhood.
Right.
So, again, I would ask the board. Our primary concern is that the congregation wants to move towards resolution. I would ask the board, as a matter of practice, as well as the fact that as a precedential matter, we come in with a lot of religious organizations. To my knowledge, this is the first Buddhist temple that's approached the board. Again, this is we defer to the board. But we also, we understand that religious organizations are treated somewhat differently. I don't think that this has the profound effect on public health, safety, or welfare. I feel that, the enlargement would not be visible from the street. To the extent that this is acceptable to the board, it would be great for the masters. But again, we're happy to.
So this is about a caretaker's apartment. This isn't about the temple, right? And we always have this discussion about caretaker's apartments. Why are they so big? Why do you need so many bedrooms? What are you going to do in this thing, right? So we're always pushing back on the size of the caretaker's apartment. So I would have to say we're being very consistent.
Yeah.
And there were statements that they're not using it they're not taking visitors in it, they're not doing guidance in it.
Right.
Yeah, I believe it was mentioned just 2 people.
Yes.
In that space, and 5 feet is not gonna shrink the space dramatically, so I don't believe 5 feet is.
Understood. And the masters appreciate everything that the board has done, and will adjust the apartments accordingly.
Where is the automotive?
Yeah.
It doesn't show on satellite.
Yeah, no, it's to the, I believe it's to the south.
South.
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't just someone fixing a car?
No, we're pretty certain.
Yeah.
And again, without, just as a matter of walking by the property.
Right, but it's not but you have these other houses right around it that are relying on their rear yards, and that's.
No, I think we understand.
Okay. Okay, good. So are there speakers on this? Sorry, did you want to say? Parking study. Church. Right. Oh, yes. Can somebody talk about what the issue with the church and the parking study? Yeah.
Yes. So we
Your name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Amber Cartalian, Equity. We went out and we surveyed a quarter mile, and within walking distance of public transportation based on conversations with the association. The majority of congregants arrive by bus.
When was this?
Or by the train.
When was this done?
May 21st, I believe. It was on a DOT.
No, I was just wondering if you did it again. So this
This is the same study.
This is the same study. You know, I tried to look into the church. That was an issue of contention regarding whether or not that was captured in the original parking study. I mean, I did see that the building was developed. I mean, it's been there for several years now, and to me, just based on Google Street Views, I don't recall off the top of my head as I was there, it appeared to be occupied.
No, but wait a minute, your information, or the information that was given to us in the last submission was that the church opened in November of 2017, so that's not several years, right? And the parking study was done in May of 2018, and the question was the church in full operation by the time of the 2018 study, because the neighbors who came to testify indicated that the church had now had an enormous impact on their ability, on not just their ability to park, but on their own driveways.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm from Shell Nobel, PC for the applicant. I just want to clarify what was submitted. We did, the November 2017 was based on Google images of that it looked like a fully built building. I personally tried to call the temple, but I got hung up, the church, but I got hung up on. But there was a certificate of occupancy that was issued. I mean, that doesn't mean that it was operational.
Right.
We don't know for sure whether it was operational. But I know Amber could also talk about the adequate parking spaces.
So, you know, when we had gone out during the AM, midday, and PM hours, I mean, we were at 53% utilization and 55 in the midday, 54. So, I mean, there was a lot of parking in the immediate quarter-mile area. If we had gone out to a half a mile, we would have found more. And, you know, the parking study that I did actually was the most conservative that I could do it, assuming that all of the congregants would drive to the site and would still be accommodated by street parking.
So what's a little confusing here is we had very strong testimony at the last hearing of people concerned about the parking situation, right? And rather than going out and updating your data, you come back and tell us about the May study, which didn't seem to pick up the same information as what the neighbors were expressing. So what we had wanted you to do was go out and check again, right? So that maybe the church was not in full swing in May when you did that, or maybe that time of the year is sort of an off year because whatever, it's summertime or something, an off time for a church, right? So, so to go back and talk about May when the testimony from the public was about now, and then to not talk about now on site is a little disturbing, right? We don't want to go back and talk about May. We read the study, right? So we really need more on the current conditions and more on, and then the statement that most of the congregants walk is not completely borne out by the map that was produced that shows most of the congregants live more than 50% of the congregants live more than 3/4 of a mile from the site.
Secondary walk trips, so they would be arriving by bus predominantly to the site and then walk from transit to the building.
No. Because there was also testimony that there wasn't very good bus service to this site.
They're within, what is it,
No, so there was testimony from the public that the bus service is pretty erratic. So if you could maybe provide something on the schedule of the buses that stop right there that are picking up the congregants who live outside of that 3/4 mile, maybe that would help.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
You know, I hope the study acknowledges with the testimony that we heard last day, and because I found it to be very credible that they had some real concerns with regard to parking. So it there has to be some truth in that, and we have to find a solution to it, because we don't want to burden the community any more than we have
Right,
to.
no, absolutely. And if we need to go out on another Sunday and redo our counts, and, whether we just, go by the church and, confirm it's operational and that the parking study captures that, we're willing to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, but I mean, I think going out on another Sunday during the times of the worship hours for the temple and checking the testimony of the public, not to check whether your May study was right, but what's the current situation? Because the public is testifying as to today, right, or as to the last hearing date, right? Okay. All right. Are there any members of the public here to speak? No? Okay. All right then, so the main things are the parking study and then modifying the drawings to reflect the 5-foot setback and to correct the zoning calculations to show that you don't need all those waivers, and to show parking in that side yard, even though DOB considers it one space, we'll at least get 4 spaces or something like that there.
And revise the DOB objection to include the side yard.
We actually have that.
Yeah, that
Oh,
they.
you already did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair, for the record, community board, they sent me an email this morning saying that they didn't vote on it. That there was a community board, the one they submitted before was incorrect.
So I know that there's an incorrect community board recommendation in there. Richard and I Richard went to 3 different land use committee meetings already with CB7 starting in 2017 for their land use committee. So we've already been to 3. And I know that the parking space was actually added because of community board concerns, but they haven't invited us to the full board meeting yet, so there's no recommendation from them.
Do you have any insight as to when you're going to have a full board?
We don't have any insight as far as the full board. I do note that one of the primary issues was potential FDNY approval, which has been resolved. So I'm sure they're going to be happy to hear about that. Perhaps that spurs them to issue a recommendation.
Isn't their land use the full board?
No, they separated out.
Oh, they separated it out, okay.
Oh, okay, so you've already gone to 3 meetings,
Yes, sir.
and they've chosen not to issue a
That's correct.
recommendation.
Yeah, I think honestly
Gene Kelty is very particular.
I'll be candid. So Gene Kelty,
Gene Kelty, who is the chair of Community Board 7, is a former fire
yes,
marshal,
correct,
and he is very particular about fire safety measures. So
correct.
I can completely understand.
That was his primary issue.
But not issuing a recommendation, so.
I think it was
They're sort
an
of their
effort.
job.
I think it was an effort to. I think there was an understanding that that they wanted fire department issues resolved, but that they actually I think were felt badly for this religious institution, having had a number of religious institutions before them.
Now, the fire department's resolved?
Yes.
So let's.
Well, we're gonna forward that correspondence to make sure they have it, so at least Gene will know.
Okay, I mean, they've had plenty of time to issue a recommendation. If they choose not to, what can we do?
Silence gives
Okay.
consent.
Yeah, and of course, all of our correspondence and application materials are submitted to the community board in accordance with the board's rules.
Okay.
Trash enclosure and shower in the ADA.
This trash enclosure, the architect already mentioned, and what was the other one?
You said shower and the ADA
Oh,
toilet
yeah.
in the cellar.
So there's on the drawing in the cellar, it looks like the ADA toilet has a shower. Is that?
Yes, that's a match with the commissioner at the building department, and he has permitted that because he is very familiar with Buddhist practice. So there are several ceremonies you are supposed to be cleaning yourself before you pray. So he actually, I have his consideration on that shower specifically.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's.
And there were no speakers?
No speakers. So, to give a little time on the parking update, but I think the drawings, that's not very much time, right? So.
Amber has indicated that they'd be able to perform the parking study within the next 7 to 10 days.
Oh.
Okay, but I don't know what we.
There's a snowstorm coming up.
That's true.
On Sunday.
Yeah. Okay, but what about the March 5th one?
That's supposed to be a light one, but that's fine.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's not a lot to look at. So March 5th, what's the submission?
February 13th.
So
February
that would give you
13th submission or?
Submission date for March 5th hearing.
Yes. The Master, the second urgent request was that to the extent that the board is satisfied with the upcoming submission, that they would, of course, have the authority to close and vote on the application at that time.
And then you have to translate that to him.
Excellent. Not me, but my Chinese is not that good.
Okay, all right, thank you
All right.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you,
coming,
Commissioners.
really
Thank you, Chair.
appreciate it, thank you.
It is 12:50. Does the board want
Yes,
a
we
break?
do need a break, yes, indeed, thank you.
Please,
So it's 10-minute break
Okay.
or a lunch break?
We will have a 10-minute break.
Ms. Jella decided that one.
Yeah.
Watch the video of the
We're back on the record. Item number 17, 2017-277BZ, 1022 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Good afternoon, Lyra Altman, from the law firm of Lyra Altman. We did have somebody attend your executive session yesterday and heard your comments. Yes, providing. Thank you, Carla. And based on that, we made a submission last night. I don't know if you've seen it. I do have some copies if you'd like to see.
Please submit copies.
We'll submit them formally, but for the moment.
I did see it, but I looked at it very quickly.
I think I sent this one through at 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Open it on my phone.
no problem. Let me tell you what changes you requested and what was done. First, you asked us to add a note regarding the removal of the existing walls and joists in excess of what is shown. We did exactly that. You asked us to add the missing setback
Can
dimensions.
you tell us where you wrote those things?
On
Okay,
the
I
first
got it.
page.
Let her tell us where we wrote them.
On the first page.
Yeah, okay.
The missing setback dimensions on the rear yard, for the rear yard on the second floor, attic and roof lines have been added. We always had the dimension to the existing portion, but the new portion has been dimensioned now. 24, 1.5, I believe is the exact dimension. You see that?
Yeah, it's 21 and a half plus 3.
Right, well, it's actually dimensioned out on the second and attic and roof as was requested. In addition, the rear non...
I'm sorry, may I please tell us everything?
drawings?
She was never sworn in.
Oh, we need to swear you in, Ms. Altman, please.
I apologize. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Of course. Apologies.
Okay. Okay, so in the meantime, I found some.
Nonetheless, what I said before still remains the truth. Even if I wasn't sworn in.
Okay. Keep going.
So, you want the page numbers for the second floor?
No, well, I found them in the meantime, so they're on but when you tell us where the changes are, tell us.
I can give you the page numbers instead of what they are, absolutely. Let me open my set then with you as well. The rear non-complying roof, there was a discussion that the height shouldn't change, and the slope shouldn't change. That has been revised. So the portion that's beyond the 20-foot in the rear yard, that's pre-existing pre-existing non-complying condition that we're maintaining, that is now identical to the existing conditions on the exterior.
And what page was that? That's P1?
That is shown on actually a lot of pages. I'll walk you through. First page you will see that on is page P5. You will see that little bit of roof sticking out on the rear. It's only for about a foot, so it's not a very large piece of roof sticking out. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You will also see that on P6, which is the roof plan. You will also see it on P7, which is the rear elevation. You will also see it on pages.
Sure. Rear elevation. So they're doing it as like a double roof?
A little, exactly. They're maintaining a roof that will be identical. They're going to rebuild it, but identically in the exact same location with the exact same slope.
Okay.
They just want to have a fresh roof, of course. It's also on the south and north elevations. And of course, it's shown on the longitudinal section as well, which is P10. And last but not least, I should point out, it is also shown on the building envelope diagram on P13. Carried through to every page where it should be shown.
Wait, yeah. So, that little extra 2-foot portion.
It's actually a little less. It's 1 foot, 1.5 inches. The piece that's exact, because the rear yard is 18, 10 and a half.
Oh, okay.
So it's a really small piece of roof, which is why it's not easily noticeable without looking for it. Also, there was a request regarding the piece in the front on the second floor, which is page P4. What was that bump out? That's actually a balcony. So what we did to make it clear was we noted that it's permitted obstruction per ZR 2344A4. And I had that note added not only on the second floor plan, which is P4, but I also had that note added on the elevations. You can look, for instance, on P8, and you will see it. It says balcony permitted obstruction as per ZR 2344A4. I see what the question was. It didn't necessarily appear as a balcony on P5, but when you look at the elevations, you could see it. So a note was added to make it clear.
Okay, good.
And lastly, there was a question regarding the rear. You said we had requested that you change the second floor to 25 feet. The existing at 18, 10 and a half is exactly that. It's existing. That's part of our 50% that we're maintaining. The new portion is at 24 feet, 1.5, which is significantly set back from there. And at the board's request, instead of having a pitched roof like this in the rear, since the last hearing, what we had done is we changed the angle of the roof. This was not yesterday, this was in the prior submission, to spring back right from the second floor as a hip. So that was based on the August 2nd hearing. And I believe that answers everything that was brought up yesterday.
I think so. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So then, are there any speakers? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close. Oh, this was submitted.
It was, it was submitted electronically, yes, hard copies.
Signed and sealed?
Yes.
Yes.
Signed still on top right corner of the page.
Yeah, very
And what is the
teeny
revised
sealed.
date?
Okay.
Excuse me?
Revised date.
The date. What is the date on it?
Yeah, so we're still struggling with this idea that architects actually date their drawings.
I didn't check that last night, truthfully, and I see that
So
it's,
I'm just going to have to say this over and over again.
I will
Architects,
remind
please,
them.
Whenever you change a drawing, it needs to be dated, like you used to do in the old days before God invented computer drawings.
of course. This was, as you know, a last-minute change based on
Yeah.
yesterday's notes. The notes came through at 2 o'clock.
No, but what I want to
He made
say
these
is,
revisions
back
for
in the
you.
old days, you would never issue a set of drawings without a new date, and a
course.
computer sort of discourages you from adding that, because it's an extra effort.
Well, I think we tend to look at the metadata to determine when
Make
the
it
plan
easier.
came from.
What?
At least I do.
Should make it easier to put these
You
kind
would think it would make it easier, like the computer won't let you close unless you put the date on, or it dates it automatically, or something like that. Oh, sorry. But we never see that.
So I think a lot of people just rely on the data. When you put you click
Yeah.
over the file, it tells you all the information. I know that a lot of people do that, including myself,
Yes,
double check
but-
dates. But you're correct, I should
Yeah,
have the
no,
architect do
it's
that, and I will
really a
remind them in the
problem.
future.
So,
We'll put the correct plans in the resolution, though.
yes. It
They
helps
will-
us, right, to ensure that, because this
They will all be
is
stamped
dated,
today.
it's February 2017, just to
But
give
they
you-
will, no, I see, and I will make sure that they are stamped correctly at BSA,
Yeah,
of course, in the
okay.
offices.
Okay.
All right. So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Schetzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the usual condition, which is included on the notes on the drawings, removal of existing walls and/or joists in excess of that shown on the approved plans will void the special permit.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Schetzer?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Motion is granted.
Thank
Thank you.
I just may have the set so I can bring them right over to your offices.
Item number 18, 2017-309BZ, 406 Remsen Avenue, Brooklyn.
No. You think it's all that? Okay. Thank you.
I'll bring these right over.
Thank you.
I'd like to.
Do you, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, please print your name.
East Ramsey.
And I just want to note for the record that council withdrew from this, so I don't know if there is any representation by council.
Yes, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Board. My name is Amit Ichaik, and I'm the owner of Samuel Associates, 406 Remsen Avenue. We did a few things to cure the problems that were happening at the site. And I submitted photos.
You want to tell us what you did?
Yes. I don't know if you have a copy of the photos?
We do.
You do, okay, so on page number 1, page 1, 2, 3, and 4, we had padlocked the rear entrance to the yard.
Before you continue with that, I don't know if you were present. I don't remember seeing you at the last hearing.
I was present, I know what you're going to say.
Okay.
But I got clearance from the fire department that it's not an egress and that it was okay to close it up. So I did so.
Okay.
Number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 shows pictures of the total cleanup at the rear of the site. Everything was taken out and disposed of. That's the rear yard. Number 10, 11, 12, and 13 are the 3 frontages. We have Lenox Road, East 58th Street, and Remsen Avenue. It's clear of cars, and it's going to stay like that. Picture 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 are pictures of the front yard. The dead storage that was there, cars, trucks, were all disposed of. We had a forklift also outside. It was disposed of.
Okay.
We have receipts for that. 21 and 22 is where we keep the hazardous waste oil from any job that gets done. We did cure all the DEC. The DEC was there and wanted to check the rear yard, and there was nothing at the rear yard in terms of hazardous wastes or oils. I have a cure sheet for that too. They gave a violation for, it wasn't really a violation, it was just a cure equipment failure. In other words, if a transmission leaks and it gets on the street or sidewalk, it needs to be cleaned up with oil dry, and that was done.
And they found no incident of that at your location?
No. They requested us to clean up the sidewalk. There was a little oil on the sidewalk.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't penetrate because it's concrete. There's no penetration of the oil.
How about in the rear?
To that factor. I'm sorry?
How about in the rear?
In the rear, there's no oil. I have, otherwise we would have gotten a violation, but there's no oil in the rear.
So there is no
Never.
environmental issues in the
Well,
rear?
we don't know that. We just know
Well, I
there's
have-
no oil, right? Or we.
Listen, DEC inspected that place in and out, so I have it.
We'll get to that in a second, okay? So, but in terms of the oil on the sidewalk, why is there oil getting on the sidewalk?
Well, sometimes a car gets towed, it's gotta come in the shop.
Or it could be the cars that you had on the sidewalk. that leaked oil, right?
That could happen too, yes.
Sorry.
Okay, so, because neighbors have described the sidewalk as being greasy, not just oil stains, right? So greasy is a lot different than oil dripping.
Well, I have the pictures 10, 11, 12. You can check it out, and you have a clear view over there that it's not greasy. And the neighbors, I'm sure they can attest to that.
Well, we'll find out when they come to testify.
Okay. Fire department violations were all cured, as a matter of fact, yesterday. I have the cure letter from the fire
Well,
department.
fire department's here to tell us whether they're cured, so we'll find out, okay?
Do you have the document from that DEC gave you?
Yes.
Can I see it?
Sure.
Thank you.
So if we just look at, so we have a letter from the fire department that goes down the list. We don't have anything from DEC directly, as far as I know. Fire department said that based on their inspection, the following conditions were found: accumulation of debris of rubbish combustible waste at the rear yard. That was cleared according to the photographs. We don't know if it's 100%. Unlawful storage of portable gas cans with a capacity of more than 2.5 gallons. What happened to those gas cans?
They were disposed of.
Failure.
They're no longer on the site.
Okay. Failure to provide fire extinguishers throughout.
Yes, we showed that we purchased new fire extinguishers.
Where did you, how did you show
From
that?
Chase Fire Extinguishers. I sent the photos with the cure. It was on the violation, on the summons number, so we had to show it. Would you like to see?
Yes. Yeah, anything that you've gotten signed off, but it's a cure letter for violation number 115978588M, but we don't know what.
Those were there were 4 violations on that. Concerning the fire extinguishers.
Okay.
And we provided all the necessary information that they
We'll
requested.
let fire department speak to that, but the only cure letter we have is for that one summons number, and fire department indicated that others, let's see, what is it? It says the Bureau of Fire Prevention has written 3 criminal summonses and 1 fire department summons known as notice of violation, so this is just one, a cure letter for one of them, right? So what about the others?
That's what I asked them yesterday, but that takes care of the whole thing. It's all in one summons. I might have the summons.
Okay, so let's hear from the fire department to clear this up, because that's not really.
John Daly, Fire Department. The word summons it is misleading. Originally, the notice of violation, which is now known as a summons, which you have in your hand, several items were written, and in order for him to obtain his certificate of correction, he has to provide us with a copy of photographs. And I'm sure the enforcement unit saw pictures of the fire extinguishers, therefore dismissed the violation.
Okay. But, and the other, so you mentioned in your letter, sorry. Sorry. 3 criminal summonses and 1 fire department summons.
Oh, yeah, the fire department summons is the formerly known as the notice of violation.
Right, that's what this cure letter is.
That is correct.
So
And then
what about the criminal
summonses were for the illegal storage of portable fuel equipment. They had a kerosene heater, which was confiscated. Second one had to do with illegal storage of flammable gas containers, which he's going to be going to criminal court to take care of that.
Okay.
And then the third one was portable LPG propane containers. So he had 11 20-pounders, 1 5-pounder, 2 30-pounders, and 6 33.5-pounders. So those will be handled at criminal court.
Okay.
Those 3 summons.
Okay, so, but just a question about that. When you issue that kind of a summons,
and they remove, I don't know if they did, but they remove those things from the site, then what happens?
No, they were confiscated by the
Oh,
hazmat
okay.
unit of the fire department, and now they'll appear at criminal court, and they'll talk with our attorneys over at criminal. I don't know too much about that. In the future, if they do require gases, for example, like a 100-pound cylinder, which is, I have some photographs. It's a very tall cylinder, that's a 100-pounder that we call. They require to obtain a permit from the fire department. And one, we want to know who they purchased the compressed gas or liquid from, who at the site is a certificate of fitness holder, who's responsible for maintaining, who knows how to operate the tank, how to put the valves on and use it for cutting or whatever use they need the gases for.
Okay. Okay, so the summons, the criminal summonses were issued because these materials didn't have permits
That
of
is correct.
operation?
There were no permits and they had an overabundance of stored gases.
What gases, do you know what gases they were, or?
Yeah, we had oxygen, acetylene, and propane.
And propane, okay.
And you have, they had a barbecue there, which you're not permitted to have, only in a 1- and 2-family house. So
That's where the propane came from?
we have the barbecue now. The rock.
Okay. All right, thank you. More to follow, thank you. Okay. All right.
So just the tanks, 75% were empty, but it's still considered a tank, so just for the record.
Did they have their proper seal? Were they properly capped?
No. Well, I have an oxyacetylene license of certificate of fitness, so, and there were like 5 tanks of oxygen where oxygen doesn't do anything.
Except explode under.
Oxygen does not explode, no.
Well, oxygen, you mix oxygen to settle into, you have a torch work properly. So oxygen is obviously necessary for fire.
When you put it together.
Yeah.
Well,
We do that in-
oxygen alone, if it's present in a fire, it's adding more fuel to the fire.
Yes, as it were, as they say in the movies. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You want to continue?
Yeah, you mentioned you wanted to know about the, I saw the video, so the fuel, so you understand the fuel?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, so I really didn't know that we're not allowed to have LPG, which is liquid for the barbecue at the site. It was outside, it wasn't in the building. I didn't know that.
Why do you have a barbecue at an automotive repair?
Oh, I don't barbecue myself, but I guess my tenants have.
Why do they have a barbecue? They're supposed to be an automotive repair facility.
Yes.
It's not
I guess
not their house.
It's not a hangout area,
It's
but it
not
was
a-
Labor Day, and I guess they had a barbecue, but that's not going to happen anymore.
Seems counterintuitive, a barbecue at a place that deals with flammable in general. That's what they do for a living, flammables.
When it's contained, if it's contained, it shouldn't be a problem. It's not going to happen anyway.
So, okay, so this is getting to the heart of our problem with your site.
Yes.
There seems to be a lack of common sense operating in the management of this site. It has a permit from the Board of Standards and Appeals for the operation of an automotive repair facility, okay? That's what it's for. It's supposed to be doing those things, and it's supposed to be doing all of those things legally. It's not supposed to be storing builders' equipment or lumber or a boat or just anything that you can think of to put on the site. And the reaction that it's not bothering anybody is complete, well, for one, it's besides the point because it's not allowed to be associated with an automotive repair facility. And for two, yes, indeed, it's bothering anybody, it's driving your neighbors crazy, right? And so either you change your attitude towards the management of the site, or we shut you down. Those are your choices, pretty simple, right? And we need to see you not responding by, it's not bothering anybody, it's okay, it was for Labor Day to have propane on the site next to
I also said that's not going to happen again.
Right, but there was a preface before you said that. So we need you to have an attitude that shows care for the site and care for your neighbors, okay? The kerosene space heater was removed also, right? I mean, some of these are so obvious. They're dangerous, explosive things. People, yeah. Okay. All right, you want to continue?
No, you requested for the next submission, which is 123. The signage, you want to take it down, clarify any types of fences, lumens diagram. I mean, most of it can be done, but there's some things that they can't happen in the winter. You wanted us to paint the building?
Why can't they happen in the winter?
The temperature is not.
You weren't
It has to be
here
50
for, temperature in the winter is variable. There are days when we're in the 50s. and
I
days
understand.
Like today, we're in the 30s.
I understand.
So it would be sort of like you're organizing for a day in the 50s to actually get somebody there.
We are organizing and we're prepping everything, but we can't paint if there's no 50-degree weather. Otherwise, it's going to be a waste of time.
Okay.
But we'll get it done.
Okay, so the thing is, you have a follow-up hearing in February, I forget exactly.
February 12th.
February 12th. Because of the history on the site, we're having you come here every month.
That's fine, and I'll bring the pictures.
Right, so
every
you're
month.
going to come every month and show us that the site is still being maintained in a way that's respectful, and your neighbors are here to determine whether, in fact, it is, right? Which is really asking a lot of your neighbors to take time off from their lives and come here great distance from where they live. So I hope you're respectful of what they're going through. Otherwise, people who don't have problems with the site never come to these hearings. They just don't. So, okay, so I don't want to have to go through all of the things you need to do on the site. That you need to listen to on the video. And I believe your colleague, co-owner, was at that hearing, so knows exactly what was required or should?
Yeah, I have all the requirements. So
Okay.
that's going to take, except for a few things about the curb cut, that might not, I don't know if that can be done. And the painting, I'm not sure it could be done.
You mean by mid-February? is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
But not that it can't be done, because it
Well,
won't be
it's
done,
the
right?
conditions, if the conditions permit, then it would be able to
Weather,
be
you're
done.
saying. If weather.
Yes, weather conditions.
Right, understood, okay. So what we need you to do is prepare drawings that are going to be showing us what work will be done, and also the operational plan for how you're going to manage this site so we don't hear about these problems. How you're going to manage your tenants, who, by the way, have to come to the next hearing.
Well, my tenants are here today.
Oh, good, okay, great.
So.
So let's, I would like to talk to your tenants.
And the drawings.
Okay, I want them to know that as well, that this is not a joke, you know?
Right.
The drawings need to be prepared by a licensed architect and.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
This is one thing. On the environmental side, if I recall correctly, last hearing, some of the neighbors complained about storage of equipment or some sort of.
Yes.
What kind of?
Transmission or something that could have leak oil in the rear.
Yes, so,
Today I'm hearing-
no, so I'm going to pick up on.
Today you're hearing.
Today, I'm hearing that he got something from the DEC. I'm not sure if DEC is aware of
No.
that kind of activity.
Commissioner, DEC was in the backyard and they inspected every inch of the backyard, and there is no oil in the backyard.
Do you have any?
And the DEC, I gave the chairperson the DEC report, and the DEC officer that was there, he said, if you would like him to come over here, just call him. they can make a call and he can come over here. The name is on there, Ryan.
This is a spill closure report, that's not.
Yeah, that's
And it says
closed. yeah.
concrete, actually, I looked at it.
I can give you the DEC officer's name who was there, who inspected the whole property inch by inch.
No.
And his number.
Spill name concrete, I don't really know what that means. So
what?
if they're looking at concrete, they're not
No,
looking.
it's spilled, when oil spills on concrete, it doesn't penetrate.
But your rear yard isn't concrete.
You're right, it's not concrete. There is no oil in the rear yard, never been.
If they were taking apart engines,
Nobody takes apart engines in the rear yard.
not according
Nobody
to
goes-
what your neighbors
Well,
have been testifying.
I don't know what neighbor testified to that, but that's false.
Neighbors who watch things going
No.
on in your backyard
I
because
see.
they're looking out the window.
I say we
That
care for
never happened, that never will happen.
Okay, so for one, let's have fire department just respond because they,
Well, we had inspected the rear yard as well, Commissioner Shedder, Chair, and we did not observe any oil spills or, even staining in the rear yard. At the time that we were there were flotation devices for a dry dock and stuff, but we did not observe any oil spills or staining in the rear yard. But for the New York State DEC officer, I do have his name and number at the office.
Ryan Krogan?
Oh, Ryan. And I could call him and ask him if he could appear at the next hearing.
That could be helpful. Or, yeah.
I had requested copies of any violations of what report he prepared, but I had it, New York State having its own laws, I had to fill out a FOIL request.
My understanding about the DEC operation, when somebody has a complaint about a property, they don't go themselves and do testing and inspections. They ask for documentation that clarify about whether there is a contamination or not. That's what I know about the DEC operation.
A deputy chief that was with me on the task force at the site, he had called them and asked them to come.
okay. All right, so we need to clarify this with the DEC. The reason this is relevant about the rear is that we want the rear heavily landscaped, which means excavation to a minimum of 4 feet, which means removal of soil to allow for planting, and then either it's replacement with clean fill, depending, or soil that's suitable for growing plants, or it's relocation, after you dig out the holes, you put it back, right? But if the soil was contaminated as a result of a history of using the rear for all kinds of things, the soil has to be removed and properly disposed of. And that was the discussion at the last hearing. And our discussion was, how would we determine that? There were 2 choices. One, you have DEC come in and do testing if they're willing to do that. I don't actually know how that works with them, and they don't. And then the other is that the owner engages an environmental consultant who does some testing. That's submitted to DEP or DEC, however it works, and then they determine whether or not the soil is contaminated and needs to be remediated. That's the process, right? And the reason this came up is because neighbors observed that over the course of a very long time, the rear has been used in a way that is not necessarily safe in terms of the soil.
We reached out to DEP and DEC. DEP said this is more of a DEC situation, and then we found out DEC that was the next step, was to contact DEC, but they had already gone to the site, so.
So we may need them to go back because they may not have been looking at the particular question. The question is there an issue of contamination at the rear? And if so, do we need to have an environmental consultant do testing to determine whether in planting in the rear, there needs to be soil removal? That's really what we're talking about.
Chairperson. DEC went through the whole yard. I can give you the officer's information, and...
Right.
Yes, I think that's understood. I think that they're just still reviewing questions.
Right, we didn't get that statement from them, and we can't rely
All
on
right, so
your
we'll get that
observation of
statement.
what they did,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so there's that. So the drawings have to show, so we wanted you to hire a landscape architect, so it's not just going to Home Depot and planting a few little bushes that you happen to find on
You want
sale.
nice, big trees.
Big trees, dense shrubbery, so that you're creating essentially a dense forest between you and the neighbors.
That are going to survive.
That will
because they're gonna be-
survive. That's
It is.
why it should be a landscaper who actually does the work, because then they guarantee the survival of the trees for a certain amount of.
And it
certain amount
saves
of
you money in the long run, because if,
Okay.
Yes. So, and so there, the landscaper is the one who does the drawing, makes recommendations on the types of planting that creates this dense forest in between, and then ultimately installs it. But we need to see the drawings first, okay?
Sure.
And then, what else? Oh, and then, of course, I mean, there were other things that were discussed in the last hearing, but also, one of the problems that we're having is that the gates that open up onto the sidewalk are too big. So that entire fence has to be reduced in terms of operability.
You see what it is? It's a roll-up fence.
Yes, we know.
So sometimes it's not operational, so I would have to use a different fence. It's not like it, sometimes it gets damaged too. Sometimes a car goes right through it. There was a case where the police were chasing somebody and they went right through the fence.
That's a different
So,
thing.
I mean,
Yeah. So
we need to have more than one fence that's
So what
operational.
we're trying to do is curb cut removal, right? We're trying to limit
the curb cut-
the access point, and that the only place where you have an operable gate is in front of the curb cut, not in the middle of the sidewalk.
I understand, but that's not, we don't use it anyway. It's not
We're
operable.
telling you that you're replacing the fence, replacing the operable gate with a fence, okay? That's what we discussed at the last hearing. You will just do this thing. Sorry. This is a very serious problem you have here at the site, and the board at the last hearing was on the verge of denying your application to continue this use. So you need to work with us, and actually one of the commissioners stated, unfortunately she's not here today, that we expect you to take all of our directions, they're not recommendations, they're directions, very seriously, because that's how we determine whether or not you can sort of regain any confidence by the board that you will fulfill your obligations, okay? So all of these must be done, it's not negotiable.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I'm listening to all your directions.
Good.
But some things also have to make sense.
what is it that you don't
I
think
mean,
makes sense?
you want me to take out all the gates?
No, that's not what I said. I said
That's what I understand that you're
we're
saying.
reducing the number of curb cuts, which was discussed at the
problem. I
last
understand.
hearing. And the only place where you will have operable gates is in front of the curb cuts, not elsewhere, so that it discourages abuse of the site, which is what we've been seeing, where cars are just driving any old way onto the site, independent of the curb cuts. We're trying to control this site, which is very difficult because both you and your tenant seem not to be particularly interested in really organizing and controlling the site. And we have to do something, or we will shut you down. Okay?
That's not true. I'm interested in adhering to what you're saying.
There is a past, and it isn't a good one. Now, we have to take whatever steps that we can take to ensure that that doesn't happen again. And we only have two options. Either we're satisfied that we've taken the correct number of steps that are going to alleviate the very serious problems that this has caused for the community, or we don't continue, we deny. So those are only two options. So it behooves you to try your best to make us feel comfortable.
Yes.
That you're going to, and it wouldn't even hurt if you independently make some suggestions of your own. That would make us feel comfortable in continuing this, because I need to be front with you. This is worse than many other cases that we've denied. So we're giving you an opportunity to try and make us feel confident. And I understand that some of these steps may not seem like may not seem pleasant, but this is all we have to ensure, this is the only thing we can do. We say, put fences because it's less likely that a car is going to climb up onto the sidewalk if there's fences if those are closed fences instead of gates.
Yes.
So please, just follow with us and let us try to resolve this community issue that we have.
Okay.
Understand.
Yes. But so we also were checking, you said you have an acetylene.
Certificate of fitness, yes.
Certificate of fitness. Can you give that to us, a copy of that?
I don't have it, I'll
No,
have it
I-
texted.
that's the next
Oh, yeah.
question.
But you're not always at the site, right?
I'm in and out.
And I imagine the tenants who operate have certificates as well.
Well, there's no oxyacetylene anymore because the fire department took everything.
Right.
So.
Well, they
I mean,
took it because
there's
it
no,
wasn't.
there's not allowed anymore. I wasn't there, that's
In order
why.
to have it in the future, you'd have to have one on site.
I'm saying I wasn't
I don't think
there.
they have the permit to have, even though he may be certified, I don't believe they have a permit to have that on the property.
No, I did have a permit for the oxyacetylene. I just gotta see what's going on with it.
Okay.
Maybe it has to be renewed.
I'm not sure.
But I
We
did have a
need to
permit.
check whether we actually allowed welding on the site. It's supposed to be
Actually,
automotive
it's
repair.
chairperson, it's not only for welding. You have seized bolts that have to be heated up to come out.
Okay.
It's not to weld. The torch could be for welding, but it's more than likely if you pull out an engine, and the bolts are seized because they're old, they have to be heated.
Oh, sword.
Okay.
You can cut it.
Oh, sword? No, you can't reach, today's cars, you can't reach it.
Can't grind?
Is there any welding that occurs on the site? Is there-
Welding in terms of what, arc welding or MIG welding? Yes.
Okay.
We do have a muffler shop over there. One of my tenants are here, and he runs a muffler shop. And yes, there's welding with a MIG welder.
MIG.
MIG, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Where's the muffler shop? Okay. We're going to need more information. I think when we hear from the tenants, let's hear from the tenants. I would like to understand what they're actually doing on the site. Okay, thank you. The people who are the tenants, please. Come, please come.
Should they be sworn in?
Yes.
Yes. Can you first go up here, please? Thank you.
Hi. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please sign in here. You can please print your name. And you can state your name for the record.
Please come up, sir.
Microphone.
To the microphone and state your name and what your business is.
Leroy Hoyt, and I'm the owner of Top Quality Mufflers.
Okay. So can you just tell us what kind of work you do on the site?
Muffler work.
Muffler work, okay. So tell us what's entailed with muffler work.
I have like flex pipes, engine pipes, stuff like that. I cut, I replace them.
And you cut them with a
saw.
With a saw, oh, okay. And what about welding?
I use the MIG welder to weld them back.
Okay, welding them back, okay. And what other kind of equipment do you have there? You have a saw, you have welding equipment,
Yes.
what else?
And we have like air guns and stuff like that, air tools.
And where does the work take place?
Inside of the shop.
Inside of the shop?
Yes.
You know it cannot take place outside of the shop?
I know that.
Okay. And you know that because it cannot take place outside of the shop, and I'm telling you this because this is what could potentially shut you down, right?
Yes.
So this is very, very serious. The reason that we asked you to come here, and I appreciate that you took time off from work to come here, but the way that the site has been operating is not acceptable, and I don't know who's doing what, but there cannot be any work going on outside of the building, okay?
I agree.
Okay, did you want to add something? No?
Do you know why there were cars parked on the sidewalk?
Sometimes a customer bring a car and he may be going away, may just leave it for a couple seconds, give me the key, and then I comes out and I move it.
So there's never been a car on the sidewalk that was been there for more than a couple of seconds?
Maybe 5 minutes.
So, you know it's also illegal to park on the sidewalk?
Yes.
So you need to tell your customers not to park on the sidewalk, they have to park on the street. And we're going to make the owner of the property install signs that say that any cars parked on the sidewalk will be towed at owner's expense. So your customers won't like this because maybe their car will disappear before you have a chance to work on the muffler, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
I'm sorry. Do you have car sales at this property? Do you sell cars over there?
Cars?
Sell cars.
Do you sell cars?
No, I don't.
Do you know? I'm sorry.
Why some cars are parked without license plates?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know?
They don't belong to me.
On this site, do you know what other services the site offers besides your muffler shop?
No, sir.
You don't know if they offers any other services?
But they have 2 different shops, so I guess take care of my business.
You know what happens at the other shop?
Is the mechanical shop transmission.
I think the tenant is right behind it.
Okay.
Okay.
So a car without license plate is parked on your sidewalk, and you don't know what is that?
Not on the sidewalk, on the site. On the site, right?
On the sidewalk, actually, yes. If you look at Google images.
Oh, it's a car without a license
Yes,
plate on the
it doesn't
sidewalk?
have license. 2 actually. One of them is like next to the curb. The other one is on the sidewalk, next to the fence, like less than 2 feet from the fence. And it doesn't have license plates on it.
Do customers ever abandon their cars, say that the repairs would cost too much and it's not worth it, and they just leave it with you to dispose of? No?
Not for a muffler repair.
No.
Okay. Maybe it's for the other
Maybe
tenant.
it's not so
Yeah.
expensive, a muffler repair is not worth leaving, abandoning your car.
Okay.
Maybe, don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't
Can
know
ask
what it
another
costs to
tenant.
repair a muffler, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Your name for the record?
Peter Peters,
Okay, can you tell us what your business is?
engine and transmission.
Engine and transmission. Okay, and can you tell us what that means you actually do?
Do like tune-ups, rebuild engine and transmission.
Okay, so you actually rebuild the engine.
Yeah.
So can you tell us what you do when you rebuild an engine? Like, how do you do it?
What
You
tools
don't
do you
work with the engine inside the car, right?
Yeah, well, like for rebuilding, sometimes we change pistons and stuff according to valve.
Do you ever lift the engine out of the car and move it to another location to work on it?
No.
No?
No.
Oh. Don't need to do that anymore? So engines stay inside the car?
No, well, we lift it when I say another location, that meaning like.
In the shop?
In
Like
the-
you just
Yeah,
lift
just
it
in
and
the shop.
move it?
Lift it in and you put it on a table?
Yes.
So if you lift it out, or let's say, where do you work on these cars?
In the shop.
Inside the building?
Yeah.
You know you need to be inside the building the whole time. The only time that the outside of the building is used is to park the cars inside the lot, right? But for no work on the cars.
No work.
Understood? Right, okay. So you're lifting the engine out and it goes on a table and then you work on the table?
Yes.
What kind of equipment do you use to work on?
Like wrenches and power tools.
Any kind of welding equipment?
No.
No.
Any torches?
We used to have a torch.
Do you need a torch to do this work?
Yes.
And what kind of torch do you use?
I don't have a torch right now.
You don't have a torch?
No.
And when you did have a torch, did you use a handheld torch or did you use an acetylene oxygen torch?
That's the thing.
So that has a tank, right, with a tank? Okay.
How long have you been without a torch?
Like a month or.
Oh.
Was it when they came to inspect and they confiscated the torch?
Yeah.
Okay, but normally, do you have a permit for this torch, for the acetylene tank storage? So you're relying on the owner's permit?
Yes, but right now we in process of getting my own permit.
So
then
you're beginning to get your own permit, which is what you should have,
Yes.
because you're the one using it.
And you're the
right?
one at the shop.
And he's the proprietor of the shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
In your experience, do customers ever leave their cars because they just don't, they can't, it doesn't make fiscal sense to repair it?
Yes.
And will you take the license plate off and leave it on the site? No? What happens to those cars?
They take it.
The owner will take it?
Yeah, the owner will take it.
They won't leave it with you?
Because sometimes it costs too much to fix. Sometimes the job costs more than the car will.
Sure, but they won't leave it on site?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Did you ever purchase a car from did you ever purchase the cars from someone you were repairing their car? Did you ever purchase that vehicle?
No.
So do you know what kind of business does these cars without license plates have on the property?
On the property?
Yes, on the property, yes.
The cars without license plates, where were they? Whose were they?
I'm looking at 2 cars right now. This one doesn't have a license plate. This one neither. This one is inside, this
You
one
can come
is-
up. You can come up.
Looks like a Nissan. And
This is right now?
no, this isn't.
No, it's
this
not.
moment.
It's not.
These are satellite, these are images from
As
Google,
of June of
right?
2018. There's a Ford
You
LX
see
Mustang.
this guy, the Ford?
Yeah.
It doesn't have license plate, and it's inside. This one, it doesn't have license.
It's like a
but
Nissan
it's like
Altima.
Yeah.
Commissioner?
You could speak, you could testify when
Yeah, you
you
can
want to
speak,
get on
speak in
the.
the mic, yeah.
Those cars belong to Top Quality Mufflers, the guy who just spoke,
Oh.
and they will be moved.
Wait a minute. Those are the cars without license plates.
Yes, it's probably just a customer that left them there and never picked them up.
But he just testified that nobody abandons their cars.
Those are his cars.
You said they will be moved, right?
They will be either junked.
They're not customers'
Okay.
cars?
Or they're not,
Yeah, they will be moved. So that means that they still there?
they're still there, yes.
Same locations?
I believe so.
So how come you submitted to us that there is no cars whatsoever parking on the sidewalk, and one of these 2 cars is parking on the sidewalk?
There's no cars parking on the sidewalk anymore.
No, but what you did say is all the dead cars were removed.
Yeah, only the.
Yeah, we had,
I'm sorry, sir, if you speak, you need to stand at the mic because we can't pick up your...
And let's do.
we had trucks and cars and forklifts, everything was removed. Those cars, I thought it was a customer, but they're his, there are no plates, they will be removed.
But isn't this Nissan one? is
No,
parked on the
that's,
si-
it's parked on the sidewalk there, but there's no cars on the sidewalk.
Yeah, they submitted photos that there are no cars currently on the
There are no
sidewalk.
cars.
But, yeah, but I don't know when
June
that...
2018.
Yeah, that was June 18, and they submitted photos in January or...
The reason I'm asking, because he just said they will be moved.
Right,
Yeah, I
but
think
I
he
think he
misspoke.
means cars
Yeah,
that are
I think
on
he
the site itself, some of which don't have license plates. I always interpret dead car as a car that has no license plate, so I'm very confused by that because you told just a little while ago that all the dead cars were removed from the site.
That meaning the customer just doesn't pick it up, so we had to get rid of it.
Okay, so, we were also just told that a car wouldn't stay on the sidewalk for more than a few seconds, and here we are, if we know that's not the case. We know it wasn't the case.
Commissioner, that's from June.
I know, so we know it wasn't the case.
It doesn't happen anymore.
That's what and that's where we need to get. We need to get to a place where we identify all the things, who did what wrong, and how that's gonna stop. So it needs a little more transparency, because there were issues. Just when someone says there weren't any issues, we're back at the same circle, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Speaker.
Speakers. Are there members of the public who would like to speak? Are the neighbors here to speak? No?
Apparently no.
Anybody?
Okay.
Really? Nobody to speak?
He's not going to
I think they're perhaps thinking to come to the other date, but.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's still fine.
Yeah, okay, so we don't have updates from neighbors. I hope we do get updates from neighbors about what it's really like at the site.
And that can be via via written submissions. Neighbors are not required to come to every hearing.
Correct.
They can always
And the
submit
next-
in advance.
We actually continued this hearing for February 12th, so the neighbors should know that the next one is in the morning on February 12th.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for the owner. When we were there on December 14th, we noticed that body work was being done in Peter P. space, the spray operation.
Right.
As far as I know, there's only, he changes, what do you call it, fenders and hoods and,
Who changes the fenders and hoods?
bumpers, whatever.
Who's he?
Peter P.
Peter. So
Peter?
Oh,
we're
the gentleman who just spoke.
we're going to, obviously, if you're changing fenders and hoods, you're painting, right?
We're not painting.
It doesn't mean that. no.
So they're not painting, they're just changing it?
It gets farmed out.
It's farmed out, so they take it somewhere else to spray it.
There's not, you're not allowed to spray paint without a booth.
So
And then-
it's not, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And none's being done on the site is what you're stating?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not actually a body work. You get the fender like one piece and you just put it in.
Yeah, or they send it like that to Africa or whatever, I don't know. They send it all over the world. They fix them up over here and they send them out.
Okay.
So they're selling cars?
No.
Parts.
No.
Parts.
Okay.
People are coming to fix the body work and they send it out and they paint them in their country.
They send the cars out and they...
Pieces.
Pieces?
In pieces, yeah, yeah.
The bumpers.
So I'm a little confused because so far we've had testimony from someone who works on mufflers and someone works on engines and transmissions. Where did we get fenders from?
I had observed conditions that they were doing body work.
Right.
And so I had noticed one car was on the lift that had Bondo on it. So of course, once the Bondo's been
You have to
sealed
paint
in whatever they do, I'm terrible with cars, someone has to paint it.
Yes.
So if they're doing spray operations, there is no spray booth there.
Right.
That's what my question is kind of leading.
But I'm going back a little.
Right.
It's been
We heard two people
represented to us
testify.
that there's two activities that go, two different businesses on the site. One worked with mufflers. Last I looked, the muffler and a fender are not in related locations. Ditto for the engine and the transmission. Who's doing, because neither of the two people who testified is doing body work or.
No, the same guy who does the engine and the transmission also does.
Mr. Peter.
Mr. Peters, yeah, also does.
So we left
some-
that out of the, he
somebody-
left that out of his testimony. So now I'm,
As he explained, I think what they do is they'll take parts of the car off and they'll ship it out to others to do the painting and the spray. Like fenders, that has to be chrome, and that's chrome operations are very delicate that they'll ship that out to an outside vendor to do and then come back. Am I correct?
right, you're talking about the spraying operation. I'm talking about the business operation.
I think the
Okay?
chair is upset that we asked what goes on at this site. There were two things that were said, the services that were provided. And this is a third service that was not stated was provided. So I'm expecting the next question is, are there any other services that are provided? And you know what, what might be best, honestly, it might be best if you write it out, everything that's
Yes, of
being
course,
done
right,
at the
yes.
site.
Well,
And
we're spending a lot of time.
It needs to be really
Thorough.
inclusive and very thorough. I don't want to, we visit sites. And I don't want to hear again, as we just heard from the fire department, that your testimony, the testimony presented to us isn't 100% accurate, because that doesn't help your credibility.
Or 100% inclusive. I'll
Or-
just say inclusive of everything that
Inclusive.
happens
The
at the site.
testimony that I'm giving is accurate.
But this testimony that was presented today on your behalf wasn't inclusive.
Right.
Fully inclusive. So yes, so you have a submission date January 23rd. If in advance or in preparation for that hearing date, if you can please submit just a rundown of all the services provided by the various tenants, the kind of body work they do, if they do body work, all of the services provided by Mr. Peters and Mr. White, I think his name was.
And honestly, body work is body work, even if they don't do spray painting. It's, if you fix, I thought you get the fender or the bumper or whatever, and you buy it like intact, new, and you just hook it to the car. If you do that, I wouldn't consider this as a bodywork. But if you're fixing the fender, if the fender has a dent on it, and you're fixing this, and you're not even spray painting this, I would consider this as a bodywork.
Right, so, okay, yes, we actually.
Mr. Peters.
Yes.
The car that he's speaking about on the left is a 1963. It came to put in the engine.
1963 what?
Wait,
it's a Fiat at the 1963.
Okay, so you put in an engine into a 1963 Fiat?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what's that have to do with the fenders and the mufflers? I mean, fenders and the bumpers?
All the fenders and the bumpers are just like, sometimes somebody come in and it's just a bumper to change also, or a headlight.
So you're swapping out the bumper?
Huh?
You're swapping out the bumper?
Yes.
Are you repairing the bumper?
No,
Is it the metal bumper, right? That metal.
Plastic.
Oh, it's a plastic on a
Okay, so what we need you to do in working with the owner is to explain in detail to him what it is you do at your shop, okay? Everything. And what equipment you use when you're working, and what kinds of equipment you use for which you need to have a permit, like your acetylene torch, right? So if you use welding, anything like that, what equipment you would like to use, I know you don't have torches now, but that you would like to use and for which you will be obtaining a permit, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question, and as I'm looking at the aerial view and comparing it to the site plan, my question is with regards to the actual size of the lot, because the fence, especially along Lennox Road, seems to be extending onto the side yard. When I compare it to the site plan, the building along Lennox is right abutting the property line. Whereas there's an awning and then there's a fence underneath it. Which seems, so which seems the fence is within, encroaching within
We
the
asked for a
sidewalk.
survey, we already talked about this. We asked for a site survey.
Yeah,
and we said specifically-
I'm waiting for the survey.
Okay.
Okay, we said specifically at the hearing that the fences were off.
I'm waiting. Some of them don't answer, I'm waiting on the survey.
Right.
For the whole property.
Okay.
Is this called the building survey? Is that what you want? The building?
Site survey.
It's a site survey.
They survey the entire property and tell you.
All right, so site survey. Yeah,
Like
no
they
problem.
determine whether your fences are on your property or not on your
Understood.
property. We suspect they're not on your property.
They're not on the property, they'll be moved.
Yes. Great. Okay. All right, I think that's it for now. You have the instructions. Please try to give us all the information in advance of us having to ask for it, because we don't like it when we learn something that hasn't been admitted or divulged to us, okay? It doesn't make us feel good about the process.
Understood.
Great.
Okay.
So for the neighbors in the audience, the next hearing is February 12th. And your submission date is January 23rd.
January 23rd.
Okay, so for the neighbors to know if
That's
they
next
want.
week. January 23rd.
Submission date is,
Yes, that is next week.
This was a check-in hearing to make sure that you had cleaned up the site. So for the neighbors, on January 23rd, the submission will be made to our board office, and also should be made to the community board. So
Yes, it
should
will be made.
make it to, a copy of it to your community board, okay?
And they have the neighbor has a.
Has
legal
counsel, right. So I don't know if we have counsel, he's here.
He's here, so you should exchange information to the extent you don't have it already. Great.
So you have, so submit a copy of the materials that you're submitting to us to your community board, and also to the council who will give you his address, so that they can review in advance of the hearing and comment on what the proposals are, okay?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone,
Thank
for
you, everyone,
coming.
for
We
coming.
really appreciate it. We know that it's difficult to come here.
2 o'clock.
Okay, so now we're going to take a 30-minute.
Oh, wait, sorry,
it's
sorry.
just one little fitness.
PCE.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are
Okay,
two,
okay.
I mean.
Item number 19, 2017-315 BZ, 2030 Eastchester Road, the Bronx. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good job.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC.
I think the only open question was for fire department, just to tell us that they're okay because they indicated a violation was issued for failure to obtain a PA permit.
Correct. The department has no objection if the board renders a decision. We will follow up on that violation order.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right then, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Motion is granted.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Okay, now a 30-minute break. Okay, so we'll be
We'll
back.
return at 2:40.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
We are back on the record.
Mic on, Phil?
Yes.
We're back on the record. Item number 20, 2018-7BZ, 291 Avenue W, Brooklyn. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Lear Altman from the Law Office of Lear Altman. We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. In return, we did submit a revised plan. Although the note was already on there, I understand you preferred different language, so we had that language corrected and submitted in the middle of the night.
Great, in the middle of the night. Someone see it in the middle of the night?
So it was about 1:30 a.m.
This morning.
This
I have a
morning,
copy
half
if you'd
an
like
hour.
to see.
Okay, good. All right then, are there any speakers on this? No.
I'll take a look.
Okay, and maybe a date? It's dated. Oh my God. What's the date of the drawing?
The date is January 14th of 19. You can
That's
thank-
yesterday.
You can thank
Wow.
Salvatore Vincenti.
Yes, so hallelujah, we are seeing a date that represents the actual change date of the drawing, and that's the date 1/14/19 of the
is.
drawings that should accompany the approval, okay? Assuming an approval, because we haven't voted yet, but I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza?
Absent.
Oh, he's absent here.
Currently, yes.
Okay, he'll be back.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the usual condition, removal of existing walls and/or joists in excess of that shown on the approved plans will void the special permit. On that motion, a motion to grant.
Motion to grant, Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Item number 21, 2018-10BZ, 1238 East 26th Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Fan Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session, and we did make a submission last night. We reduced the height of the building to the rear to 37 feet. I have copies.
Is the architect here? No? Always bring architects so we can have conversations about architecture with architects, just a basic good rule.
He was here the last one, but being able to
Yes,
see, so.
but so when we're asking for a reduction in the height at the rear, why isn't the height at the rear reduced all the way across? Why is it popping up like that?
Only originally it was for cleaner pitch. I do know that he did reduce it down to 37, which is 1 on 12.
It was what? It was for a what?
It was he said it was for a cleaner pitch, but that's all he told me.
Cleaner pitch.
That's what he told me. But
So
we came in originally
That's
with,
peculiar because the other side has a perfectly clean pitch and it doesn't pop up and then drop down.
Okay, let me look at the previous submission.
the first submission that we had was 38 feet in the rear. Then that was
34.
And then another submission was then 34, but we still had the building, all floors at a 25-foot rear, at a 20-foot rear yard. And then the last submission, which was spoken about at the review session, was for that step down, that 20-foot rear on the first floor, and then 25-foot rear yard on the upper floors, and that was at 39 feet. They did raise the roof for that one. It's still within the sky exposure plane. But as per the comments yesterday, the architect reduced the height to 37 feet, which is still within the sky exposure plane and consistent with the special permit for 1226 East 26th Street, which is on the character diagram.
Special permit for, and the relevance of that is?
Just the character and precedent of the board.
So still confusing, like how does it justify that height? Which is really the comment, right? Then in the front, and the purpose of that extra height is what? It's the double height space for the master bedroom.
It's for the master bedroom.
Right, which doesn't need, in the first place, a double height space, but certainly doesn't need to be more height than the rest of the roof line.
Just trying to get it.
So, yeah. Let's do outline of previous submission. So it was, let me see if I understand this now. It was brought down, that's the part that's kind of confusing. It was brought down to follow the peak of the middle peak. But then there's another portion of the house that's much further down than the middle peak. So why doesn't it follow the other portion?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it's weird. Hence the reason for bringing an architect to talk about their architecture. Because when you look at the section, and this is my adage that I learned in architecture school, if the section looks weird, it's a weird project. The section looks really weird for no reason. And the master bedroom, we had a whole discussion about proportion earlier today for a house of worship, and where you need height to equal the horizontal proportion of the room. This is the opposite. This is like bad proportions, sort of like being in a tunnel.
I mean, I can't speak
Anyway,
for that.
so the instruction is?
The architect was here last time, and he wasn't even permitted to speak when he was here, because we were told to put back the rear yard and make the step down. So he didn't really think that he would have to come to this one. I mean, that's why he's not here today. He was here at the last session, and, I mean, we did ask, there were 2 comments to bring down the roof and to line up the windows, and he did bring down the height for 2 feet.
Right, he did. He brought it down. But it looks bizarre. There's no reason for this. It's to make a bedroom super tall. It's like
It's actually almost 3 stories.
Yes, it's those, what is it? It's 9 plus 15. It's a 24-foot high ceiling in a bedroom that's only normal bedroom dimensions.
I mean, does it help the isometric diagram on Z004 help?
Does the what?
Just visually speaking, does Z004?
No, but the question is, what's the justification for that height? In the rear, where you're trying to stay away, give the neighbors not a sense of not being encroached upon. Because normally what we say is
20 feet for your first floor, 25 feet for your second floor, and then pull back to a complying 30-foot. This doesn't do that because it rises straight up at the 24 or 25 point for no reason. So I think the instruction is pretty clear. Make it comply. Pull it all the way back to the 30-foot line with a, or, yeah, pull it all the way back to the 30-foot line and keep the height of the roof consistent with the front of the building. It's no reason. I mean, you could have a very nice double height room with it's a 16 or 18-foot high ceiling in the bedroom, which is already more than we have in this room right here, I think. This is probably 13, 14 feet. Okay?
Can I, instead of pushing this off another week, see if we could do a second call? If I could get him to change it?
You could try. Yeah, that's okay. So second call this. Okay.
Any speakers?
Oh, are there any speakers on this? Okay.
Item number 22, 2018-20BZ, 2801 Avenue M, Brooklyn. Please raise your right hand when you're ready. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. Attended yesterday's review session, we heard the comments, and we apologize. It was a misunderstanding on our part, which is why at the last two hearings of the last two submissions, we redesigned extensively the East 28th Street frontage, and we focused on that. That was what we believed to be the issue with the board's concern with regard to the attic space. The architect is here. We heard the comments yesterday and some of the comments and suggestions yesterday at the review session, and we'd like an opportunity to address them now that we fully understand which portion of the attic was the issue. So
I beg to maybe differ. Throughout, consistently, I've said that the attic seems to have no function, consistently, and that it's lopsided, sitting unevenly on the house, and when discussed that it can't be symmetrical because of front yard setback requirements, my response was, that's why you need a completely different design approach, and rather than doing that, the design approach looks the same as all the versions we see of the semi-attached houses. I don't really buy that there was a misunderstanding. What I think instead is a refusal to accept those comments.
I disagree because at the last hearing, first of all, with regard to the function and the functionality of the attic, we did discuss at the last hearing that this is a space that's open, used for recreation. While the portions that we show...
Can't stand in most of it. Recreation for what?
Most of the wall, the lowest point of most of the attic's wall in the attic is 6 feet. This is used by kids and used by the grandchildren as an attic space, as a play space. The square footage only calculates 8 feet, anything above 8 feet. This is done on a lot of our projects, and we show it on a lot of our projects in the same exact way, which I believe Vice Chair Chanda mentioned yesterday. With regard to the redesign of the attic, we wouldn't have spent that much time redesigning the front and not the back. We don't aim to, or I certainly don't aim to submit documents to the board that are not responsive. The architect as well had people, manpower, and time to work on the front design so that it met with the board's, what we believe to be the board's concerns. So we apologize for the lack of responsiveness on that portion on the, along or parallel with East 28th Street. We didn't realize or we didn't understand that to be the exact portion of the issue. So now that we understand it, we'd like an opportunity to work on the roof line to try and minimize it, to come up with a design that works so that the family can have this attic space, which is a very functional and necessary use for their purposes.
It has mostly space that's under, well under 8 feet. Mostly space that's well under 8 feet.
The architect can speak to it, but the exterior wall of the attic space, most of it is the lowest point 6 feet. And we can show it on our,
So
if you have
that's
children
good for-
playing there as a play space, the range is between 8 feet and 6 feet.
So no adults go up there to check on the kids, right?
They'll walk up there, they will walk up there. Yeah, there's a space that they go up there and they'll go up there and they will work with, and they will check on the kids, but for the most part, they'll go down, the children will go up there and play when they have family get-togethers, or big family meals during the holidays. It's done in
So
many of
let
the
me just
houses.
put it this way. This is the third hearing. I don't want to keep going on with this. I think the instructions were really clear for 2 hearings before that the solution is hideous, and I'm going to say it again. I don't want the BSA involved in approvals of projects where it becomes a blight on the neighborhood. What is that weird thing growing out of the roof, right? And you know, there are, let's say, modernist solutions or unusual contemporary solutions, but we never see that here. And so to try to pursue this with some classical, I don't know, language doesn't work at all. It's not a symmetrical condition, right? And I don't even want to give you one more time, but I'm going to say one more time, and that's it. And if it continues to be something that looks like it's
Understood.
It's a growth, right? You can't treat this as if it's one half of a house. You can't. It's not one half of a house. And the one half of a house solutions are terrible as well, right?
We've worked with, on those, and to the architect's credit, we've been at the forefront of many of those semi-attached where we've worked on solutions that have been, again, it's just to the point that it was a misunderstanding as to what the board's concern was, and we'll try to address it properly. I spent time, putting this together, and the architect had people working on this, tweaking the design. I don't have time to waste during the day. It wasn't done intentionally, and we do apologize.
So we're going to correct it now?
We're going to attempt to come up with a design that analyzes the parallel with East 28th Street as well to create a better design for the attic.
And you're going to provide the use of that attic and a realistic, reasonable use of that?
It's in my statement. I'll flesh it out in my statement, but
ensure that it coincides with the actual.
Yeah, the use is with most of my applications. It's an open space. My children would love an open space like this where they can go with their friends and have a space to play.
So just as an example, the section through this so-called attic is not taken through any place where a person exists. It's taken outside of where people are. For me, that's a way to say that it's a useless space. There's no place to stand in there other than for putting your suitcases. And the idea of creating something that is such an offense to the neighborhood to put suitcases is a no.
The clients and the owners are not spending this type of money to create a space just for the suitcases. We'll work on the design for the attic, and I'll discuss the use and the intention. We'll work on the section, and we can present it to the board.
Let's see if we can give you some parameters here. So you have to pull it away from the side wall that's shared, okay? The side lot line. What you've got now is something that leans over the neighbor's property. When you look at it in elevation, just to throw out elevation because it's just terrible in plan and in elevation, if you look at it from the Avenue M elevation, it is clear that you have to pull away from the side yard. That's the first thing. I don't know how you do this and make this into something that is using the vocabulary you use. I have no idea, because using these classical vocabularies don't lend themselves to this kind of solution. But I do have to say, we have another application here for a tiny little house on a little lot. It looks like a castle. These never look like castles. They look like a house fell on a house. So this is the comment I give on a lot of these applications. And I don't want to see a house that fell on a house. So either you take it off, either you reduce it significantly so that it is, say, I don't know, Commissioner Shonda wasn't in agreement about this, but I keep thinking that if there was a way to climb from the back of those that little addition
a two-story addition, there might be a way to climb onto the back of the roof, and then it wouldn't be so offensive at the front elevation of the house. Because part of the problem is it's all the way forward of the front elevation of the house, and you see it, and you see it, and you see it, and it's terrible. And I don't say this very often about the projects, even though we don't have like the world's greatest architecture up here before the BSA, but this is bad.
Understood. I think
Okay, and I've said exactly these words before.
You did mention the ugly part.
Yes.
In the past, yeah.
Yeah, it came up several times in 2 hearings.
I appreciate the direction now.
I think the other thing that is also throwing off and making this building look kind of sheer on one side is while we are looking at the attic plan and we see a center line, but then we see the roof pitch is not uniform. It's more sheer on one side and much more gentle slope on the other side. That's also causing that to happen. And given that the stair riser is away from, when you get to the top of the staircase, you're actually away from Avenue M. So you have enough headroom to pitch the roof line in the front.
Similar to the bulkhead, the way we're treating bulkheads nowadays.
Right, so that you can also reduce that and take advantage of that in a way where the front slope is more in keeping with what you have in the front.
Understood.
And I would also say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and then kind of work the side out in a way where it's pushed away from the sideline to make that work.
And then the other part of it, which we talked about yesterday, is the staircase up seems to be driving your need for head height over there. Move the upstair. You don't need it to be a continuous wraparound kind of stair. An upstair can be someplace else. I'm looking at it, for example, why not move it to the what I'm calling the rear of the site? It's really the large side lot line, so that it's up against, say, what's called the existing bath, and then relocate the door of the so-called existing bath, right? So, but there are ways to move this staircase so that it is somewhere else, or move it up against the wall of the existing bedroom, and it's just an upstairs to the so-called playroom area. It doesn't need to be connected to the main stair. Stop having the stair be what's driving where you have head height. I mean, if you had a pitch from the side yard, from the skinny side yard, I think that's what Commissioner Shonda was saying, if you have a pitch from the skinny side yard, then at least it's not this thing that's towering over the neighbor, like hanging like about ready to attack.
Right.
I mean, no matter what, I don't see, using your vocabulary, a good solution. Unless,
I would say what Chair said yesterday about looking for an alternate stair from the other, if that can work out, I'll accept that solution if that's acceptable.
Right, but I mean, we have direction now, and we understand clearly which side is the bigger issue at this point, and we appreciate the direction.
but I would have to say, so that this doesn't go on forever, because if it's hideous the next time I'm done, we're closing.
I lose money.
That would be a shame, because I don't have a problem with those the little extension at the side, right? So I would say, if you want to really speed up this project and also potentially not get me voting against the project because of this rooftop, that you submit 2 different sets of drawings. One that has the rear yard addition, or what I call rear yard is really a side yard addition, and another that includes whatever the new version is of your roof.
Understood.
Okay.
I appreciate the direction. I appreciate the forbearance.
Okay.
How much time? Oh, speakers.
Speakers. Are there any speakers on this?
Great. Okay. How much time?
Well, what's the board's schedule?
I want a design. I don't want this just to turn
Right.
out.
I think we're into March anyway. It's in the calendar.
All right.
so
Fine.
I didn't think, even if I wanted.
Fifth?
we could-
Yeah, fifth.
Sure. So March 5th, submission date of February 13th. Gives you a couple weeks.
February 13th is enough. It's only
A month.
3 weeks.
Is that enough time?
No. No. It's only 3 weeks. I don't want to do, on the
Nope.
submission.
That's fine.
It's only 3 weeks on the
We can
submission.
go later. March 19th is a submission date of February 27th.
The day before perm, you don't care. Air permits next.
Do you want a later date?
Or
No, I'm just making sure he's around. The next day is Jewish holiday. I just want to make sure he's in New York.
We're here Tuesday, Wednesday is Ariana. Erev Prom.
That's fine, yeah.
You're in New York. Okay, perfect.
That's on March 19th, February 27th.
We're getting back to Jewish holiday season.
March 19th, submission date February 27th.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 23, 2018-132BZ, 100 Church Street, Manhattan.
Wait,
We skipped 23.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a different lineup. Hold on, let me get the
So it's
correct-
number 2018-119 BZ.
Apologies. Item number 23, 2018-119BZ, 8701 4th Avenue, Brooklyn. Sorry. Yes. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. We did make a submission. Unfortunately, it didn't get in until Monday because the architect was out, but you did see it with the bubbled plans, okay.
So I just wanted to say, and it's your client's risk, proceed at its own risk. 2 layers of plywood is not an acoustical vibration separator. So what the proposal is underneath the rowing machines and treadmills is 2 layers of 3/4 inch plywood with a 1/2 inch of some kind of a rubber thing. That's not going to do anything for the vibration. Plywood transfers vibration right into the concrete slab. So I was a little surprised to see that as a solution for vibration. But, tread at your own risk, as they say in the business.
I understand, and all I can speak to is that this particular architect works with them at another site, and they haven't had complaints at the other site, so
Okay.
they were mimicking the design from the other site, but the board has made that.
Okay. All right, so then, are there any speakers on this? Would like to make a motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Motion is granted. Item number 24, 2018-132BZ, 100 Church Street, Manhattan. Sorry about the earlier. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please sign in.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Skall. I'm with Greenberg Charig. We represent the applicant on this PCE application. I attended the review session yesterday and didn't hear any questions, but if you have any now, happy to answer them.
No, so your architect and acoustical engineer's acoustical attenuation submission would have been very helpful for the previous applicant because it went into enormous detail about why this, why that, and how we decided, so appreciate it. So then, are there any speakers? I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Granted.
New cases.
We are now on the zoning calendar. New cases. Item number 1.
Only 2 hours late?
2017-98BZ, 21 West End Avenue, Manhattan. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I know there was a know if there were any questions. I know there was discussion about the conditional approval.
Yes.
I just wanted to note that in the last submission, we did submit the letter of approval for the fire alarm system. I was just speaking to the
Oh, okay, so maybe
So maybe they could speak to
Chief
it a
Daly
little bit.
could
fire
talk about
department.
the...
The fire alarm was completed in the system.
Oh, okay.
John Daly, Fire Department. Todd did show me the letter of approval for the this whole cycle. I was unable to find it myself,
Oh,
so we're good on that.
okay. Okay, so do we need, so no more conditional approval?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Great, thank you. Thank you, Todd, for digging. So, okay, so then I would like to make a motion to close. Oh, did I ask if there are speakers?
Did not.
Okay, are there speakers? Okay, then a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shepard?
All right.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Yeah, aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Shepard?
All right.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 2018-98 BZ 160-10 Cross Bay Boulevard, Queens. Please raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions. Sign in here.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Frank St. Jacques, Ackerman LLP for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session and can respond to some of the questions raised, and I think we'll need to also submit a response in writing. The first question raised was whether or not this is a legalization. At the time it was filed, it was not, back in May. I understand that the gym opened to the public as of yesterday, so we'll need to revise the application to reflect that.
Okay.
With respect to the sound attenuation, and we can elaborate on this with our revised submission, but the manner in which the second floor was constructed, it's essentially, there's a steel structure above the existing building, and then the decking doesn't actually make contact with the existing first floor building. So there's essentially for lack of a better word, a void or a space between the existing structure and the new second floor. While there is rubber matting on the second floor, there's no additional sound attenuation because we don't believe there'll be transfer of sound or vibration to the existing first floor.
So the first floor and the second floor do not touch?
Correct. It's visible in the cross-section shown in the plans, but we can call that out in our materials just to make it clear that there's no contact there and really no opportunity for transfer.
And so, okay. Yep. And there's no like, I remember another case, there was poles that connected them. Those poles aren't there. It's just
I'm going to check on the details of that. If there's any sort of smaller columns in between the new structure and the existing structure, I don't know offhand, and they're not shown clearly on the plans enough. So if there's anything there that could potentially cause transfer, we'll look into it.
Great.
But our understanding is that it's the design is such that the second floor won't interfere with the first.
So columns, of course, penetrate through the existing structure. It's impossible to hold it up, right? Unless maybe they didn't have to add columns, but you are resting something on the existing structure.
That I don't know. That's an open question I have with the architect to just sort of fully walk me through the design so I can convey that to the board.
Into the walls. That's
Yeah, it doesn't, it's not, as we say, it's not held up with sky hooks. So, right?
Understood.
So something makes contact. So what the architect should do is ensure that where it's making contact with the existing structure, that's the subject of the application here, that around those columns or wherever that contact is made is isolated. Okay.
So I'll follow up with the architect on that. The third question was with respect to the overlay. So as you can see on the zoning map, and actually, if you don't have it in front of you, the The overlay is mapped for almost the entirety of Cross Bay Boulevard. At the very northern edge of the zoning map, it indicates that the line is located at the center line.
Right.
We don't know this for sure, but our theory is that when this building was constructed in 1965, due to the nature of this tax block, and I can show you on the tax map here, this tax block has a slightly deeper dimension. We believe that the Department of Buildings potentially approved this building back in 1965 based on the zoning district boundary that was mapped to the center line of the block, again on this somewhat deeper tax block. We don't know for sure, but that's the working theory as to how this commercial building was initially approved and then has existed to this point.
Just a question, because on the other case we talked about yesterday, mentioned briefly yesterday, they were able to find the original plans for the building, and that was able to say that per zoning section blah, the overlay extends the entirety of the lot. Have you looked at?
Unfortunately, the record that we were able to pull from the Department of Buildings doesn't answer that specific question. We have approved plans; they just don't. There's not conclusive evidence that's
or is it possible the commercial overlay was for the entire depth of the lot, and it may have been modified since then to the indicated center line of it?
I found earlier pre-1961 zoning maps where the commercial overlay extended 100 feet from Cross Bay Boulevard for the duration.
We've seen that.
But as of 1961, it's at the center line. Or actually, it's 1962, it's at the center line. And I think just, again, because of the unusual nature of this block, which is, I don't know if you can see it on the tax map, it has sort of this jog up on the northern end. So this dimension would be sufficient to make the zoning district boundary pushed sufficiently far north from Cross Bay, or sufficiently far enough from Cross Bay Boulevard to account for the building. It's about that, say 11 feet. But we don't have conclusive evidence to show that. That's just our working theory. So we're hoping to find something in the record either with DOB so that we can prevent or find another answer. And we'll include that in our next submission. And then finally, with respect to the sign non-compliance, we agree that the signage is non-compliant, but for a slightly different reason. I think it's a slightly lesser degree of non-compliance. Again, we'll get into this in our submission, but just very briefly, the zoning lot itself is comprised of corner lots and through lots. The 36,642, the maximum surface area in C2 districts, is 150 square feet total for the zoning lot, or 150 square feet for each frontage for the corner lot portion. So one of the building frontages would be within the corner lot portion and subject to that 150 square feet per frontage. The remaining two frontages would be within the through lot and subject to the through lot restrictions of 150 feet total. That said, so while they're within both the corner lot frontage and the through lot frontage, they're within the maximum 150 square feet that's permitted. The lots that are within, the frontages that are within the through lot portion are non-compliant with respect to the illuminated signage at maximum of 50 square feet. So we're basically, we have one too many illuminated signs, and that will have to be addressed.
But with respect to the corner lot question, is the signage located on the other facade?
No, so, and I just use the tax map again. So again, if this is our corner lot portion, one of the building frontages here has signage, and then the remaining two frontages that have signage are in Cross Bay, and then here. So this signage would be subject to the corner lot provisions. These two together would be subject to the through lot provisions. So,
and so is it under 150 in each of those cases?
So it's under 150 on this frontage, under 150 on this frontage, but over There's 2 illuminated signs, so it's
But
over
over
that
the
50 square foot.
okay.
Right. So one of the signs will either have to be non-illuminated or addressed in some manner.
But if you turned off the illumination, then you would be in compliance.
Correct.
In your drawing, could you please indicate the corner lot and where, and also in the signage drawing, indicate where the 100 feet comes and how that's being applied?
Absolutely,
Just
we'll
for future
spell it
boards
out.
and other.
Right.
Okay.
And other than that, I just mentioned briefly, we had met with the community board back in the fall. We're going back to see them for a land use committee hearing at some point later this month, and then for a full board hearing on the 7th of February. So if we could submit sometime shortly after that February 7th hearing date and come back for a hearing. And just to clarify, they had asked for some additional information related to traffic and parking. We've engaged a traffic consultant who's after first the Thanksgiving holiday and then the Christmas holidays has been able to go out and do some counts. And so we have that data now and are just putting it into a report.
Okay. All right, so are there any speakers on this? Okay. So, what was I gonna say? So you are going to need some time for the research into the issue of the commercial overlay and the extension of that, right?
Correct. We've started that work, and we're hoping to have have already made the request to go back down to DOB. We'd like to come back sooner rather than later. I understand we're being ambitious with respect to that research, but hopefully we can have that done within about a month.
Okay. What are we talking about? So it's again, we're talking probably the March 5th here. Does that work? Because it's just the PCE.
Sure. March 5th has a submission date of February 13th, so it's after your full hearing at the community board.
That would be great. Thank
And
you.
you think that's enough time for you to do the research?
I hope.
Yeah. We don't want to have to adjourn this, right?
That's our goal is to resolve everything
Right,
before
because,
that.
but you understand that if you adjourn, then we don't have another hearing available for you for maybe 2 months or something like that, so it pushes you off further.
If you want to do mid-March or late March instead, that's also an option.
I think I'd like to stick with the schedule with the understanding that it'll be an issue if we don't submit.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Item number 3, 2017-270BZ, 1434 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson, members of the board. My name is Edward Loria. I'm the applicant. I understand there was some concern about not receiving amended plans. So I brought copies of the amended plans that I had submitted.
Oh.
Just in case you don't have them.
No, we have amended plans. It was with the existing set.
Amended
Revised existing plans to respond to fire department's comments.
So fire department indicated that there is a different use than we thought, an auto parts retail store in the building. Based on an inspection, they observed auto parts retail store, which is a critical concern of the board relative to this special permit.
Well, that's a surprise to me, because as far as I'm concerned, the premises are being occupied as an auto repair establishment.
When's the last time you visited the premises?
About a year ago. Maybe it's been changed.
Maybe, we don't know.
And I think that's,
I'll have to look into it.
Yeah.
I think that's probably, since it's a threshold issue, that's probably one of the,
Yeah, it's an important issue.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a different issue.
Yeah, it's not just a different issue.
it
We're
could
not
be the
allowed
last
to
issue.
grant a permit for a use group 6.
No.
Can you speak to the owner?
I will.
And also I would encourage you also to visit the site.
I've been speaking to the owner, he never indicated to me that he changed the use.
Right, so this is why you may want to, on your own volition, go inspect to confirm or dispute what the fire department has said.
Definitely.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that it's the root of the issue.
Yeah.
Total root, yes. Okay, but you heard our comments from yesterday's review session? Okay, you want to go through them?
Well, the comment about the as of right change, I chose not to choose that method since I could not get an equitable return on the investment if I complied with paragraph A. Because I limit the scope of the expansion to where I get a little more space, floor area under the special permit.
No, so paragraph, I guess that's A. Hold on a second, let me just go. Paragraph A3 is the one that we're concerned about, right? A3 says, the building in which such use is located has not previously been enlarged pursuant to any of sections 11-412, 43-121, or 72-21. So we were going through, since this is a pre-61 variance, and you said in your papers, it says that in 1963, the building expanded, then our kind of initial assumption, because we didn't have anything else to go on, was that it expanded pursuant to section 11-412.
No, expanded as of right.
Expanded as of right. Can you walk us through how it's as of right?
Well, the zoning was changed in 1961 to allow this use at the premises. The variance was granted based on prior zoning prior to 1961. When the zoning was changed in 1961, it legalized the premises to be acceptable as of right use.
Okay.
And then the expansion done in 1963 was done as of right.
Okay.
So it was not done pursuant to any of those requirements.
Okay. So effectively, by 1963 or by 1961 December, say, the variance ceased to be needed. Right. Essentially, it was abandoned. Right. Okay. Okay. So you come to us as a kind of a clean site, as though we didn't know each other before.
That's right.
Right. Okay. Right. So that makes the answer to A3 a good answer. Okay. So we can proceed with that. All right. And then, so then the critical part of the threshold question is whether your use is one of those 50 to 70 uses. No, sorry, not that. I mean, listed in section 1560.
Right.
Right? Because you're saying it's a 17B use. We need to make sure that the use hasn't changed. And, right, okay. All right, what else? Do you want to continue, or you want me to?
Can I just go
ahead.
back to, and the variance that was granted prior to the 1961 zoning was only for use, not for bulk or? Only for use, okay.
And I think there was a question, well, in the building then in 1961, not only became conforming, but it was also compliant.
Yes.
Okay. So I think all we have left is whether or not there's still spraying in place?
No, there's no spraying.
No spraying. And there were images on the Google Maps of cars parked on the sidewalk?
Not generally, to the best of my knowledge, but the owner knows that he's not permitted to park on the sidewalk.
Okay, so we need you to help us.
Unfortunately, the area is congested with that type of use.
Yeah.
I think if you, unfortunately, while it is true, and we don't have control on the other users, since your application is before us, you do need to ensure that your owner is aware of it, and you need to provide operational plan, assuming that you need this variance with the use issue. Sorry, you need the special permit given the use issue. So, and the Google map did show that there was a car parked in front of your property and the transaction of the business happening from within. So it was quite clear it was related to that operation.
And so
Sorry. So you do need to just.
We'll address it.
So just to give you a hint from some of the other applications that we've seen that have been trying to address the subject of parking on the sidewalk, it entails a combination of things like installing fences where there's no need for it to be completely open on the sidewalk, where there's no curb cut. That's one that seems to help to discourage. And then on the fences, putting a sign that says, no parking on sidewalk, cars will be towed at owner's expense.
Well, we are built on the lot line, so the fence issue does not apply. But
Okay.
certainly, we can provide
sign.
signage.
Okay.
Right. And making all the employees aware of that so that they can immediately notify the towing company of.
Fine.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. And we also said, and Commissioner Sheta's question was about impact on the neighborhood. So one of the findings for this is that the second floor addition won't negatively impact neighborhood character, right? You need to address that in your discussion. Okay.
Well, I thought I did, but I'll elaborate.
No, so you can't just say it doesn't impact neighborhood character
know.
and just make it a conclusory statement. You have to explain why.
Okay.
Okay? And I think that's it, right? Anything else that I looked at? Okay, Bruce? Sorry.
There was also some comments for the EAS in November that need to be responded to. Could look into that.
Okay.
I think the form needs to be signed and dated, and there's a.
I have the comments.
Okay.
I will respond.
Okay. Good. All right. Are there any speakers on this one? No. Okay. So please respond to all of those issues in writing. Maybe definitely go on a site visit and see what's going on inside that so we can hear it from you, what you saw operating, not just from your client who may tell you not the whole story.
It might be great to get compliance.
Right, and if you have. What'd you say?
It might be beneficial for a compliance
Yes.
officer.
And maybe Ted takes a little drive. Okay.
And since you need to revise the plan to show the existing condition, you probably do need to visit the site to take the measurement.
Right. Right. Well, maybe there's nothing to revise.
That's right.
It's incorrect. Or one thing is, it might be arguably accessory to the principal use. If that's what it is, then explain it, and maybe that's what fire department saw, that they sell a little something, but it's not that the whole thing's become a retail establishment.
Revised.
It's
Right.
not unlikely that a repair shop does sell accessories, especially for motorcycles, like from helmets to gloves and stuff. So we could be.
Possibly be an accessory.
It could be accessory use. We might be worried about nothing. Great.
Okay. And we'll have our compliance officer take a look also.
Very good.
Okay. Great. All right. So we need a little time for the operational plan, I think, is probably the other big one. So what do we say? How are we doing in March 5th?
We have 14.
Good. March 5th?
Fine.
Submission February 13th.
Is that enough time? A month?
It's fine.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Thank
you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 4, 2018-21BZ, 1773 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. You have to swear in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
They're all been We had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. Are you coming back, or?
No, I think you're fine.
You're fine. We're
This is the
waiting.
quorum.
This is
Just
the
making
quorum at the
sure.
moment, yeah.
First, on the proposed floor plan,
enough.
we're asked that dimensions of the walls will be counted towards 50% of retained existing walls. We'll be happy to do that. Next, we asked for a note to be added regarding the extension of the wall thickness in the front. I believe the exact note was DOB shall determine whether such increase in the degree of noncompliance with ZR Section 2345A is permitted by ZR Section 2344A8. I'd be very happy to add that note. I do want to point out, just for the record, that all new portions of the wall are 15 feet, or at least 15 feet from the front yard line, from the front lot line. So that we're only talking all new portions of the wall. The existing wall, I understand the issue and the need for the note, but I just want to make sure that for the record it's noted that all new portions of the wall are behind the 15-foot mark.
They're showing variably either 2'3" and 2 inches forward of the 15-foot mark, which is a peculiar number to be showing.
That's on the existing wall with the furring out. I understand, and that was, I believe, what the note was for.
No. So there's so the front facade is divided into different parts, right? And on the ground floor, the front facade has, are you on that one?
I think I may have the wrong folder.
Are you looking at the decorative?
2018-21. Hold on a second.
That's what I'm looking at, 2018-21.
Okay.
I only see one building.
If you look at the actual floor plans.
Yeah, let me just get there.
Absolutely.
Here we go, one of those proposed.
Whenever you're ready.
I will tell you. Okay, so if we
look at A3, which is the first floor plan, you see that it's set back 15 feet. And I think what you're referring to is actually on page A4.
Now, let's just stay on A3 for a second. So you've got, okay, so on A3, you've got that insulation allowed on the existing facade.
Correct.
I understand that.
That's the reason we're adding
Then
the
if
note.
I go back to A1,
here,
it doesn't exactly say the same thing. It shows insulation allowed obstruction 2344B on the existing facade, but it also points
it's
to...
pointing to the decorative elements that are shown on A4. I can have that note clarified. I think the note is just poorly labeled. I'll have that fixed.
Decorative elements.
They are allowed to add that. It's something that we often have on our plans. I'll have that cleaned up.
Okay. Because it's not shown at all, the so-called decorative elements aren't shown on A3.
No, because it's not on A3, it's on A4, it's shown.
Right, but A3 is the plan, the first floor plan.
Correct, it's not on the first floor plan, it's above the first floor plan.
Uh-oh. So wait a second. So it says 9'8". It says it's, I'm so confused. It says it's existing on the first floor. Is it existing on the first floor?
I'm not sure where you're looking.
So I'm at A3.
A3? Okay.
It says where the note is that says proposed porch to be approved by DOB, it's black.
Right, that's a new wall.
That's a new wall, so it's not an existing wall.
Correct.
Right?
The 9'8" is dimensioning the wall that's on the inside of the porch.
It's dimensioning it as existing.
The 9'8" wall is existing.
Oh, you're talking about the side. No, but it's not. It's all black.
Okay.
Black means new on these.
I want to make sure that you and I are looking at the same thing.
So it's drawing A3.
And A3, right here is the 9'8". It's not black.
No, but the
think it's
perpendicular is black.
Correct. This is proposed, the 9'8" dimension is for this wall right here.
Oh, okay. But then,
This wall is 4 8 3/4.
so where's the dimension that shows you're maintaining the 15-foot yard? You've got...
If you add these two numbers together, it gets to 15 feet, but I can certainly have them dimension 15 feet.
Because there you have the 2 3/4 inches. That's this confusing thing. What is that?
I'll have this all clarified for you.
Okay, good.
That's just a little cleanup.
Okay. And then on the second floor, it's not dimensions. This is A4, right? It's not dimension, but you have this thing that's labeled insulation allowed permitted obstruction in the yard 2344B. You're only allowed to add what is it, the amount? It's not very much. You're only allowed to add a few inches, and that looks like more than a foot. The rule is the extension shown.
8 inches. We'll make sure it
8-inch
doesn't
maximum in all cases, right?
I'm going to make a note here, make sure it doesn't exceed.
Because if you just scale this, it's more than
Yeah,
a foot.
we'll check on particularly A4, but we'll also make sure it doesn't exceed it.
The other part that's weird about it is if you're really creating insulation to insulate, then you would think it would run the full width of the wall, right? What are you insulating? Just
Yeah, why doesn't it go to the end? I'll have that all clarified by the architect. Not a problem. That's easy enough. There was a statement yesterday that we weren't sure of what it was. We were asked to clarify the section designations, and I checked the section designations, and I thought they were clear, but I want to make sure if they're not, that we do clarify.
So sometimes, depends on which way I'm going. So 2A11, yeah, okay. So it says 2A11, but then you go to A11. Hold on a second.
And there's a 1 and a 2.
Sorry.
No problem.
This one is.
What page are you looking at, just for the reference?
Well, I'm heading to A11.
Okay.
And I see, it says building sections B and building section C.
Right,
It says
there's a
1
1
and
and
2,
2.
but what's a building section B and a section C? So it's double labeling your sections.
Okay.
Okay, just saying.
Again, that's something that can be cleaned up if you like.
Since you're there.
It's here and here.
Yeah, but that's 1 and 2, not B and C.
Right.
Okay.
Clean up the double labeling. Okay, also the joists to remain on the section on 810, we'll clarify that without a problem. We'll also add your favorite new note that removal of existing exterior walls and joists in excess of what is shown in the approved plans will avoid the special permit problem. We're going to review the FAR. I spoke with the architect about it last night. Of course, we don't have an answer just yet since it was only last night. And lastly, regarding the height of the building, we will definitely provide you analysis and reduce it if we think that that's appropriate based on the analysis. But I do want to point out that if you look at the streetscape that we provided to your board already, you'll see that our proposal is actually 35 feet in height. The building 2 houses to the right of us is already existing at 36 feet 2.5 inches tall. Do you see that?
I do, but I also see that your building is super wide compared to all those other little buildings. So your extra height and your extra width makes your building look pretty
I understand your point,
substantial
and
on
we
the
certainly
site.
will do an analysis, as I said, but I just wanted to point that out as well for the record.
But not just an analysis, it's like, there is 12 foot 6 inches floor to top of ridge. Why? For what?
In the attic.
In the attic. And that's really it. You can bring the attic height down, and then you'll have addressed the concern.
I'll speak with the architect about that as well.
Okay, good. All right.
I believe that was everything that was brought up yesterday.
Okay, any speakers on this? Okay. What's the 20th of March look like?
The 19th?
Yeah, 19th.
We have 13.
Okay, how many?
She's already here for a new application. How many 73-622s? There are 2.
Okay, we do it for then.
March 19th. The submission date would be February 27th.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to look at the calendar as well.
Please check.
Perfect. March 19th we can do. So continued hearing 319, submission date 222?
27.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 2018-39BZ, 1249 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Good afternoon. Still, Mayor J. Altman from the Law Office of Mayor Altman. We once again had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. With respect to the existing walls to remain, we're going to modify the proposal to remove, number one, those very small walls. We see your point. We don't disagree. We'll be changing that. In addition, the architect is going to reanalyze what portions of the attic should count as existing walls and use that as part of our basis to determine what walls we're keeping and not keeping. But I know yesterday there was a concern about all of those walls in the attic and whether they truly were exterior walls or not, that was mentioned. So we're going to determine which walls are truly exterior walls, to determine what the numbers are to get us to what we need to maintain, and then we will work on the drawings to make sure that we are maintaining the appropriate amount. So we'll be able to back into that. In addition, we're going to confirm that the walls to remain line up with the existing building. I believe that was one of the comments yesterday, and we always strive to do that, but if there was an error, I'll be happy to make sure that it doesn't happen again. On 810, we're going to correct a dimensional error that was mentioned. Dimensional error in the height. I believe
Right,
Mr. Shonda said
14.2,
that.
right.
We'll fix that. On the attic, we're going to make sure that it shows what areas of the attic are floor area, which are not. That was also mentioned. Regarding the rear yard, we will review our analysis again to determine, number one, what has been built, number two, what has expired, and we can modify our study as appropriate. As you said, on the satellite image, some things look like they're built. The image that's used as the basis for the rear yard study is not hand-drawn for each analysis. That's taken off of the internet, and it's marked accordingly, which is why sometimes you will see a building that looks smaller than it is marked based on a BSA approval. But I can submit a satellite image showing you which ones were built and which ones may have expired.
And be sure to indicate the actual heights of any rear yard incursion.
I can give you the number of stories if it's not a BSA approval. If it is a BSA approval, we can give you a height, because of course I cannot necessarily enter everybody's site.
Doesn't your architect have a laser measurer?
I don't know if this one does. I will tell you that a lot of architects, when I ask that, say no, they cannot determine the heights if they can't get on the site from the rear. It's one thing if they're talking about from the street level, it's different. They cannot get into the rear of these properties necessarily.
No, but
Like from the backyard of
backyard
this property,
of this,
for instance.
yes. All we're looking for is the heights of the adjoining property.
Or just the adjoining?
Yes.
No,
I thought we were talking about the rear yard study, which is the whole block.
No,
I'm saying
I think
you'd have to go further than just our site to do that.
No, I think for the precise height of the rear yard incursions, you're most interested in the immediately adjacent.
I can find out if he has the ability to do that. I don't know.
And that can be determined pretty literally by standing on a ladder or a chair even with a laser, and you can see what the height of the adjacent property is, I think.
Again, I will
triangulate the.
I will
Yeah,
ask if you can do that.
do it probably.
Yeah,
If-
without
if
using
the
a
architect
surveyor.
cannot access the location where he can measure, probably a surveyor can do it.
Well, let me see what I can find out.
Surveyor is, I'm not trying
the
to
house to the
encourage them
left-
to expend huge amounts of money, but it is something that, you know, you can buy a tool, and the tool will give you the
Yeah, it is a measurement.
triangular.
I would like to point out to you, the house to the left, immediately adjacent to the site, was a BSA approval. So for that, we should be able to pull a real number from the BSA.
No, but I'm looking at the as-built conditions. It's-
Right, no, but
right?
that house was built, from what I understand.
Right, but we don't
So-
know built how. So when I say as-built, I want as-built.
I'd like to believe that if they got their certificate of occupancy, it matches the BSA approved plans, which we can confirm if they got a
really?
C of O. If they got a C of O, I stress, if they got a C of O. Of course, we
So
understand if
I'm
they
going to
didn't.
say it again. It's much better if we get actual as-built heights of actual built incursions into the yard. And so if we can do that with the architect using laser pointed measuring equipment, that would be the best.
I can speak to the architect, see if he can do it. I know that my office doesn't do that.
No, I'm not
Obviously,
saying,
law
but
firm,
you're
I
not,
certainly will reach out to the architect and ask if he can do it.
you're not an architect, so
No,
you wouldn't
without
have
a
this
doubt I
in
am
your
not.
office, okay?
My pleasure to ask that.
Okay.
Regarding a note, the removal of existing exterior walls, that same note that we've been talking about adding in all the jobs, will certainly add to this one as well. There was also a question regarding the height of the rear portion of the building. We're going to have it added to the plans, but just for the record, it's 23 feet 8 inches high to the top of the 3-foot parapet, and it's for a depth of 9 foot 4 inches. And lastly, for the front yard, there was a question as to how this will impact the block. If you were to look at the images that we initially submitted with this application, you will see the house to the left was built out very similarly to what we are proposing, and I will show you an image. I know it is already in your file. I'll make it easy for you and show it to you. The house right here is the site. The red brick is the adjacent home. It's already built 2 stories in the front yard. That's the house that we know was built.
Okay, okay.
So proposed front yard does match what's going on the block. As a matter of fact, it matches the immediately adjacent house.
But I think Commissioner Shanda actually wanted to know more about the percentage of yards that have 20-foot depths and the heights of those incursions, right?
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to say, when we watch the tape, we always have a pretty easy time hearing you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Chanda, I apologize. I'm sorry to say, we have great difficulty sometimes hearing what you have to say. So it's not that I don't want to address it, I cannot hear it.
Okay,
What is
I'll
it
do
you'd like?
better
I'll be
with
happy to
my
look at
voice throwing exercises.
Can you repeat what you
My
said?
question was, I would like to know what percentage of the properties that have 20-foot rear yard have, in those ones, what's the building height in the rear yard?
What percent of properties with a 20-foot rear yard?
Yeah, the ones that have
1-story
20-foot,
versus 2-story,
right, the ones that do have a 20-foot rear yard, what is the height of the buildings in the rear?
So basically, you want to know the number of stories, 1-story versus 2-story versus 2 in an attic.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you can get me the measurement, great. If not, at least even
Yeah,
by
I definitely
stories.
can't get it for the entire block. That's what I
Even by
was originally thought we were being asked for. That's a little tough to do.
I'll take the stories.
But we can certainly look at that and pull that off of the maps and from the client.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. And sorry about that.
Not a problem. I'm sorry I couldn't address it. I tried very hard to listen, but just couldn't hear it.
Okay, and then I wanted to go back to a comment you made. Your, can't find it. There was a comment that you made, and I thought it might have misunderstood.
Would you like me to?
What I was getting at? No, it's okay, because I can't figure it out. I just want to make sure that you understand that when we talk about the attic, you can only use the attic if it's floor area to count towards retention of the walls, right? So first you have to determine what's existing.
That's part of analyzing exactly what's an exterior wall, what's usable. We did hear that comment yesterday. We have that noted.
Okay. So, and one of the things that I think may have been misunderstood is it seemed, if I look at the retained wall perimeter, there was not enough being retained to equal 50%. So which is why we saw these little bits of 4 inches here and there and that kind of thing. So what I had said was you could easily achieve this by just keeping the wall on the south side where it is. That's 1 foot 8 inches, just keeping it there. And then you would have on the original line, and then you would have enough perimeter wall.
Based on our current calculations, and I have to stress current calculations because, as I said, we're going to be going back and reanalyzing the attic. But based on our current calculations, even if we were to remove, I think there were 3 bits that were 4 inches, 1 that was 6 inches, and 1 that was 7 inches. If we were to remove all of those, let's say from the calculations, we still exceed 50% because 50% is approximately 200 feet, and we're at approximately 210 feet right now. But as I said, we have to go back and reanalyze the attic before we make a decision as to whether that is still accurate. And if it is not accurate, we don't exceed 50%, we will certainly figure out what other walls we will be maintaining, not in 6-inch increments.
Okay. If I look at the second floor, you're only retaining one wall of the floor. So that doesn't equal 50%. You need to have
Well, it's not
walls.
50% of each floor, it's a total of 50%.
No, but you're only retaining one wall of the first floor and a little.
It's
and a
one wall
little
plus the 6'1" on the
6'1" thing,
on the
right?
first and the second, and then on the attic, we're maintaining almost all of the attic.
Well, that was the part where you're relying too much on the attic if the attic does. So I'm
That's why we're going to
uncomfortable-
confirm the calculations.
Yeah,
of the
I'm
attic.
uncomfortable with using the attic as an excuse to remove most of the building. So that hasn't been a rule because no one's tried that trick yet, right? But
don't know that it's a
and I
trick.
do
I
have
mean,
to
it
call
does
it,
meet the rule.
I do call it a trick because the architect knows very well that the goal is 50% of the existing perimeter walls. So when effectively you're only retaining, it says 39% and 40% of the existing perimeter walls on a given floor, on both floors, it means you're tearing down all the rest of the walls.
and
So
81%
I don't like using the attic as an excuse for tearing down most of the rest of the building. And that's why I say, just keep that wall where it is. 1 foot 8 inches is not going to kill the project, and then you're retaining enough of the project.
This is not a very wide building, so it does make a significant impact on this
No, it
building. This
doesn't.
building is less than 20 feet wide. It's actually less than 18 feet wide, I believe. I can double check that dimension.
It's 17 foot 7.
17.7, I thought it was 17.10, but I can just confirm that.
But you don't need to retain the entirety of that wall, but you need to retain more of it, and you're not retaining any of it, so it's effectively a tear down with the exception of one wall, which is not the goal here. So it's taking advantage of the attic, which is not the same as the first and the second floor, and I think that is, let's say, contrary to the intent of the existing structure retention. And I don't want to play, I feel like now that we've tried to set up parameters, this architect is working to figure out a way to work around it, and I don't want to hear about working around it. We're trying to set a parameter that's very clean, that retains the existing building. And if I allow for a little bit of movement, great, but this is a lot of movement of taking the attic.
As I said, we already have to reanalyze this building. I've already acknowledged we are going to be doing that. So at this point, I think this is a debate that may not be worth having because it may not be relevant on this application. And we won't know that until we run an analysis of the attic, which we had already agreed we would gladly do.
Okay, but you heard me.
I did hear what you
So
had
even if you run the analysis of the attic, I don't want to see basically 40% of the first and second floor being retained because it's not the goal, right?
I heard what you had to say. I will pass that along.
All right, are there any speakers on this? Good. I don't know. 622 is in March 26th?
Can we keep it on the same as the other one?
Yeah, but it's, I don't want
319 and 222?
It's just that week we have a special hearing that week, and so we're trying to limit the number of hearings on the 19th. You're already coming back the 26th.
Oh, the 26th? Okay.
Let me look at my calendar. I apologize, I don't have the 26th up.
March 26th, you suggested? Yeah.
I cannot do the 26th.
You can't.
You already.
Oh, you have a new case on, but maybe that one.
I was unaware that I had a new case on the 26th. It was news to me. I'm glad that you know I have a new case, but nobody actually told me that.
Okay.
I can do the 19th.
We can't.
I mean, I'm here March 5th, but I suspect March 5th won't work for you.
March 5th is a no-go.
I figured it was.
April 9th is the next hearing then.
Let me look.
And that is at a submission date of March 20th.
Hold on just one moment. Which, it was April 9th, you said?
Yes.
We can do that. 4/9. Submission is?
March 20th.
Okay, I will pass that along.
Great.
The proof of hearing.
We can ask him. Ready?
Item number 6, 2018-104BZ, 1234 through 1238 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Hello for one last time today. Still Lyra Altman representing Law Solicitor Mary Altman. Once again, we had somebody attend your executive session yesterday, heard your comments. We did supply the proof of notification. I assume you received it, or I wouldn't be.
No, I didn't, so if somebody can, if you have, did you?
Do you have a copy with you?
A copy of proof of notice
Yeah.
of hearing.
Proof of service was provided.
No, I didn't want proof of service, I needed proof of notice of hearing.
Yeah, no, proof of notice of hearing. I submitted it yesterday to Daryl.
Oh, I saw it as.
Show it on my phone.
Yes, if you have it. If you have it on your phone, that would be.
Give 1 second, I will walk into my office and show it to you.
Or if Daryl can.
Email.
Daryl, let's see which one of us is there.
They emailed all the commissioners with it.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Okay, we'll see who's faster. I think I can pull it.
104.
I can show you the proof.
I see what was attached, but let me look at it. Proof of service, which is not necessarily. Okay, proof of notice, I see. Okay.
I knew I submitted it to you. Payments that came through regarding the total side yards, you are correct. It should be 13 feet. We apologize for that. We will have that corrected. The joists to remain in the outline of the existing house, we'll be glad to add that to the plans as well. I've already spoken with the architect. The enclosing wall on the side of the house not being shown, he's going to submit something in writing to explain it, he said. I spoke with him yesterday. He said if you look at the image of the front of the building that we submitted to your board, you would see that there really isn't a front wall. It's just roof in front. But he's going to submit something in writing because I told him that.
Not in writing, no. This is, again, why we need architects at these hearings where it's involving architecture, which is every single hearing. When you do a floor plan, you're standing in the middle of the room and you take a horizontal section at 4 feet or 5 feet above the floor, and that's where you encounter walls. Those are the enclosing walls.
We'll have him add that in then.
Okay, no letter explaining that there are no walls.
We'll be happy to add it in.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Okay, standard note that you're now requesting, of course, we'll be happy to add. Regarding the rear of the second house, I've spoken with the architect, he is reviewing it. I know there was a discussion as to whether there'd be a way to not have a 20-foot rear yard on that side. He's looking into it. He's also reviewing the rear yard on the existing house. Just want to be clear which house we're discussing here, the existing versus, I'll call it the new portion, only because we're demoing a lot, that building on that lot. Regarding, sure, we have everything here. Oh, the floor area study. We gave you an FAR study. You've asked for a floor area study. I'll be happy to provide that. If you, just for the record, if you look across the street, there are a number of other large houses on this block, one of which is somewhat across and one house over to the left. It's the Ellie Schroen residence. And that house was a BSA approval also. It's under construction if you look online. In addition, we will provide you the front to rear sections that you requested. I apologize that those weren't in the file. There was also a request for analysis of the front yard of this property. We'll be happy to look at that as well. Now, I did hear Vice Chair Chanda on this one, that there was a question regarding the 11-foot yard, that there was an inconsistency. I will confirm through all the documents that everything is consistent, of course. Apologize for that. Once again, there was a comment on 13 feet of side yards. We, of course, are going to fix that. And there was a discussion of whether we would need a waiver. The reason we need a waiver on the side yards is not from the total. It's because the existing side yard on the right side of the lot is smaller than 5 feet.
Which lot?
The one that we're keeping. When you look at the site, you've got the building on the left is being demolished, the building on the right is being maintained. That wall on the right side is closer to the lot line than is permitted by the zoning. We're doing a straight line extension. That is why we need the side yard waiver. It is not for the total. As you noted yesterday, we are not permitted to request a waiver from the total, and we're not intending to. That was a 3-inch error that will be corrected. Actually, 2.5-inch error to be exact. That will be corrected. And lastly, you wanted further analysis in the statement of the floor area and the yards, and we'll be happy to go over that in the statement. Once we do the additional analyses, we will, of course, incorporate it into our statement.
Okay. And also an analysis of how this fits into the context of the community. That's the...
I believe that, to a point, that is where we go with those character studies ultimately.
Right. But in other words, there should be a narrative as opposed to just giving us the materials, right? Explain how the materials are supporting your argument.
Of course, that will be in the statement, as opposed to just the studies.
Right. Okay. All right, are there any speakers on this? No? Okay. I don't know, feeling that April 9th again.
Okay. April 9th, continued hearing, submission date March 20th.
Item number 7, 2017-34BZ, 311 Adams Avenue, Staten Island. Please raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. So we did listen to a review session and the comments were made. The initial statement I would like to make to the board, though, is to let you know that the property owner has decided to retain a different architect. So we will review these items and I can respond to them now, but in light of the fact that we are going to have somebody else involved with taking over the project. In response to the items that were raised, we will provide uniqueness study of this lot in comparison to other lots in the area. With respect to the flood compliance, part of the reason the new architect is being retained is in order to submit that ZRD1 to get that accomplished. I believe that has been started. I know there were some comments about what could be done to address that, but we'll reference the architect to the review session tape. There were comments about the home. I took notes on them, and again, the core design, the intent is to keep it the same, but we will review the items that were raised, notably the fact about the roof, the pitched roof, the fact it could be reduced. Now, there's a question about stairs and interior to the attic, and also reviewing the parking situation. Those, again, will pass on the review session tape to the new architect, but we'll also mention all those comments to him about that. And then with respect to the single and separate search, we did submit information, but we'll get we'll expand upon that search to confirm that this was singly and separately, but the initial findings were that it was.
Okay, but with respect to the uniqueness study?
Yes.
So we need that much improved?
100%, yes.
And focusing on the lot itself, right?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did visit the site yesterday, and while I didn't have my measuring tape with me, it seemed that around the area there are many homes that, because of the flood requirements, seem to be 3 stories with a very large cellar. I think think that an assessment of the height of surrounding and how many would really, because after visiting the site, after seeing the neighborhood, it doesn't seem like it's so much out of character, this height. And I would really like the community board to get a better understanding of this particular case, because this is the one that they believed was a GCL 36, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And I can see why. I was reading some of the earlier submissions, and it seemed that it might have been at one point, and then you modified.
Right, yeah. There's been a history.
Yeah, it seems like that from the earlier, but I'm not, have you given your, well, when you do create your new plans, please provide them to community board?
I will come in here on the record and say that once the new architect takes this initial design and redesigns it, with respect to those questions, we will make sure that the community board has an opportunity to weigh in again. We have no problem going to them again.
Yeah, I think that, and especially when considering the height of the several surrounding,
Yes.
I think that this, I'd like to know if they have any issues with this project any longer.
Sure. No problem at all, because, as part of the submission, we would send it to the community board, and we're happy to go to them again, because even though the core will be the same, it is a different architect and presentation.
Okay. Okay, good. Are there any speakers on this? No. All right, and what was it? Yes, okay. So what can we do?
I would say, how's this, considering that we do want to go back to the community board, and there's a new architect, even though they've got the core design there, and the fact that we want the flood review, we can be very flexible. I think we need a minimum of 10 weeks to submit, I would say.
Okay.
Just trying to think.
And that's
time.
middle
2.5 months.
2.5 months.
Just to make sure everything's taken care of and we can
April
meet
9th.
again.
Right.
So submit the end of March, or?
And so we're looking at a continued hearing April 9th with a submission of March 20th.
Is that enough time, or you want to do a little later?
Bump one more, just to be safe.
Love it. Okay.
We could be first on that calendar. How's that?
Okay, how about April 23rd with a submission date of April 3rd?
That sounds good. So April 3rd, April 23rd, and we have all that information. And, as soon as it's done, we'll pass on the community board and hopefully can get a revised response from the 50th week.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 8, 2018-33BZ, 31-4190 7th Street, Queens. Please raise your right hand. All members who will submit testimony. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Please sign in.
I'm Arthur Yellen, the architect. Eric Williams, owner's rep.
Eric Williams, rep for the owner.
So, thank you for coming. When you speak, please, each of you stand at the mic, because when two people stand side by side, doesn't get picked up on the camera.
I have handouts, if I should have
Okay.
everything already on the computer.
Okay.
Would you
Well, we have everything that was submitted to us a few weeks ago on the computer.
Okay.
Is this
It's
new?
nothing new.
Nothing new.
Nothing new.
Okay.
I listened to the audio, and I think I remember everything on it. Listened to it twice. This is my response. There are a couple of terms that I don't think are critical, and I misuse them, like tandem. I don't think it's too relevant at this point. And combined lots versus common ownership. There's a big difference. I think that there are only, I think this is a unique site because it's the only site that cannot be developed without a variance. There are two other sites that are developed. They have garages, and they seem happy with that. All the other open areas are in common ownership with an adjacent property, and that goes for a very large swath of area. So in that respect, I'm willing to study further, but that's my understanding. We started with Zola, we used Property Shark, we went to Acris, and we walked. Unless things have changed in 6 months, I think I got it, but I'm willing to go back again.
Okay.
And make adjustments.
So you don't necessarily, well, go back again, I don't want to discourage any adjustments, but I want to just clarify. When you say lots held in common ownership, when you say the word lots, you mean vacant lots?
Open areas
Open areas, so.
that are actually separate lots. but they are in common ownership with the adjacent lot.
And the adjacent lot is developed?
Yes.
And the adjacent lot uses the lot?
Yes.
Okay, as a yard or something along those lines?
Yes, or a garage.
Okay. But the lot itself is not, doesn't have an independent use of its own, except for 2 locations that have garages on them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the two, when we look at a garage, we don't look at that as a developed site because the people would obviously tear down a garage that's not an income producer. You're not allowed to have public parking on these lots, even if people are using it that way, they're not allowed to. So when we see a small garage, we look at that as a tear down, so.
Okay.
Right, so those, I think those should be included in your study as vacant, what we call soft sites, developable sites.
I didn't include them because they can be combined with the other property by the same owner.
Are they? When I say combined or held in common ownership, right?
Held in common ownership, that's
Okay,
fine.
so, but not can be, are.
As in, are they on the same zoning lot?
No, no, simply that
And they
owner A, who has a house on his lot A,
can expand.
also owns
Yes,
lot B that has a garage on it,
yes.
right? So
Or
that,
an open space, or no garage and just an open area.
yes, a vacant lot where he or she can plant vegetables, right? So they have to be held in common ownership to be able to consider them either combined lots or held in common ownership lots, right?
Yes.
But when you're looking, doing your survey at vacant lots, you're looking at all of the lots, including the ones that have small garages on them.
Yes.
As vacant.
Yes.
Right?
I think he's saying this is the only lot of this size that is not held in common ownership with an adjacent lot.
It's the only lot, period.
It's
the only
only single lot. Every other lot
any
that
size.
is, any lot, every other type of lot, similar to this type of lot, any other lot is actually being used by
Yes.
an adjacent owner.
Yes, and that
Okay.
adjacent owner has choices. They don't need a variance.
Yeah, I think
They don't need variance.
goes without
They can combine, they can expand, they have choices.
And they're currently using it for one purpose or another.
So there are three lots like this. 2 of them have garages, they're being used.
By the adjacent.
No, there are 3 lots that, that seem to have no use.
Okay.
One of them actually is the adjacent lot to our subject property.
Okay.
At one time, those 2 lots were one.
Right.
The city chose to condemn property and divided it and sold them off separately. So those are 2 of them. The third one has a garage, looks like it's fully developed, it's not in the back, it's on the property line, it looks like it's in a part of the building.
Sorry. I don't
So
understand.
again,
Part
I'm
of
willing
what
to-
building?
Can you specify the lot?
I don't understand that. Either the lot is vacant with a garage, or the lot has only a garage on it, or the lot is vacant. This one, I didn't understand what you're saying. Is it a garage that's fully built, full lot line to lot line?
I'm saying that there are three lots
Yes?
that do not have either a residential building or is not controlled by an adjacent residential building.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, just to clarify.
This lot's one. Okay.
I'm sorry, no, just to clarify. So the third lot that has a garage on it is not held in common ownership with an adjoining lot?
Right.
And it's just being used by someone?
I think I included in my photos in the presentation that building. It looks like a building. It looks like they're very happy maintaining it, and they're using it as a rental property.
And you provide the CO, maybe it's a legally non-conforming use?
I'm sorry?
Maybe it's a pre-existing non-conforming use?
Can I see a copy of your materials you have with you?
Yeah, but where's the photograph of that one?
I don't have all the photos.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to take a look. Maybe I could help. But you said, okay, so
Submission 12.
you can go back to the,
I'll point out which lot I am talking about. So, these are the 2 lots that used to be one, 2.
Yes, right.
And this is the third.
That's lot 8 on block 1426.
That is the garage.
That is a garage that
empty.
that belongs,
To nobody, it's a separate,
so maybe it was,
that's the third lot.
but it's not held in common ownership with either of the adjacent lots. Understood, but it does have a garage on it.
Yes.
Got it.
So that's the major discussion. We try to establish uniqueness, number one. Number two, try to develop a building to the maximum capacity that fits the neighborhood character. We may not have hit it 100%, but it's pretty close. The one thing I want, the balcony issue, no problem.
No problem, which?
Changing it,
Changing it and
reducing it.
reducing it was the first question. The second question is that you need to show that in this neighborhood, balconies are consistent with character, neighborhood character.
If not, the owner can make that decision.
Okay. So sometimes we see these balconies added and there's no balconies in the neighborhood.
I, as the architect, I'm not concerned with the design here. I want to maximize the usefulness of the building. And we have an owner. The owner wants to move in with her sister.
Yes.
So they want a two-family building. Each sister would occupy a floor, and the owners want parking. I misinterpreted tandem. I know what tandem is now. So they do want two tandem.
Yeah, they both would like to park within the structure of the building.
Right.
And it would be a family-owned building, it's not going to be.
So one can call the other and say, move your car.
They have keys to each other's cars now, so.
Okay.
And they both live in the neighborhood as well.
I don't think the board had particular issues with the idea of parking one in front of the other, because in this zoning district, if it was a single-family house, you wouldn't be required to have parking. In this zoning district, if it was a single-family house, you wouldn't be required to have parking, so I don't think that the board was that upset about the idea of a back.
But it's going to be a two-family.
Yeah. I understand, but at least one car can get out easily, and so you're ahead of the game compared to a single-family.
They'll work it out. One thing I want to point out ahead of time, because you didn't point it out, and that is the height of the building.
No, we did,
The front can be adjusted. There's a street wall, which we'll follow. But if you look at, I have here, this section 23-631, in R41. This is figure C, paragraph 4. I don't know which it is. Given the situation on this property, I don't think it's appropriate from a construction point of view, a safety point of view, to have sloping roofs onto an adjacent property which is so close. That's why.
For safety purposes?
Yes. If it's a sloped roof and water, runoff, rain, if something falls down, you have to repair the roof. You don't want to go on to an adjacent property to repair it. So we made it flat.
So wait, in R41, you're not allowed to have a flat roof? Is that what you're saying? Because that's an additional waiver we didn't know about.
Yes, and we would request it, and I'm not sure of that 100%. That's why I want to raise it now.
Aren't all the properties around it flat roofed?
Yes.
Oh, there are many flat roofs, and you can see them in the photo.
Most of them are flat roofs.
Yeah.
This neighborhood has a very wide variety of buildings types. It had distinct periods of development, and they were all different. You can see in this photo.
Yeah, the two adjacent properties are flat roofed.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because we're not in an R2 or an R1 where clearly the pitch roof is what they're going for, but I wasn't under the impression that in an R4, you're required to do this pitched roof.
Well, I'm not clear 100%.
Yeah,
but I
okay.
would not want to do it. Derek has also expressed a desire to have a green roof, and you can do anything you want and have full control over the maintenance of the property and the roof.
But our concern that we expressed had to do with, you make a statement in your neighborhood character study that the standard building height in the neighborhood is 25 feet, but your building is almost 30 feet to the roof and 38 feet to the top of the bulkhead. So you're not so bulkhead independent of the whole thing, but so you're 5 feet taller than what you've described as the standard height of 25 feet. So in order to justify this taller structure, you need to make an argument for why it's taller. Your argument is actually why it should be 25 feet, right? You submitted a chart that says the following buildings are 25 feet high. Ours is 25 feet high, but you're not 25 feet high, you're 30 or almost, 29.8.
What we have is a step building. It's higher in the back.
Right.
That's to maximize the bulk, to make it a nice structure.
Right, but you didn't make a case so we go with neighborhood character,
Yep.
right? So you need to make a case for why the neighborhood can support your 5 foot taller building than everybody else, or than apparently everybody else, because the data you gave us said the standard is 25 feet. So that tells us that you should be 25 feet.
I would actually recommend that we get a surveyor and be exact about that.
That's
I don't
how
wanna guess.
you make
I don't
a
wanna
case.
guess.
Right, okay.
I am certain that future developments will have a greater height.
But we don't work with future, we work with current.
But I think
Future is unknown, that's
we
the thing
can
about
address it.
futures.
Futures, I know you're correct, but also keep in mind that the peak of most roofs is higher than the 25-foot line. Our flat roof is meeting the peak of the other buildings that are in the surrounding area.
But that's not, what your study is indicating that that the buildings in the area are 25 feet high to the roof. If the study is
To the roof,
incorrect,
not to the ridge.
well, the ridge is the
Peak, yes.
right? So if your study is incorrect, revise your study, right?
Right.
Whatever it is you're arguing for needs to be supported by the materials you present to us,
Understood.
right? Okay.
so. I think that's it.
Uh,
The width, 20 feet, is pretty standard in the neighborhood. It's,
Yeah.
I'm
Width was
actually
the
looking at the
concern.
zoning resolution. I think there is something to that the R4 should be a pitched roof if it's a 30-story. But I think you should look into that a bit more.
Actually, I was just going to say on the contrary, because as I'm looking at the regulation, it says above the height of heights, the sloping plane control, the maximum height of the building or other structure requiring either a setback or a pitched roof. Now, I think the best way to analyze would be you draw what the maximum pitched roof of the height would be and show if all these heights are within those pitched roof.
Right. I think we can do that.
If they are, then the idea is that's the envelope. I think that's
Yeah,
really what, and we had a similar case, another one in Brooklyn with the brother-sister case.
They did not succeed in
They did
proving
not
that.
succeed in proving that, but
the same
but
exercise,
the exercise is the same, where you draw out the maximum pitch of this and then show how the proposed envelope
Fits
is
within the
within
envelope, right.
that, including the bulk.
Yes.
Right.
Do that.
Okay.
But in that other case, which I don't want to torture you by the difficulty of that other case, but that was a built building that didn't comply with the height and setback requirements. And in the end, what we kind of learned from their study was that the public policy was so strong about having these pitched roofs that it didn't work at all for a flat roof building. It penetrated, right? So one way is for you to look at not having a pitched roof, but avoiding the penetrations by modifying the design of the building, which would have worked in their case if it hadn't been a built building, right? So, so maybe that's the simplest way to do it. I note that some of the houses that exist there have kind of these pseudo pitch to conceal the flat roof just at the beginning, and then they're flat behind. Maybe that
Yeah,
is a way of solving it.
There are all kinds of buildings in the neighborhood. They're not all flat.
Right.
There's one right nearby.
Yeah.
Right.
that is
Right.
one on the corner. There's a
Right.
wide variety of buildings.
Right, so maybe you can look at a modified design that accomplishes both goals. We often see also houses where the architect will do some sort of, for lack of a better word, like a mansard parapet around the edges, and then it's flat in the center because you want access, right? The advantage to that is it conceals naturally behind a parapet wall the outdoor space, for example. There's probably ways for you to comply with these regulations without having a waiver from us.
Mansards are not in style too much.
Right, right.
I mean, you're close to the perimeter wall height. In the
I think we
rear,
can
you're
make it.
off by like a foot.
think we can
Once you bring it down to 25 feet, you should be able to meet it even in the rear by pitching the
I think so.
parapet wall a little bit, kind of thing.
Okay, so, understood. So I already asked about speakers, so when do we put this on for? Yeah.
How much time
I don't need much time.
Yeah, but we do.
How do you feel about March or no?
March 26th?
Sure.
Is that the soonest we can make it?
Yeah, we're trying to,
Yeah, March is a difficult, we have 5 hearings in March.
yeah, March 26th, but that means you would have a submission on March
March 6th.
6th. So that's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the early, yeah. So March
I'm sorry,
26th, March 26th hearing, and the submission date is March 6th.
and if you have questions about the submission and issues, please feel free to reach out to your project manager, you know, to clarify what it is that we've asked for in case you're.
Okay, are we going to get any written comments?
No, the comments are these comments, what you hear at the hearing and what you heard yesterday at the review session, both together. The best thing is to write down what's said and then go systematically through them and make sure you're hitting on every point, okay?
And this video will be available in the next few days. So this video will be available in the next few days, so you'll be able to go to our website and review it since you can't take notes while you're answering questions.
Right, and I think in terms of what we call the critical A finding, that you need to clarify your uniqueness study to do what you basically said today, but to clarify that there are only a few lots that are vacant and your dimension that are not held in common with another lot, okay? Because you don't have to be the only one, but you do have to be among very few.
It sounds like
Okay.
it's one of 3.
Yeah.
It's not 100% unique, but it's...
No.
It's unique enough.
Way up there. Yeah, yours may be 100%, but,
Okay,
okay, thank you.
thank you.
Either unique, that's right.
We have a second call.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, second call, right? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Item number 21, 2018-10BZ, 1238 East 26th Street, Brooklyn.
Ms. Batan, you're still sworn in.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Dan Baton for Shell and Lobel PC for the applicant. We made a revised submission. I don't know how to find it.
No, we didn't receive it.
L'Oreal, I know that you were copied on it.
Yeah,
It's
it was
on the
sent.
submit.
I just can't open it on this computer right now,
Yeah.
but I can
Oh,
open
it was
it on my
reduced to
phone if you want
35.
to take a look.
Let's see, I can open it.
Don't have it.
It wasn't sent to you.
Wait, was it sent to the commissioner?
No.
Oh,
No,
have it on
no,
your
it's to myself, Submit, Della, and Della.
Because I don't have anyone else.
Oh, you don't have a printout? Oh, you're working on it, thank you.
Do you want, can you bring up your computer?
Let's see, I'm opening everything right now. I can pass my computer along to commissioners or forward it to them.
So do you know what happened? So,
I'm just going to forward, I guess it's just the elevation.
oh, it's just the elevation?
I mean, it's
No,
the
she's,
rest,
yeah.
but I don't sorry.
So.
I mean, it was
don't-
reduced to 35 feet.
Can you show the rear elevation?
Let's see, Marjorie, to you.
We're negotiating 2 feet at a time, I'm not really getting that. Why are we negotiating 2 feet at a time?
The adjacent building's 34 feet. They're providing the natural light for the master bedroom and the staircase. It goes to the staircase. And if it goes back more, it's reducing the master bedroom. It's already a smaller
This is number 20.
No. The longitudinal section shows the height of the bedroom, 13 plus 9 is 22 foot 7 feet high.
I just tried to send it to the computer.
It's showing the height of the bedroom, 22 foot 7 high.
It went down to 35
Yeah.
feet.
But the rest of the building is 20, I don't know, because it's not dimensioned. I don't know what the height of the rest of the building is, it's not dimensioned. I'm looking at the section P301.
I emailed the commissioners, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it now.
I'm having trouble opening the proposed plans on my computer, but not this time.
So, again, I don't know why the architect is going down 2 feet at a time. It was 39, 37, 35. We're going to have to do this 4 more times before we get to the height?
The adjacent building's at 34 feet, and that's without a special permit.
Oh,
Enlargement.
So
I don't know how it would encroach on the adjacent lots and affect them if they're almost the same amount.
if the adjacent building on one side is 34, according to your own drawings, the adjacent house on the other side has no building in it. So you're only looking at one side, so that's, right? And we don't have the information about the adjacent house and its height on the right, on the bedrooms, on the master bedroom side. Because that's at the front of the house. No, sorry, it's at the rear of the house.
Right. The bedroom's going to be.
Right. So if you look at the rear of the house, there's only one house that goes back as far as this proposed house, according to the site plan. The other house doesn't. So you're imposing on the other house and arguably the 3 houses to the rear. And I still don't know why, and I don't get it. And with what? A section through the bedroom that creates a 22-foot high ceiling. In fact, maybe more. 9 and 13. Yeah, 22-foot 8 ceiling. Here we go.
I mean, there were.
Okay, so here's the thing. We couldn't do this on a second call. On the next call, the architect needs to come. And the architect, if he doesn't want to come, reduce the height of the building so it's consistent throughout. And that there's no reason for this huge thing at the back of the building where you're trying to stay away from overwhelming the neighbors.
Would a letter of consent from the neighbors?
No.
No.
No, it's not about.
It's not about consent. It's about the neighborhood character.
Neighborhood character.
But
Sorry, I don't want to have this argument anymore. I thought the instruction was pretty clear, and so here we are at second call, and we didn't get what we needed, and that's because the architect wasn't here to hear what we had to say. So we need to put this on for another day.
Okay.
Sorry. I was just looking at the previous submission that was made, and I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth between the, just give me a second. I think in the previous submission, what the architect had done and is that take the high point of the roof line, which was to allow for the clearance over the staircase, and extend that to the rear, which is what the revised plan is proposing to do. As I'm just not looking at the height, just looking at the totality of the concept. I think if you want to retain that exact element, maybe.
Now it's not doing that at all. There's no connection between the front hip and the rear.
No. The previous one, if you, I'm just looking at the previous submission. The previous submission also, the roof line of the front wasn't matching with the roof line in the back. It was a little bit above, and that was because it was trying to line up with the staircase enhancement. This is the previous submission, which was a 34-foot height in the rear. That's what they're proposing to do now. Only thing is, what is the proposed height now?
35.
35.
No, if you look at the roof plan, we don't have an AXO on this most recent submission. If you look at the roof plan, there's no connection between the front ridge and the rear ridge.
Oh, I didn't look at the
And I actually don't even understand because the slope is going in two directions without a line in the middle, so I actually don't have any idea what's going on. It shows slope. There's no middle line to slope away from.
So it's sloping like this, and this is making it this way. Yeah, it's sloping like this, and this is catching it here.
Right, and the other is catching it there, and there's no connection, so it doesn't matter if you've got the same height or a different height. And it certainly is, may arguably weirder that it goes up instead of goes down. Because if it's sloping like this, now in order to have it be so much higher, you have this kind of very odd double split ridge. So we also need an axonometric to understand the ridge line, but I really, if you want to speed this up, just have the architect listen to the video and bring the height of this strange thing at the rear down. Okay. Okay, what do we have timing-wise available? So next week, what's our count next week?
Next week? We are at 32.
Okay.
Next available will be February 12th, at
How many?
27.
27?
February 12th.
And that would be a submission next Wednesday. You could push it back, but
it's here.
February 26th.
26. Yike. How many on the 26th?
25.
Okay, we could put it on for the 26th with...
Submission February 6th.
Okay. And I'll have the architect come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bring the architect.
Yes, she said she would.
This concludes the public hearing for January 15th, 2019.
26.
26, sorry. Thank you.
Hey, bravo.